Wait for social media to catch up here. Hopefully I can copy and paste this straight into the group so that everyone coming on with Facebook can register their name so I can see what I'm talking to. Hopefully it'll catch up in a second. Just done that on that one. Let's do it. I can comment in my own Facebook. Oh, can see a few people come on. Evening all. Lee Ashby here, Motocross and Speedway Memories. I'm literally just going on Facebook on the comments for all you guys and girls that come in on Facebook. You basically just need to click, there's a link in the post before you go into the video. Otherwise, it'll just say Facebook user, and I can't see who I'm quoting to the guests. So I'm just trying to get you guys sorted out on that before I bring my guest in. Otherwise, it's a nightmare because you just have to quote Facebook user, which is a bit crap. But it's basically just all about a privacy thing. You know what it's like now, it's all gone mad in it. So I'm just now posting it in all the groups, in my own Facebook, my Motocross Speedway Memories group, on my page. So hopefully all you guys then guys and girls on Facebook will get that. How is everyone? Oh, there's a few comments coming in already. I think we're going to have a good one tonight with Mr Cox. So that is it there, look. So any of you guys that come in on Facebook, you can either click on the link on the post, then come into the video, or click on that link that I've posted in there, and then hopefully you'll get that. Evening, John. How's it going? Hello, James. You're all sorted. Frank's all set up. Beautiful. Hi, Lee. All great. How are you? Not too bad, thank you. Got rid of the COVID now. Just doing that sweating out thing still, and got no energy. But other than that, hello, Mr. Simpson. How's it going? Do you like my new Swindon away shirt? Look, pretty cheeky, isn't it? Swindon Town, that is. That's not looking good. Yes, Mr. Shells, how's it going? Not sure who that is, but hopefully you're okay, and hopefully you can click on, either come out of this video, click on the little link on the post, then come back into the video, or I have wrote the link in the comments somewhere, so hopefully you guys will see that as well. So James is all sorted. Hello, Stephen, you're all sorted. I can see you. So basically, when I've got my guest on, look, I can do that. Stephen said, blah, 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 blah. So I know exactly what I'm talking to. Like Shane here. Hi, Shane. Not sure who that is, so hopefully they'll click on the link and get their name on there. But hello, whoever that is. Evening, Anne. How's it going? She's all sorted. Nice profile picture there. Hey, Paul. Hopefully you're going to click on that link for me. You can either come out of this video, click on the link on the post, and then come back in, or I have hopefully commented on the comments. Hopefully you'll find that and you can click on it that way as well. You're all right, dog. Looking after me brother's dog, and the missus has gone out. Good timing on her behalf. She's having a good time. I've got the little lurcher. I say little, long and very big. She's very needy, so she's like all over me like a rash, and now she's trying to grab my hand. You have to just relax a little bit until Lainey comes back. Good girl. Florence. Brother's just skipped away. I need to Spain for a week with missus and kids. So hopefully they should be there by tomorrow morning, I believe. Big regards to Chopper from 4D. Hope all is good with him. Best news is the pie man is still eating pies. Hopefully you can just click on that link on the post, and then I can see exactly who that is. I've posted in the comments as well, but like I said, you can literally, I'll just show you now for anyone that's on Facebook. So I'll go into my group just to show you what it looks like. So there, look. Can you just see? Where's my finger gone? There, that blue link, look, just there at the end of my finger. It says StreamYard.com, look, there it is. So basically, I know that everyone just clicks on the video and comes straight in, but if you click on that, look, see what it says. It can grant StreamYard permission to use your name, and then I'll be able to see who I'm talking to. You just have to do it every time. It's a pain in the ass. Hence, I'm telling you all. Imagine me telling you all the time. So I'm not sure who that is, but hopefully they can register their name. And hopefully this person, hello, hope you're good. Hopefully they can register as well. So don't forget, you can either just come out of this video, click on the link, and then it'll give you permission. There you go, Paul. Beautiful, Paul. So now I can see who I'm talking to. I hate having to miss the opportunity to quote whoever's given me a question for the guests. So that's how it should look. But that's what it looks like to me. If you don't click on that link to register it, I don't know who it is. It just says Facebook user. It's a nightmare. So hopefully we can get it all sorted, because my man is clicking on in the next 5 minutes. And I even got these tonight. Anyone that knows me knows I don't drink. So that should be fun, eh? Got a couple of these going, look, cold as well. Just to keep the temperature down. Look, my cheeks are already going red. But obviously I've got the standard, that's on next week as well. Don't know if any of you guys and girls are going there from the UK. There's the Vets MXDN big massive motocross event in Swindon next weekend at Fox Hill. You've probably seen me on videos at Fox Hill all the time, being a weirdo. Massive event there next weekend. Americans all coming over. Mike LaRocco, who I did live last night, is coming over. So many legends coming over. You should check it out. You're all good. So got Peter Brinslow. How's it going, buddy? From the USA. He's on live. Beautiful. Ah, my friend, Chris. Always change that profile picture as well. I've took pictures of Chris. He had his first outing out last week, I believe, for a long time, wasn't it, mate? And you were back out again on Wednesday night. And by the way, anyone that comes on here, I have literally got loads of you queuing up for pictures that I took on Wednesday night, which I really appreciate. And I will hook you all up. But I've been going through like 2,000 odd pictures, plus prepping last night's live and then sorting out tonight's live. I've got a live Monday and Tuesday and Thursday next week as well, so super busy. And then Fox Hill for 4 days as well. But I will sort out all your videos. When I finish this live tonight, I will literally sit down on my bed and just keep going through the pictures and banging them out to you guys that have asked for them. So, yeah, I'm all over that as well. So as soon as I come off here, I will sort you all out. No problem, buddy. Hope you had plenty of photos. Got you plenty this week, didn't we? But luckily, we caught your first ride back last week, so I'm glad we got at least one, but you got more than that this week. I think we got about 30 odd, wasn't it? 30, 40 pictures or something like that, so that's cool. I'm Marv's sister, Penny. We are all tuned in and looking forward to the chat. Beautiful, Penny. Great to have you on. Just tested it earlier on. I'll show you this as well, because this is funny. When I did a test downstairs with Marv just to make sure it was all working, he didn't have a top on and I didn't have a top on, and it looked like we were pretty much on a live testing it naked. I said to him, "You're not naked as well, are you, Marv? Look." When I tested it earlier, look. Oh, brilliant. Looked like we were doing a live naked, so I'd love to bring different stuff to you guys. These are actually not glasses, they're plastic. So basically they have the plastic that they're using for the beer cups. So I'll take your comment off. But they got new ones again for this year. And I think it's something like, say it's a few quid for a pint, and then you just pay another £1. And I think that they put a pint in one of these. It's basically a pint glass. And it's plastic, and you just, yeah, they're going to be new. I think Brad Anderson's, the former British Championships on it. He's a British champion. He's on, did a live with him as well. He's on the cups this year, apparently. So, yeah, you'll be able to get them cups up at Fox Hill next weekend as well. Barney, my friend. Yes. Should be really good. Cocker's told me he's going to tell me loads of stuff that we didn't know about. Why you went on to a German license. Why he had to leave Paul. Things like that. So some interesting stuff he's going to tell me. I didn't even want to know before this, so I could find out at the same time as you. Good girl, that's good. She's all right there now, look. Look, I'll even show you a picture of my brother's dog. Look, there she is. Just got her on the bed now with all the memorabilia stuff and Lane's stuff that I've chucked off of her dressing table to do this in the spare room, which is Poppy's when she comes over. Did Chris stay on? What's that about, Julian? Claudio! You're still alive, so am I. Hope you're good, buddy. How are you? Mr. Tim Chambers, hope you're good, my friend. Maybe you might be able to bring a couple of cheeky team members down to our meeting in October. End of a season bash party, stroke party. I know it's a fair way down at Landrake, but it's going to be a cheeky weekend. Going to be on the race commentary as well, so going to have a lot of fun with that. Hello, Martin. How's it going? Glad you've registered on Facebook as well. All you guys are on it. Look, Julian's on it. Mine's on it. No, I hit the dirt. Oh, sorry, I'm with you now, Julian. Did Chris stay on? Yeah, I'm with you now. Sorry, mate. I'll get with it in a minute. I didn't see him crash, but apparently he did. Cocker is a legend of the sport, 107% racer, 100%. I shall. Shane's just said hi, Mr. Chambers. Hope you're good. I'm just trying to think what's going on this weekend. What is going on this week? Oh, the Farley Vets is on, and we've had a lot of nice natural rainfall in Swindon today for half of the day. So that's the track all nicely watered for the weekend. I think the weather's supposed to be good. I believe there's a 2-day on at Cullum as well. I was speaking to one of the lads, Joe Workman, earlier. He's riding at Cullum this weekend as well, apparently a 2-day. So that should be good. Apparently they've made quite a few changes to the track. Yes, I will see you at Fox Hill. See you all guys there. Should be a mental 4 days. Nothing like can't feeling your feet at the end of the weekend. It was mental last year. Meet loads of legends that I did interviews with, which was super cool. Obviously, Ricky Johnson's, all them guys. It was crazy. Also, Yoki Carlson's. It was mint. Mental. Doug DeBuck. Oh, Ryan Villapoto. It was absolutely mental. This year, obviously, I did the live with Mike LaRocco last night, so looking forward to meeting him. And South is all round with Mr. Chambers, all them guys. There's going to be some bikes there as well, by the way. It's unbelievable for me. It's only 15, 20 minutes away from my house. It's perfect. But people will be coming from all over the country. I believe there's going to be like 20, 30,000 there. So it's going to be crazy next weekend. Are we okay now, Leon? Had a massive one again. Chico at Fox Hill, see him win. Yes, Chico is there next weekend. Oh, sorry to hear that about Leon. I did see a lot of your stuff that he was riding and all that, but I didn't know he's had a big one. Don't sound good. Hopefully you're all good. All good, mate. We're having a party a week in Portugal from the 18th of October. Ah, okay. The Algarve, is it, Mr. Chambers? My mum ran a bar there for a few years, and I went over and out for a period down in the Algarve. I think, was it Faro, the airport, and then we went further around. It was near Luge, where the Madeline thing happened. Not far from there was a village called Ashby, just by Luge. Ah, right, okay, Hawkstone this weekend. So there's a lot going on this weekend then. Scott Redding is doing Farley. Yeah, I heard that. A few of the boys are doing that, aren't they? And Fox Hill, I believe. Mr. Cunningham, we got to sort out a live interview as well, and I'm glad you've got your name on there this time so I can see you. I missed you last time, didn't I? Because it said Facebook user. So I'm glad that you've got that. He said he's going to be X-rated. Yeah, he told me he's not going to mince words and tell us exactly how it was and all that, so that should be funny. That's it. Yes. Ah, nice. Yeah, where I went to, that Luge, it was about 20 minutes, half an hour away from there. And then they were in a village called Ashby. And they were running a bar there for a while. So I know how nice all the Algarve and all that is. It's really nice. So you'll have a great time there, buddy. Bit of a wind down after the mental season, eh? You boys are flat out. What thoughts on the Oxford Motor Park saga? I don't actually know what is going on with all that. All I know is they changed the last round of the British Championship there, I believe, wasn't it? It was supposed to be there. I was supposed to be doing the last round. Not heard anything from them guys, so not sure what's happening on that side of things on the commentary. So no idea yet on that. Only half of this to do me. Where's Mr. Cox? Come on, Mr. Cox. I told you 1/4 past. Let me sort out everyone on Facebook and then we'll get you on. Where is he? I hope he's not lost that. I sent the email. He knows to click on the link. I might just check my messages to make sure he's not having any issues. Hopefully it's all good. Just told him to click on. Oh, look at this. I'll show you guys this as well. My buddy Kevin Wheeler that does all the reunions and meetings with me. Look, he just sent me this. He's had a new exhaust on his 125 Super Evo 125 Honda that he's running at Fox Hill next week. Look at that. New pipe. Castrol graphics are going on. Looking good, Mr. Wheeler. Right, so I've just messaged Mr. Cox to say click on. I said to him at 1:15. So he's now past the 2-minute time allowance. He's now way over. There he is. I can see him now. He's in the bottom of my screen. That is UK time, Mr. Andy Hobbs. How is it going? Man with the van. So we're going to get the 2-minute time allowance on now, but he's just come on now, so we can't exclude him. Evening all. Hi, Ashby. Hope you're feeling better and on the mend. I've just been... So Mr. Cox can hear us, but Glenn Cunningham's just been on, said that he's going to be X-rated. And he wished me luck. Of course he knows Andy Graham, Callum. Right, let's get the man in then. So let's get he is now waiting in my screen below, so we're going to bring him on. But let's get the intro video going, and then we can rock and roll with Mr. Marvyn Cox, the man. So we're wondering when that was going to finish, eh? I'm even debuting the brand new Swindon Town away shirt for Mr. Cox this evening. I think we got him in Swindon Robins body colours once upon a time for guesting. That's about as far as we got, but here he is. Let's try it. Hopefully it all works like it did earlier. Mr. Cox.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, do that thing again. What's that like now?
Good evening. Clear as anything, mate.
You can hear me all good?
Yes, you, me?
Yours is a bit quiet again.
All right, we'll have to come forward. Is it jumped up now at all?
Let's have a look. Now talk.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, all good, mate.
Good. Can
It's all
everybody
kicked
else
in.
hear?
Yeah.
Welcome myself, and hello to everybody else around the world, whether it be in Germany, Australia, New Zealand, Thailand, Sweden, Denmark, everywhere. Good evening.
Yeah, I was just going to have a
look.
look. We've got someone on from Italy as well, Mr. Cox. We got Claudio's on here. Mr. Barney Kennett's already come on and said hello. Your sister's on, Penny.
Oh, yeah.
She said all the family's on.
YouTube up on the TV for her.
Hooking them all up. All the family's on. Peter Prinslow he's in the USA. He's on live as well.
No, Pete very well from the past, using his workshop in Johannesburg in South Africa back in 91, 92 for the Champion Spark Plug Series.
Beautiful. Oh, look, we got someone on Mega early as well. Phil Kane here. Look, he said it's 4:20 a.m. on the Gold Close. Good on you, Cocker. Not much in the world will get me up at this time in the morning.
Good man, Phil. Good evening, mate. Good morning to you.
Yeah.
Contact with him once, twice a year, whether it be on a late night, early morning phone call or the odd message or go-kart catch up. Phil worked for a couple of seasons at Oxford doing the track. So he used to nicely prepare it with what's needed, dirt.
Yes. Tell me about it.
Yeah,
So
that's the
Mr.
man
Cunningham
himself.
said, Mr. Cunningham,
It's
you've
the
had a chat
A-team.
with him, have you?
It's the A-team. Yeah, I spoke. I haven't spoke with him, but we keep in contact on WhatsApp. So I speak with him. If it's not every week, it's once a month or just out the blue. And yeah, we keep in contact, which is nice.
Hook me up on WhatsApp, Mr. Cunningham. You can see my number going across the screen in a minute. Hook me up. Love having the legends on the WhatsApp.
I talk
Plus, I'm
about
gonna.
legends. You're calling everybody else legends. I think at the moment you are the legend, because if it wasn't for this, I think if you started it 2 or 3 years ago, when if I'm right in saying when this COVID pandemic come out, everybody was sitting at home doing nothing. You brought this in, and it's now. How many people can you see? How many people are actually watching it live by the end of the night, or who have watched it live? Because there's not only what the people come up on the screen below. There's hundreds around the world watching this now live, mate. You're the legend to get us on here.
There's only one legend here, mate, and that's you. You guys are always on a pedestal for me. Like I told you, I grew up watching all you guys, and I still, even the fact that I've got some, you know, all your numbers and talk to you all, and I still get excited like a little kid. So,
well, I must say, I've been watching the TV in the front room now while you've been getting all the things coming up on the screen from everybody else, and I've actually got a bit of a. Just said to my mum, I got my heart pumping up a little bit. It was like getting ready for a British final or something on a Sunday afternoon, you know.
I'm glad you have, because I always have. I'm like doing that. Once I'm on, it's like the racing, isn't it? As soon as you've got on the bike and you're racing, it's all good. Yeah, it's all good. But when you're building up to it and you're doing that, oh my God, I'm with such and such every time.
And I was panicking yesterday as well, because I've got my little Bluetooth speaker that somebody was going to do for me, and the man in the shop had moved premises, and I'm busy working where I'm working at the moment, and somebody else was going to look for it yesterday, and they didn't have time, and so I done it with the other person's daughter in 10 minutes. So as I say, we tested it with you before, so we should be all up and running.
And I do appreciate that, Mr. Cox, as well, all the effort you've gone to, and we've talked about this for quite a while, haven't we? I
think we've been on it easily. You've been on to me. We're going to get on you. Get on. You're going to get you on here, Cocker. I said, we're up to it. Let's get pictures and videos, and let's talk about it. Let's do it. Let's let the world know everything properly.
I don't think the fans realise how much I chase you guys.
No, well, it wasn't so much you were chasing me, because I said to you I was always in different places and different parts of the world.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
And when I could be able to do it. And also I wanted it to pre-plan everything, so it was done properly.
100%. I knew you was organised, because we was always having chats about getting it all in place and stuff like that. So I knew this was going to be good anyway. We've had quite a few good chats and stuff, and I knew you thought about it quite a bit as well. So it's going to be good. I've got Duncan Pemberton here. Just put evening, Lee and Cocker. How's the English Kaiser doing these days? German champ twice, was it?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, he's fine. He's that was many years ago, back in 93. I first went to Germany. This is one of those subjects that we can actually start talking about now, if you want, Lee. This is one of the.
We can go straight in if you want. It's up to you. Yeah, I've got that down here.
Started going to Germany back in 93 after leaving Poole the end of 1992 with I don't know, you can have a look in stats, but it was like between a 9 and 10 point average. And if I wasn't, which I wasn't number one in the British League then averages, I was in the top 8 or 10. And the new pay scale come out between 1 and 5 and 7 and 9 and 9 and 12 and 12 and 15. And then I spoke with Pete Ansell, and he said he was going to not budge from the pay scale, etc., etc. I said, well, I won't be coming back. Simple as that. And at the time, I had a German girlfriend, so I was in and out the country regular from 1990 onwards, to and fro. And I just give them a 24-hour notification in the end. If the money wasn't going to come forward, I wouldn't be back at Poole Stadium. That was it. That was basically how it finished. And
Oh,
Pete
yeah.
Ansell didn't reply my message, so I give him one benefit of the doubt and called him again. And he said, no, we can't change anything. Merv's sticking to his guns. I said, okay then, that's okay. No problem. Good luck for the 1993 forthcoming season. That was it. So I'd already pre-planned things then. And at the time, I was then working with Otto Weiss down in Munich. He then spoke with the OMK, which was the German License Federation, about me taking out a German license. No problem. I had to then speak with the ACU, cancel that, took out a license. That took within 4 weeks, that was all done. I then signed a contract directly as a German then, which was even better because I was gold dust then to be able to sign for a German Speedway club as a German. Then they could have 2 more foreigners. So I signed directly for Landshut.
Yep.
So I started with them, and if it was within a month, I had 100 meetings booked in my calendar anyway, because I was by then already still doing the Polish League. Then I was doing the long track, the grass track, every open meeting. It wouldn't have clashed with English fixtures as well, whether it be on a Monday or a Thursday or bank holidays or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Then I've done Denmark and anything that was available. There's grass tracks down in France. Anywhere that I go around left, whether it be a 300 meter or 1,000 meter track, I was there.
Did that feel bizarre though, Marv? Does that feel bizarre wearing like the German race jacket and things like that? What did that feel like?
Well, I got a lot of negativeness from it, from a lot of people saying that I've done what I've done. But being that I'm on here now and people might understand a little bit more that not only was my my job and my living and my love of the sport, I was actually in a way hurt to think that's a good action picture. That's a Bradford Heat 1. Me, Hans Nelson, and Craig Boyce in the that was the 1994 World Championship qualification round for buoyants. And it hurt me to think that so much that I'd done for the club back in 91 and 92 that all Pete Ansell said and Mervyn Stokes, we just said, well, no, Mervyn's not going to budge from the pay scale, and that's it. So basically, you take it or leave it. I had JT Commercials, John Trent, begging me to stay, and he said, I'll get sponsors for you and get this, and I'll help you out. And I said, John, it's irrelevant what you give me and what you do for me. It should be from Paul Speedway. It's just strange at the end, because at the end of the day, everybody in the whole of the 1992 season rode 1993 in England. You ain't telling me that they all rode for the pay scale. Hans Nelson, and rest in peace, my old mate Simon Wigg, went to Coventry in 1993. They didn't go there for pay scales. We know that without question. End of.
Yeah.
So, and I just, I had my house then up in Northampton. I had a good friend of mine, rest in peace as well, Andy Northover. He come up with his van. We put all my equipment in and pressure washer cleaner. We arranged via my mechanics down in Germany to have a new workshop, because they're all listening now, all my boys down there. Mickey Moster, Hirfer, Downey, Becker, Fuchsy, all the boys that used to help me, Tree Strong and all the boys. So I thank them for many years of being behind before I even actually went down into Germany. A lot of things to change my whole life, moving from the country, different, what can you say, different atmosphere, different mentality. Everything was different, a change of a life for me, but I really, really did enjoy it. Lovely country, lovely people. I was helped a lot, and to be racing regular in Europe, anyone that rides in England that has the opportunity to ride in Europe on any European track always loves it, because they're all bigger than your Wolverhamptons or the baby little Eastbournes or else where I was brought up with. They're 370, 400 meters plus, or then you get on the grass track scene, 600, 800, 1,000 meter.
Massive.
And if you're into the the high speed there is classical.
Definitely.
So
Well,
that's why I upped
mm,
and out, only because of that reason, and that's the only reason why. Yeah.
like you said, it sounds like the pay scale counted for a few.
Yeah, everybody out there at Poole thought I was a bad boy, and everybody else from the UK league thought I was bad doing what I done. That is the bottom line of why I done it, only because of that. Because I weren't arrogant. I just wanted only what I was worth, even if it was the same money from the year before. Okay, we can talk about things, but there was no discussion. It was take it or leave it. I said, okay. So I did. I left it.
Not good to end it like that, eh?
No.
All the service you did for the Pool Pirates and all that. That's a shame. Got loads of questions coming in already. I just put Dave Champions just put looking good, marvelous, Marvyn Cox. Love from the big dogs.
Yeah, good evening, Dave. Another one of my helpers. He was many years ago. He lived over at Ashby. He was a mechanic for many years with Ali Stevens. He's a well-known figure, Dave. He helped Wiggy, helped John Sermon, Ali Stevens, me. He was always there with his tools and working out when he can with the boys. So he's done a few trips abroad for Wiggy. I was behind the steering wheel, do the meeting in the beer tent, back again. Yeah. So evening, Dave, and to your lovely other half. And I caught Dave a couple of years ago down at Poole. And again, we send the odd message here and there, but can't be everywhere in the UK when I'm back here to be going everywhere. I did have a message actually yesterday from David Delest or Letest, something like that, asking when I'm free or available to come up to Oxford. So yeah, maybe I can look. I was maybe looking in on the 1st of September is a pairs meeting.
Okay.
So I might be catching up there on the 1st.
Okay.
I'll let you know.
Let me know. Yeah, let me know if you go, because I'm definitely going to go down Oxford again this year. So
be up there, I'm sure, mate.
Yeah, love to get you a drink there. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah. That'll be my claim. Got Marvyn Cox a Red Bull. I'm joking. I mean, you and I'm having a little cheeky drink tonight as well. So
you later, mate. I've got on chilling up now. So
yeah, all good. Yeah, and big thanks to Dave as well, because even Dave helped me out, Marv, as well.
Oh,
yeah, really nice. I really appreciate it. What a nice guy. Yeah, we had a good chat and all that online, and he helped me out as well, so that was really nice. So Frank Sorensen here's put, who was the hardest Dane you rode against?
There wasn't one.
Yeah.
There wasn't
I can think of a few.
I can name 6 straight off now. If I said 8, they always had a problem to be able to get them in for the Danish, if you say the World Team Cup team, you know, they had a squad. There was 8 riders, and okay, 4 would be definitely in, but the last reserve or whatever could all be in. There, Frank, I can't really say one that in particular was hard. Hans Nielsen was extremely hard. Eric was in a different. He was normally from the gate gone, and yes, he could pass, but he wasn't. He wasn't never dirty or hard. He was a very clean rider. I don't think anyone is. I would say from a Dane would be hard or dirty, but everyone wants to win when you're in a motorsport. That's it. So I can't really pick out anyone in particular that would be the hardest Dane. All I would actually say is they were all hard to beat.
Yes, I think that's maybe what he means more. Yeah, probably. Yeah. They had, so, like you said, or back then it was so. Well, all the countries were, weren't they? In your era, Marv, like UK, Sweden.
You had Tommy Knudsen, you had Brian Carter, you had JJ, Jon Jorgensen, and then you had Gerd Hamburg just on the background there, and they're just lining up.
There were so many, weren't there?
Yeah.
Like you said, even the ones that weren't like as their class as their Hans Nielsen, that means it's just endless. When it's Peter Rawn, it just kept going and going.
Yeah.
Just kept going and going. But I'm sure Mr. Frank Sorensen. Who's your favourite rider then, Frank, from Denmark? I'm sure that'd be interesting to find out. So I've got Matt Stevens, the Reading man here. He's put hi Cocker. Loved it when you raced for Reading for a short period.
Yeah, evening, Matt. That was, I'll tell you when that was as well. That was the end of 1995. Out the blue, I had a phone call from Pat Bliss, and she introduced herself. Of course, I knew her, but not that actual well, you know, because if you don't actually work with the promoter, you don't really know. You just acknowledge each other, and that was it. There, at the time, at Reading was always her father, which was remind me, not Tim, Tim Sugar, lovely bloke.
Oh, Tim Sugar, yeah.
Yeah. I forget what her dad's name was. But anyway, it was the end of 1995, and she called me up. She said, "Oh, I want you to come in if it's possible, just to do like 5 or 6 or 7 meetings or something like that." I said, "Yeah, okay, Pat, not a problem." And it was, I think, 3 away meetings and 3 home, or 2 home, or something like that. The first meeting was away. I thought, okay, fair enough. She gave me the fixture. I thought, oh my God, wasn't one of my favourite tracks at all.
Wasn't it? I was just about to ask that.
Wolverhampton it was. So I went there, and I think I got 11 or 13 or something like that from 6. It wasn't nothing special. I don't even know at the time who I was actually replacing. It was just to finish off the season, because maybe they couldn't use RR anymore. They just wanted to keep the supporters happy. So that was the first meet. And then I went to the second meeting, which was one of my favourite away tracks. And that was at Alton, which was Sheffield. So we peaked up there for the night. And that was 14 points from the bag of 15. So that was nice, dropping only 1 point to Zoltan Adoyan.
I remember him, yeah.
And then at the time, I actually flew in from Germany and then flew back again. And our Ray Ripsnort in Morton, he used to clean the bikes and everything for me and my equipment. And he used to meet me at the track or pick me up at the airport. And so that's how I done, I think, 2 or 3 home meetings, and then maybe I've done another away meeting. I'm not sure, 5 or 6 meetings like that. But Small Mead track itself was one of my favourite tracks as well. I did used to like Small Mead. I like tracks with long straights and tighter corners. I used to go okay around Wolverhampton, but it just wasn't one of my favourites. Same Eastbourne. I used to get round there. I could always double figure around there, but I'd never think, oh, I'm happy to get down there. Whereas when I rode at Bradford in 1990, that was excitement before. Yes, that was excitement before I left at 2:30 in the afternoon. It took me like 2.5 hours to get up there.
Did it?
2 hours coming back. Yeah, flat out for 2 hours on a Saturday night. But to get up there every Saturday night about 5 to 5:30 and see coming down into the stadium and just seeing it. Oh, it was a thrill to race there. Yeah, a thrill to race there every week.
Bit of cheeky banking as well, Marv, and get up there.
Race track, mate. That's what it was. Everyone that's listening, it's a racer's track. You've seen qualification round, and we had a world final there. League fixtures there week in, week out were the paying public's enjoyment, because it was whether it be a home rider scoring a maximum or a away rider scoring a maximum, which could quite often happen. You had the special track specialists used to come there. Chris Moult was very good there. Gunderson, but then you had Sean Moran. He was a specialist around there as well. Bobby Shotamot, he was good round there as well. There was away riders that would also be happy to come there every week, you know.
I think Bellevue now are finding that when you've got that good racetrack, the away riders like riding there just as much, don't they? So you sort of kind of lose your advantage a little bit, you know.
Yeah, but I also used to like when I first started, not at first, until I actually had a few winters in Australia. That started off back in 1984 was the first winter I had away. And after riding Rye House from 81 to 83, doing a winter in Australia on the big tracks, I went out there freelancing with Peter Rawn from Coventry.
Oh, yeah.
We doubled up together, and I'm sure someone else is listening and out in Australia. I'll say hello to them. That's John and Alison Abel. They put us up for the winter. So I actually learned as should I say, a novice, riding 3 years in the National League. I actually learned how to clean and prepare a bike more in 1983, late winter, and 84 with Peter Rawn than I ever did in 3 years previous to that, because we used to clean that and clean this and do this, and used to rub down clutch plates on the wall, whereas I learned to rub down clutch plates on a flat, heavy glass surface and stuff like that. I learned a lot from Peter Rawn. Hell of a lot.
So that was a good experience then.
Experienced Dane, learned from a older generational Dane as well himself. All the Danes have, everything is kit, or better than another kit, you know.
Yeah, very nice. They're proper professionals, aren't they, as well? So always good to them. Right, I've got Simon Corbett here. I know he's a Cradley fan. He's just put, ask Cocker, what was it like riding with Hans and Wiggy? And did he enjoy Dudley Wood? We had some battles with Oxford.
Well, I'll answer the second one first. Dudley Wood, again, I enjoyed riding it. It was not an easy track for an away rider to go there and always score points. Although Hans did, he never used to drop many points. If he did, it was normally just an odd one or two to Eric on the night, or maybe Crossy would pass him from behind around the boards. But no, it was a good races track because it was always prepared by Colin and his crew, well overwatered, wet, sloppy, a bit mucky. But after 6 heats, then you had dirt. Then you could race on it as well, you know. But going to the first question, riding with Hans, I was very, very lucky when I actually started in 84, go to Oxford. And being, which I didn't really like, going out in heat 1 with a number 2 race jacket on my back, going out, of course, Hans always used to say, you'll be all right off gate 3 or 4, won't you? I said, I'll be all right. He said, I'll have a look for you. No problem. And but he did. He was a very, very good team rider. And he was, it wasn't often that he wasn't in the first 30 metres, that he was not in front to be able to look for you and be able to help you if he could in any way to slow the race down, you know. So with Hans was an exception. And that's a great picture, yeah, great picture. And also with Wiggy himself, you know, we when I actually moved up and bought a house up in Toaston near Northampton, we actually come together as good friends in 84 at Oxford riding together, and we actually done a after end of the season before we ended up going up either to Australia or different places or whatever. We spent training sessions together playing badminton. I wasn't very good at it, and he wasn't exceptionally good, but it was fitness and
good fitness, yeah.
So I was very, I got on very well with Simon, very, very well, very well.
I think I had a picture of you two together as well. There's a nice one.
There we are. Yeah.
Good team rider as well, Simon. He was.
Yeah, he was the same, you know. He was always willing to help and team ride. It's team riding is it wasn't my speciality, to be honest. It's very hard if you're like I preferred to be riding sort of mid-track to the outside to be able to use the dirt if it was available. That was my style of riding, more so than crossing a bike up, more so to let the bike run a little bit more, probably from starting on at the Rye House track where I had to sort of run regular mid-track to the outside. You're getting bad habits. But when you've got someone like Hans to be able to run around the inside and I could run mid-track to the outside, if we was together, then we never used to get beat from a 5-1. It was once we was together, that was it. It was on the cards. But Wiggy, he was the same. He was always quite often 9 times out of 10 he was in the first corner, pretty much there or thereabouts, and he would always have a look. But I always struggled a little bit to be able to do it because I wasn't always there to be able to dictate where I wanted to go or to be able to help the other riders sometimes. So I wasn't the best at it, I admit that.
But they were both proper professionals, weren't they, as well? They always immaculate with all their gear. And...
Yeah. So me joining Oxford in '84, it opened my eyes up as well. You know, you tend to step your level up. You know, you see Hans come in and you see how everything was immaculate, and Wiggy was, if not the same, if not a little bit better. Wiggy was always a step ahead every year. You know, with Hans always used to come in with one or two bikes from the year before with a brand new or two lined up ready just to have a stretch the chains and the seat and the handlebars and cables. But he didn't often start the season always on a brand new bike because he wanted to stretch them and bed him in a little bit. He'd always normally start the stuff that he finished off with because he knew how good it was from the year before as such. Whereas Wiggy, he would pretty much, you had two and then you bought another two and then you replaced two and you got everything in the right line, you know. Wiggy would always turn up the following year. He'd have a different vehicle. He'd have a new colour scheme. He'd have everything would be different. He'd never have the same. Hans would always have the same, more or less the same colour motocars for 15, 20 years. But Wiggy was every year a different colour. Everything. If it was a different colour green, even from Daytona, he used to help with all the stuff. Wiggy was always a step ahead. 11
right. Very, very classy. Got Mr. Glenn Cunningham here. He's just put Cocker, my childhood hero that I then had the honour to race against and become good friends with you over the years. Also helped me a lot with the bike setups, etc. in my early years, especially for the long tracks and grass tracks. He's got some damn good stories too. Hashtag the A-Team.
Yes, the A-Team himself. Yeah, they got Glenn and you, Baz. That's why they was called the A-Team. And then, of course, you had Scully on the other day. Scully did like a story from the A-Team because they used to do their little stopovers here, there, and whatever they used to do. There's a Roscoe man, the Cox man. And no, there's lots of stories to be told. I can't be going on all night telling stories about anything or some of the things, and some of them like missing flights or... lots of things happen when you're traveling the world regularly, you know, whether it be in a bus or, a van vehicle or jumping from an aeroplane and then finding the Copenhagen, and the connecting flight is not flying to Warsaw, so I've got to buy another ticket. This was speaking 6-7 o'clock in the morning with Gareth Parry from travel company up in Manchester, and change the sticker on your ticket and you got to fly on another plane and you'll be in Warsaw a bit later than expected. And then I'd have not a Fiat 127 delivered in Warsaw to pick me up to take me to Gdansk. I'd have a police chauffeur. I had that one time with the sirens going. Then I'm organised that for me.
Did you?
It used to take like 3.5 hours. And then one time they picked me up in, I don't know if it was a Mercedes or whatever vehicle it was, but with a police escort. So we done it just over 2 hours, flat out with the police, like, you know. Yeah. Another little story. Yeah, but not a sort of story that the A-Team Glenn wants to listen to. We're going to.
Yeah. He wants an X-rated one. He wants an X-rated one. Here you go. You got loads of legends on. I'm just going to go for a few of them quickly so that we can see. We got Colin Richardson. He's based over in Dubai. He's just put evening, Marvin. How are you doing, mate? From Dubai.
All well, mate. Thank you, Colin. Hope you're well.
Ash Tech's been on as well. Ashley Holloway, Cocker, top bloke, great rider.
Evening, buddy. I did.
Hope you're good, mate.
I apologise last time when I was down in Gdansk. I was going to pop in and see you, but I never actually went from Gdansk down to Big Gosh to meet my other friend. We actually just stayed up in Gdansk and spent our time around there. So sorry. Next time, Ash, I'll catch up with you somewhere, mate.
Don't forget he's a Swindon massive as well. Oh, I've got a story for you as well, Marv. When I won a British schoolboy title in the motocross over in the UK, Ashley was there. My mum brought him there to watch. So I keep telling him I was his first hero.
All right.
Right, there we go. We've got David Norris here. He's put, hello, fellas. Hey, Cocker. Is my bike still okay in Gdansk? He may not remember.
Evening, Floppy. No, the bike is not there. It's not going to be there. From that year that you left, if they sent you pictures and said it's going to be there, you must have known after that. They don't work like that in Poland. They'll just say it's gone missing. If you don't take it back, it's gone. No, I don't know.
Yeah.
I hope you're well, Dave. I still go back to Gdansk every year or every second or third year. I've been the last 2 years for the Zenonplek Golden Boy Trophy Memorial, all done by his son Christian Plek. He organises everything. I was there with Hans Nilsson this year. We was a double guest of honour. The year before I'd done it also with Jana Pedersen. So
nice.
2 years ago, fortunate to go and spend 5 minutes at Zenon's grave. So that was a bit of a lump in the throat because 6 years I rode for GKS, Bibjeja Gdansk. So yeah, that actually brought my career on hell of a lot as well, racing also in Poland on the big track.
Yeah. Enjoyed that part of it.
Different techniques, and you need to have very good equipment. You need to be fast, and you need to be focused. Of course, it's a lot harder now, but but then it was nice again to ride there every week. Very nice.
I think David and Matt there was basically saying that year you must have gone to Reading. That David Norris broke his leg while he was at Reading, though. Gavin, that's what they're saying when you went and replaced him there.
Dave, anyway, but sorry about your broken leg. Well, they hurt.
Yeah. And apparently, all the guys come on that said it was Bill Dorr was Pat's dad. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Bill Dorr.
Yeah, they won't let us down on here. They've got all the info. They love all the memories and all that.
I haven't watched all of your chats, Lee, but I don't know what one was the first one I watched. I watched Eric. I watched Bruce the other day. I watched a bit of Roscoe before I fell asleep. No, sorry, Roscoe. Well, nothing about what I had to get up and go to work. But it's good I can all catch up with them. I listened to a couple of hours with Yano. Hans is one I listened to. Some other one. I did listen to Nigel Crabtree. Listen to him. Also an hour or hour and a half with Dougie Wire. I have listened to it, but when I've got time, maybe I'll have to sit down and click through and decide which one I want to. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, if you're doing a bit of a job and it's a bit boring, if you're doing one of your jobs, have it playing in the background.
Yeah, it's good that we don't see each other anymore. I'm actually working in Sweden in the summer and in Thailand in the winter. I'm actually now back in England doing a new project at the moment, and I'm not able to be able to go everywhere around the UK and be able to see everybody. Like Dougie Wire, I know him, but I don't really know him that well, and but I know enough to shake his hand and have a chat with him for 5 minutes and stuff. And of course, Mark Lemon's up in Manchester, and there's lots of people everywhere. There's Roscoe in Swindon. That every time if I went to Swindon, I'd have to walk in the door and have a beer with him or something. But I don't get to see everybody. But I haven't been down a pool for, I don't know, if it was 5 or 6 years, not been able to get down there. I think it was the last time when I caught up with Dave Champion down there as well.
Oh, was it? In Poole, yeah.
So and it's
all you have to
come back into the country from Thailand and what my work schedule is, etc. I can't be all and everywhere all the time. I'm actually going this weekend, Sunday, to Iwade, which is only 40-minute drive for me. So I'll be there to watch the Mildnall and Oxford Chargers. They're down there. So I'll be down there on Sunday. And as I say, I might get up to Oxford on the 1st of September.
That'd be good. That'd be good. Yeah, I'd make the effort to go there if you was going to be there as well. That'd be cool.
Yeah, we keep in contact about it.
Yes, keep in contact on that then. So what number are you riding at for the Chargers?
8.
Oh, all right. Track reserve, when was the last time you had to go on a bike then, Marv?
The last time?
Yeah.
That was the 28th of May, 1998, Heat 6, about 7:45. Think about it. 28th of May, 1998, heat 6 about 7:45.
Hang on, I'm going to go on my comments because I know someone's going to say.
Right. That's when my career finished.
That's what I was going to ask you. I've got a question on for that, but we might as well get into it. Get into it now.
Yeah. So now we're on it. It was 28th of May, 1998.
So what exactly happened?
I then, it was against Kings Lynn. Gone out and won my first race, if I remember right. And then I was with Wiggy in my next race. Went to the first corner together, battling for the dirt because it was heavy. And I'd had a new frame and everything made that year with higher engine plates and a higher swinging footrest that actually went over the kickboard higher, stuck into the mesh fencing. The bike stopped immediately, catapulted me over the handlebar, snapped my femur right underneath the Renthal handlebars. That was the end of that. So I ended up going over the fence, and my then at the mechanic was Big John, the pie man down at Poole, 40 cent before. That's John Davis's old mechanic. He was at my side then, and DBR race team, Mr Ensville, he was there. Mikey from Germany was there, and I remember looking up and was Steve Pickering from Argon Welding, and they knew straight away it was bad because and I actually had that was when we started wearing the nylons. No, the nylon, not the Kevlar, the nylon. And you
remember that?
Looking up at me a little bit, So they give me the gas.
Yeah.
And I think I swore a little bit, a few odd words here and there. And I wanted a bit more gas in the ambulance, going to the hospital, and that was the end of my career. That's how it all stopped. And then I actually had a car accident nearly 15 months later. I did have problems with my bone trying to connect, so they actually removed the screw to aggravate the bone to try and build it up together, and that didn't really bind together very good. And then 15 months later, I had a vehicle accident and broke it again, and my pelvis in 6 or 7 places. So then I was getting on to the age of 36.
I was just about to ask that.
It was 34 when I crashed. So then I was going to be 36, and then trying to get fit and get back into a hungry mood of trying to come in to compete against the likes of the young boys coming up, and then Scott Nichols and stuff. It don't happen. So it was just then picking up the phone, speaking with all the sponsors, and thanking them all for the joyful years, and time to call it a day. And that was it. Then, of course, after the accident, it took me like nearly 3 months to get out of a wheelchair and do rehab. That was in Germany. So I had to learn how to walk again, and life goes on. Yeah, it's not very pleasant. Very similar to what Nicky Pedersen done last year, but I actually broke the femur again, whereas Nicky had broken the pelvis. And fair play to him. Fair play to Nicky for coming back. What he come back and achieved again this year from what went through last year. And Nicky's had a few bangs as well, and I thought
I think he's about my age as well, isn't he?
Yeah, I did expect him to call it a day now, but no, he's going. He's doing everything now, Nick.
I know, he's doing the team managing and riding as well, and
every league he can do.
Yeah, hopefully you're going to get him on here. He has said to me he would come on here, so I'm hoping to try and get him on here at some time.
Yeah.
Be good.
Well, there's an answer if you want to answer to anything. Frank from Denmark, who was the oldest Dane you rode against? I never rode against Nicky, but if anyone you ask that to anyone else that's rode with him, probably give you that.
Yeah.
Nicky, because he's a hard charging Dane.
Yeah,
There's
definitely.
Never.
No. What's Shane on about here? Look? He's put a bag of jelly babies.
Oh yeah, that's hello mate. Good evening, Shane. Yeah, he was on there before. He used to give them to me every week at Oxford.
Like a jelly baby.
In the van for the trip back to Canterbury, because it was like 3 to 3.5 hour drive back until I started being at Oxford and getting to know people and being invited to be able to stay over for the weekend, because as you said before, if we was at Swindon on a Saturday And then I was also doing guest bookings sometimes on a Saturday at Swindon, because that was one of my favourite tracks as well. So I used to stay over sometimes at Oxford on a Friday, or if we was at Cradley on a Saturday, or a couple of times I stayed up with who will be listening now, evening, and Andy and Jill Graham. They'll be listening, I'm sure. Yeah, they're very good friends of mine. Not seen them for years, but me and Andy get very well. And there we go. As we speak, there she is, you see.
She's like a second mum to me, old Jill, as well. So she's lovely.
Top family. And
they just put evening signals rubbish, but we'll catch up with it when we get back and enjoy your evening.
There you go. There you go. So no, that's and then I also stayed. If you remember, maybe you're a bit younger to know, that was Neil McCarthy. He was a junior at Oxford, Swindon at Oxford.
Yeah.
And he used to stay. Me and my dad used to stay with his parents. Roscoe will be up in a minute as well. Neil McCarthy.
Roscoe. What years was that?
Probably it would have been like sort of 86 time. Only if I was riding at Swindon.
Yeah. You did a few guests and stuff, didn't you? I see that.
Yeah,
I see some pictures.
Yeah, as I say, yeah, it was one of my good favourable tracks. So it was nice. And of course, many a times which we don't have so much now. Not many clubs in the league. Before then, you had Swindon, so it always raced on a Saturday, and then you've got the Scandinavians were racing in a World Championship qualification round, which was a practice on a Saturday, meeting on a Sunday, or an interleague with Denmark or something on the weekend. That was their first priority, you see. So it's quite often up there for a Swedish or Scandinavian rider. That's how I used to ride a few times at small meet as well, whether it be for Jan Anderson or Per Jonsson.
Because I sort of had a bit of a connection with Andy as well, because my dad's last year in '79, he raced with Andy Graham at Milton Keynes when Andy was just starting there, and obviously become their number one pretty quickly. And so it's been nice meeting up with them. They've come to all my motocross meetings and Andy's Road as well, and the Legends, and they come to my wedding as well, so it's really nice. So I've been meeting up with them quite a bit, so it's been really good. And I went up to Birmingham as well and watched his night.
Yeah, is it his daughter or is R. Allen's daughter that actually do the sidecars as well?
Oh yeah, his granddaughter. They always do on the quads as well. Gracie and a lot of the family do all the sidecars. I went and watched as well. It was really good. But yeah, so they're a lovely family, and like I said, Jill's pretty much a second mum to me, so she's been really nice. And
I know you was up there this year, and you went up for did you go up for the NEC and got something, or went up for some event?
Yeah, there was some and a night with Andy Graham at Birmingham. Yeah, that was really nice. Yeah, really good. We went there as a surprise as well, so they didn't know he was coming, so that was quite cool.
Nice.
Yeah. Right, I've got hundreds of questions, by the way. We are like miles behind what everyone's saying. I've just seen the man come on as well, Darren Wilson as well. Darren?
Spelling properly.
I know he's just spells it like. Hang on. Talking about that, there you go. Look, this is his boy.
There he is. There's our BWD.
That's it.
Shame. That was at Swindon.
So you really liked Swindon track as well then, Marv?
I loved it. Yeah, loved it. I was wanting it. Long straights, and 1 and 2 corner was tight and sort of come back again on itself. 3 and 4 was wide, more sweeper. But no, it was a fast track, very fast track. But that's a shame with young Bradley there, you know.
Yes.
And he come on leaps and bounds when he rode at Peterborough and Swindon, and now he's just not able to ride. He's peanut because of an average.
He did message me not long ago, Marv, and said that he's hopefully getting a better average thing going. He might be able to ride soon, so hopefully.
Yeah, well, he's not ridden now for 2 years, 3.
There you go. Yeah, I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, that's me and Darren in Darren stayed with me for a couple of years when I had my house up in Toaster. So that was sort of 90, 91. Then I went over and spent a couple of 3 months with him in New Zealand in the winter. Great times. Playing on jet skis and bikes and what else did we do? Crayfishing and barbecuing and your normal lovely things you can do in a hot climate every day, you know. Me and Darren got on very well. He helped me out for a few years with his hot suit racing suits. Classic stuff he made for me. I did send you some pictures up, so you probably got ready to push them in a minute. He was a genius with his fingers and his thought about doing things. It was good to work with him because I didn't really do nothing. I just give Darren the idea, and I just said, make me whatever color you want. And then I was lucky at the time I had Daytona Boots sponsoring me, so I could just send a picture to him or an email, and he'd make me boots of the same color. And I was also sponsored by Armili gloves down in Italy, so I could send them pictures and stuff. And I used to also design gloves for them as well. I designed boots also for Daytona, so I could actually get all the everything matched. And then I used to sometimes give a hat to my couple of helmets to a company down in France. Used to paint all the helmets up.
Yeah, they're nice as well, aren't they?
I think all used to look nice. All matching.
You always used to look cool. Yeah, you did look cool. I think.
Picture there, picture we got.
I was going to say that picture there is in the background's got it all on as well, isn't it? Yeah.
But you see, Darren just made that just out of the blue. It's just his own thought.
Awesome, isn't he?
The
great designs.
I had a purples for a few years. Then one time I see that Scott Goggles made a set of goggles with like flicks on. So I got them and spoke to Max Richards from Pegasus. I said, Max, some mud guards. Oh, right. I said, I want purple metallic with flicks like them. Oh, God, he said. So we ended up getting a paintbrush and just flicking the colours into them. That's how we made them.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I was only one ever to have them done. And
I
think it was the year after, Andy Smith had them done as well. He had them made by Starline. Andy, a lot of the time, Andy had white mud guards. So he had white and black with the flicks in and stuff as well, you know. But they're quite effective.
Did look good, didn't it? I'm just having a look down these comments. There's so many people on here, I can't keep up. But that's a good thing, Marv, because it means they're interested.
Good.
So Mr. Morris put, proud to have cheered Cocker in 84, I believe, to win the European Under-21 at Kings Lynn. I followed him ever since. Always a class guy and a tough rider.
Appreciate that, Dave. Yes. Well, I don't know what you'd have been doing up there that night. A long old drive to come up there and support me, but if you was, fair play to you. That was a nice night. That was it's one of my second or third nice biggest titles that started my career off properly, you know. I was a little bit lucky that night, to be honest. I didn't really know that I'd won it. We didn't properly know until the end because I'd won the semi-final down in Ravensburg in Germany. Then we went to Kings Lynn, and I had an engine failure in that heat, and I just finished the race to get the one single point. But the person that was my hardest, I was actually in front, but a spark plug broke down. So the person that actually won the race, we wasn't expecting to win, and the harder competitional rider that I had, he come second. So I don't know who it was at the time. So that 1 point gave me the title. But, spark plug that broke down on me.
Yeah,
so,
Dave will have to let us know why he was up there that night then. Glenn's mentioned as well about the femur, the worst injury to have as a spear rider. Same injury finished me, and I think Mark Laram did the same. We all thought we would race again, but the injury said no.
Yeah. That one of Mark Laram's, the same one. He was going down the back straight, and
Ipswich, wasn't it?
Ipswich, first race of the season. If I'm right in saying as well, Heat 1. No room down the middle of the back straight, and over he went. That was a femur. Finished.
I remember that. I was watching it on TV. I think it was on the TV.
There could have been.
Remember? I watched it, yeah. I've got Nigel Stevens. He's put, "Hi Lee, has Cocker kept any of his bikes or his race suits, and does he keep in touch with the sport?"
Sadly enough, Nigel, good evening. No, I didn't keep any. I wish I'd have done now. It would have been lovely to have kept them all from the first until the last. But no, I didn't keep any. And I wish I'd have kept, if it wasn't every race suit like boys do now, it would have been nice to have kept every helmet, because I had lots of helmets as well. Helmets that you can't even buy now. I actually had, I was very lucky when I first ever started my career. I had my godfather and sponsor, Peter Brown. He actually also made a lot of things a little bit, should I say, futuristic as well, like nice things other people weren't able to have and stuff. So I was very lucky there as well. And he actually had one helmet done for me one time. It was an open face, it was a black helmet, and he had MC on the side, which was gold leaf. It was done with gold leaf, and me number 11 on the back. And if you remember the face mask, the Barrafoldi.
So you had one of them as well?
3 little poppers on the front there, didn't it?
Oh yeah.
Or like a little big pair of red lips in the middle.
Yeah, I remember them. Yeah. Didn't when it did one of the Louis? Didn't Louis have it as well? I think.
May have done. Not sure.
John Louis, I think. John Louis. Yeah, I remember them. Bloody hell! Love to see one of them now as well.
No, I didn't keep anything, but no, it would have been nice.
Right.
Lots of sets of leathers and stuff lined up. In fact, that was evening, Marky boy, and Hayley.
Just put, "Hi Marv, I've been waiting for Val to pop her head in."
No, Mum's sitting in the other room.
YouTube.
Sitting in the room with Gwen. They're sitting in there and
hello, Mum, as well.
Yeah.
Proper legend for her son there. Woo.
Mark, I still keep in contact with Mark. He's a lot younger than me, but he used to be a neighbour of ours, living opposite. So as a nipper, he used to come over and start cleaning the bikes and helping out and everything. Like when you're starting off, or even when you get professional, you need people behind you helping you all the time. I had a local trials rider, Kevin Morfitt. He used to travel around with me. I had Gary Laker. He travelled around with me and helped me a lot. I had Knocker, the stud. I had Fat Stan. He was with me. And you just need boys to travel around with, not when you don't have a full-time mechanic. And when you do have a full-time mechanic, if he's going away for the weekend, you still need someone to be helping you Saturday night at Coventry or Cradley on a Saturday night. You need... It's, again, you can say a team. You need boys around you helping, and when you come back, that'd be nice if the bikes were clean, ready for the other mechanic to put them back together, or the mechanic that's helped you clean them and put them back together. I had many mechanics at Oxford. I had Webby, he's listening now, and Paul Fitzell, he helped me out for a while, and people everywhere. If I miss anybody, I apologise, but there was many people helped me out everywhere.
There you go. We've got Thomas here.
He's put,
he's put, "Hi Cocker. Hi Cocker. Mitch from Munich says hi. Remember the tie 2003 season. Keep it upright, buddy."
Yeah, that's it. Evening, Thomas. Mitch. I met him out the blue.
Did you?
He recognised me down in Phuket in Thailand, and we hooked up and
wow,
keep in contact. Yeah.
That's mad, isn't it? That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
that is cool. I like that. I got Paul Renault here. He's just put, "Hi Paul. I have many memories of Cocker. I remember going to Rye House versus Paul in an interleague match. Cocker gated with Martin Goodwin and up his exhaust for 4 laps. I used to like the yellow and purple race suit too."
Thank you. Good evening, Paul. Yeah, I remember. I've actually got that on a DVD here as well. That's from Rerun Productions.
Have you?
So I've got that on DVD. He was behind me the whole time, but he never actually got past me. That's the difference as well. But no, I remember the Heat 1. It was very bit patchy and overwatered and grippy and slippery, and yeah, weren't too that special at first. And of course, again, I'd not been back at the track since leaving in 1983. And when you go back to your old track, you want to perform even better, you know. So it was a bit of pressure on me.
Of course.
So it turned out a good day. Yeah.
Not sure this is. I've got this question down as well. I'm not sure it is, but I'll ask it from them as well, whoever that is, so the fan will know that they've used their question. Marvin, who was your favourite rider to ride with, team ride with? I gather they mean as well.
I think that I can only say Hans. Was it? We was good together as 1 and 2. Very good. Providing I was next to him. We didn't often get beat if I was with him. You know, we had a lot of 5-1s at the time. We had a good. We actually won a pairs meeting together down in Reading.
I think I got a picture of that somewhere.
Pairs meeting. We done another best pairs meeting in Wimbledon, but I had a good night. I think I got 10 or 12 or 13 points or something. Hans didn't. No, he only got about, I think 6 or 8 points or something. You let me down that night. Yeah.
Letting you down.
That night was won by Jeremy Doncaster and John Cook. It was very muddy and wasn't that pleasant. Yeah, he didn't, and that's very unrare for Hans not to have a good meeting. It was just, you know, he was a machine, a point scoring winning machine. You know, not only in England, it was just everywhere. Incredible. You know,
I remember us like severely celebrating at Swindon if you got to beat him in one race at any point.
Yeah, you know, if you see him got beat in one heat, you know, it's very rare, very rare.
Yeah.
There was always good times that he had with certain riders that were extreme battles. Obviously with Eric, Sam Ermolenko, he always give him a good chase, whether it be at Oxford or Wolverhampton. I see a couple of occasions Lee. Neil Evans come down with Halifax and Bradford and beat him round at Oxford in Heat 1.
He was a good rider as well, wasn't he? British champion as well, wasn't he?
If you got in front of Hans in Heat 1 and everybody, you could sit round the pole line on the white line. No one's going to normally pass. But he could come in. He was extremely fit and strong, and he knew how to ride the bike. He could actually come in and sit right behind the pass. One mistake, and he'd be through. That would be it. You'd only have to give him that 10 inches, and he'd make a gap. He'd be through there. Yeah, Neil, top good friend of mine as well. He is as well. Not many people like Neil with how he is, but I used to get on very well with him. We got we're the same age, grew up with the under 21 scene and everything else, and it was actually Neil. Thanking Neil now, it was Neil that took me to Bradford in 1990. Yeah, he gave me a call in 89 and just said, "How's things? What you up to?" And your career's slowly going down, mate. You haven't stepped up the ladder over the last couple of years. And of course, then I've got Hans in front of me. I've got Simon Wigg in front of me. The young Martin Dugard was coming up. He was pressing. And I was just getting shadowed down. I was then like only, if it was a third or even maybe then a fourth heat leader, you know. And Neil said, "You've got to get out of there. You've got to get out of it. You need to change your track. What about going to Bradford? Are you interested?" I said, "Let me think about it." I called him back in a couple of hours. I said, "Yeah, that's a good idea, Neil. There you go." I said, Neil, I think that's a good idea. So he said, I'll put the word in for you. And he said, "Can I forward your number?" I said, "Yeah." So then Alan, you had Alan and Bobby, the two brothers. I only ever had conversation with anything with Alan. Of course, I acknowledged Bobby and spoke with them about everything. But all the if I wanted to know if the fixture was going to be changed or this or that, it was always communication with Alan. So that actually changed my career to go to Bradford in 1990. Yeah, and that
good team there, isn't it? Good team.
Yeah, that took me from, I don't know if I left Oxford with a 6.5 point average to then up. I went straight to number one and put 9 or 10 point average. Excellent. Again, what I said before, I got excitement to better go there and ride every week, you know. get a good home track advantage. You know, if you had good power in your bike and speed, and you could go fast. There's my old mate Avi. We had some great meetings together, great times, and we had some silverware for the club as well. I can't remember all the trophies that we won for the club, but in that short period of time, we won 2 or 3 that year. So the club, I had a great time again, and I had to leave there because there was something going on that I had no control of. I had to. I was still then on the Oxford books. Craig Boyce was going from Poole to Oxford, and I had to go to Poole. With lengthy conversations with Alan, he said, "I can't do nothing about it, mate. It's not in my hands." So again, I was moved on without wanting to having to leave Bradford, because I was willing to stay for definitely another 1 or 2 years. But when I left, Wiggy called me straight away and said, "Oh, they've been on the phone to me. What do you think about it?" I said, "Wiggy, great place." The only problem is the 2.5-hour drive up every week, the 2.5-hour drive back again, and up at 5 o'clock in the morning to Germany on a Sunday from Poland. That was the worst part about it. But to go there on a Saturday and race around there every night, every Saturday.
Look forward to it. Yeah, you look forward to it.
Great big pits, always well prepared track. Now look, there's old Freshie there, the old mate. Everyone knows Freshie. Rest in peace. One with a yellow hat there. He followed me.
Oh, right, yeah. Yep.
Bit of a legend, the old Freshie. Yeah. He's a good old boy.
I think everyone said, didn't they? Because the rugby club and all that there, wasn't the changing rooms were one of the nicer ones around as well and stuff like that. Someone
on the other side. Massive change rooms. Yeah.
God, there's so many questions on here. I'm actually going back trying to catch up with the peoples that I've missed, because I feel
God. Time anyway. Not working tomorrow.
So Graham said, Graham Gray highly asked Marvyn, did he think Bradford was one of the best tracks? I think he's pretty much said that was definitely one of his.
Yeah. Pretty much. If it wasn't, I thoroughly enjoyed it every week riding around. I loved it, actually. Loved it. As I said before, also I liked Sheffield. I liked Kings Lynn. I liked Swindon.
Bigger tracks.
But to actually have a race jacket on and ride for Bradford, I'd say that was my best. I enjoyed going to Poole when I first went there in 91. That was good. That was on the bigger track. That was good.
The bigger one before,
Yeah, the bigger one. That was good. Then they changed it. That was also good, but which is the same track they ride on now. But I preferred the big one. That was also banked. Turn 3 and 4, you had to run out by the fence and everything, you know.
Watch the coverage. Yeah, it does look good.
But I think Bradford was one of my favourites, if not the top.
Not sure who this is because there's no name on it, but they put Mr. Martin, great to see you, buddy. I will never forget the time the boys crashed the van and you come and save the day. Love you, bro. So I don't know if you know who that is.
No, it'd be nice if he had his
name. Yes. Hopefully they'll come back on. I'll see if they come back on. And Dave just put here, top class professional, meticulous in detail for cleaning and preparation of all your racing equipment, and the bikes were presented like new for every meeting. So talented, so fast on Speedway, grass track and long track always. Magic days at Oxford, bud. League and Cup, Knockout Cup winners 1985. That was great times as well, wasn't it? At Oxford with your winning.
Yeah, a lot of silverware come back to Oxford. A lot of. That's the first year I went there. That was Preston Practice Day Cross. That was back in '84. Look, we got. Nigel Sparshot, he's sadly not with us now. Ian Clark, he still rides on the grass track, or he's had a comeback, should I say. He still lives in, he does the one, they call it the 140cc class. So he rides.
Yeah.
There's Nigel Diaz. He's a local Brackley lad. I actually done some grass track in the early career with him as well, because same age, Jerry, you see.
Yeah. So it was a really successful time for you, wasn't it, when you were down in Oxford for sure?
Oxford was the best club to be in at the time, wasn't it? We was the best because we basically won most things. We had also Craigley was also strongest competitors to us, and Coventry. Then you had the good local derbies, which were with where you are now in Swindon, and the local derby with Reading.
Reading.
Easter times when we had Swindon, Reading, and and Oxford together. Yeah, that's
Oh, I know, mate. Miss all that. Miss all that. Good
some great
pictures.
stuff. Great pictures, yeah. Yeah, that'd been press and practice day as well there, because no helmet cover. Even though you had a yellow helmet, you still had to wear a helmet cover. So nowadays it's better when they can have their own personalised helmets.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I was just who was that? Who just spoke to me? Someone I just missed as well. I got Rob the old mongoose on YouTube's put, what is your opinion of the current crop of GP riders and who's your favourite at the moment? Ooh.
Well, the current crop is there because they are the best in the world. And if someone's not there, it's only because they wasn't able to be able to qualify from the qualification round if they went out from last year, and not able to qualify. They're obviously in it again this year, but you've got the best of the best in there. When you watch it, they are. How can I say? It's a bit. Sometimes when you watch the track, it can be a little bit slick and not a bit boring, and then it can get better. And then I think some tracks shouldn't be there. They could be using another track, but that's how it is. We can't change that. It's all down to the governing bodies of Discovery and the FIM and everything else. But from what Ollie Olsen introduced back in 1995 to where we are now, and it's only still going forward. You know, it's fantastic for the sport. Really good, really, really good.
Got to somebody on YouTube. He's put, I have a pair of Cockers BGM leathers hanging up in my garage from Jeff.
All right, okay. On you, Jeff. I don't know which ones they were. I had quite a few pairs as well. So,
yeah.
Even Cunningham, he was he come over. He reminded me about it as well. You know, he come over at the end of 1990 when you see him advertised somewhere or heard it through the grapevine that I was selling the grey ones. So we come over and he had them off me, and then I think he sold them on to someone like there was a young grass track kid as well. I can't remember his name. He took them off Glen after as well, like, you know. So yeah, there'll be race suits everywhere.
Yeah, maybe you'll get some back one day. Maybe someone will do that.
Maybe.
That'd be
it's
nice.
Still nice bringing up somewhere anyway, even if they're
yeah,
not.
that's it. Got Marv. It's 40 again. How great a bloke was Ian Barclay, and how good was the Ace of Aces? Excuse me.
Didn't really have much to do with him. He's a very nice person to speak with and everything. I know he started helping Andy Smith for quite a few years.
Oh yeah, okay.
Europe and stuff, and of course I had the phone call most years to have the opportunity, should I say, to be invited to go to Ace of Aces, because as Scully was saying a week ago, that's a picture there as we talk. There's the midget there.
Good timing.
That's taken down in Oxford. That was Abingdon. I don't know what it's called, the grass track down there every year. But no, to have the invite to go to the Ace of Aces, that was one hell of a meeting. And the midget man there, right, for him to win it 6 times. I don't know how many times Wiggy won it, but I know Scully won it 6 times. That's hell of an achievement, you know. And then you had the lineup. You had Cole Meyer. You had the best from the UK, and then you had all the foreigners as well. If you made the final, you'd be happy. If you was in the top 10 or 12 to make the final, you'd be happy that you made the final. If you made the rostrum, you'd be happy even more so to make the rostrum. But if you actually won it, then to win it 6 times, fair play to you, Scully. Fair play.
Did you enjoy all that side of things, the long track and the grass track? Did you enjoy that side, Mark?
Yeah. I enjoyed the grass tracks. I enjoyed the long tracks. I enjoyed racing the long track. more than the grass tracks because there's my old mechanic there, Mickey on the right, and Vicey there on the left. That's don't know where that one is.
Let's get it back. Let's get it back.
That's on a grass
Sorry.
track somewhere. Yeah,
Yep.
there's Vicey on the left, helped me out for many years. Mickey Moster there on the right hand side, travelled with me kilometre after kilometre after kilometre everywhere. That's in Herxheim. That's a World Long Track final as well. That is there. But the 1,000-metre long track was good to ride on. Of course, if you're in front and you're fast, because you're doing 160 kilometres at the end of the straight, 100 miles an hour. So it's a buzz. Very, very. Yeah. Marianne Skilasny. Of course, you got plenty of pictures there, Lee. Plenty of them.
Trying. I'm trying.
I did send you quite a few, as much as I could from my
I know.
I could have sent you too many, and then you'd have got mixed up with which ones you wanted to put in. Oh yeah, that's one. There's 3 Germans there.
Yeah.
An English German in the middle there.
That's it.
Yeah, that was when I can bring that comment up as well. There, that was
Go on.
A lot of people upset then because that's 1993 when I'd just taken out the German license. And what Scully brought up a week ago when he was on the interview with you, he was saying that from the German nationality, you can only have 2 Germans qualify for the long track final. That was the semi-final in Muldorf.
Okay.
And Riss on the day had a maximum, but he had 1 engine failure. So I actually top point scored on the day. So I won the meeting. Carl Meyer was second. That's Carl to my left. Gerd Riss was third because otherwise he would have won the meeting and I would have been second and Carl Meyer wouldn't have qualified. But sadly enough, Gerd, I think he was then, if he'd won it twice or 3 times world long track champion, I come along and upset a lot of people because taking out a German license, only 2 could qualify for Schiesel. That was sorry, that's not 93. That was in 96 that was there. That's 96. Okay. Yeah, and the final was in Schiesel. So Gerd wasn't able to be able to be there.
But yeah, again, that didn't go down well then.
Yeah, no, it didn't go down well. So there was a lot of talk about having the German license and everything, and it's all wrong. Yeah. But I never made all the laws and the rules, and now you've got other riders riding with different licenses and everything else. Rory Schleiny's riding on an English one, and you see that
he rode in the British finals and that, didn't he?
He got banned a couple of days ago. I didn't know that he was on an ACU license.
No, I didn't know that either.
No.
All goes on now, doesn't it?
It's a bit strange as well. How does it actually work? I know Steve Boxall, he's a young local lad here as well. He's from Surrey, Steve.
Yeah, I know him. Yeah, he's come back again, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's up at Berwick. But he went to Kent and refused a drug test. Well, if you refuse, you're positive. That's it. There is no doubt about it because you're going to fail it. Now you've got Nick Morris refused.
I didn't even know what happened with that. Yeah, I just see that. It says a 2 or 3 year ban, isn't it?
Got a 2-year ban and £1,500 fine and something else. But I'm not sure if that is harsh enough, really. If you take a drug test and you're positive, okay, then you fail it. You can appeal against it for whatever reason. Then they can detect nowadays exactly what you've smoked, sniffed, or taken. And with Nick, he hasn't had a blood test, he hasn't had a urine test, so we don't know what as he took, or it's a bit strange.
But no idea.
I don't know if it's enough only to have a 2-year ban, to be honest, because what was he taking?
I nearly did his interview not long ago as well.
Okay.
So I don't know if he'd come on and do an interview or what. I don't know. Maybe I'll speak to him and see what he says. See what went down.
Cool, that's an old one, mate. That's an old one. That's 1983. That is. That's actually the silver helmet there.
Yep. Remember that?
That's a silver helmet. I had that for you really have to ask Carl Fiala that. I think I had that for about 5 or 7 meetings.
Mhm.
I actually lost it to Nigel Sparshot.
Did
Bernard
it?
Crapper, Bernard Crapper and his merry men, John Payne, they
Yeah.
come down to Rye House, and Sparshot took it off me at the end of the day. I had it for a few meetings. I can't remember who I took it off, but
Yeah.
I actually took it off one time. I think I'd lost it, then got it back again, and then it was actually done on the highest point score, similar to the golden helmet. And then I went down and defended it after having it on the Sunday at Rye. I defended it also down at Exeter on the Monday against the young teenager sensation. Then his name was Keith Millard, the Flying Keith
Uh,
Millard. Yeah. So yeah, that's
Because
that a few.
was there money involved in that then? Was there money involved in that then, Mark? Because I remember my Uncle Martin, I know he had the golden helmet back in the 70s, and he had it for quite a while. And then basically, because he ended up with it for the winter period as well, he ended up being paid whatever it was that you had the helmet. He had it, he got paid
Can't
all
remember.
winter as well.
Can't remember. Can't remember if you want £50 for retaining it. God, that's
Yeah.
an early one. So what's that? 80. That's 81. That's an early one. 81, 82, probably 81 there. No, yeah, it would have been 81. The Kingsgrays leathers, black and white checks there. They were highwayman leathers. Most people had them in them days.
Yeah.
Another set of well, them leathers were made. They're down at Sportac. Cross. I had some leathers. Had some sets. That's a good that was as well. I had a couple of those helmets via Pete that got them for me from Ron Preston. Pete
Oh,
kindly
yeah.
went up, introduced himself, and said, "Cool, I'd like to buy a couple of them helmets. I know you're sponsored by them, and I'm willing to pay them. Can you bring me a couple over?" Yeah, okay, man. Sort that out. So that was one of the best helmets ever, fitted helmet I ever used, and with
Was
an
it?
alloy. Yeah,
Was it?
excellent. Yeah. And there's 84. That's the Anglia Junior League Championship I won up in Milton Keynes. Yeah.
Milton Keynes, was it?
Yeah, Milton Keynes. Yeah.
What did you think of that track as well then?
I like that one as well, actually.
Mm.
Again,
You
that
liked
was
it?
long straight and tied to corners. It was a bit rough up there sometimes when we went up there, a bit dusty and bumpy. And when you've done a few years beforehand on the grass tracks and bumps and holes and mud, and you don't worry about it, just get on with it, you know.
Yeah.
You didn't do that. You went to a grass track, it didn't matter how long the grass was or how wet it was, the meeting just went ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, look, Norris said fresh was what Speedway lacks today, the character.
Yeah, remember Freshy. Yeah, I see the 18 Glenn put it up before there, Freshy. He was a bit of a legend, he was. He's passed away. He was just a special, happy, go lucky, friendly, and every used to turn up with purple baggy joggers and a white t-shirt and the sunglasses. Yeah, it's like he just said, it's a character. It's what's needed around.
Yeah, 100%. Keith Johnson just said, "Hi, Lee and Marvin. Sorry I'm late, but just come in. You can catch up with any of this afterwards as well. No problem at all." Then it got Duncan Pemberton just said, "Cocker, if there was one rider you wouldn't send a Christmas card to, who would it be?" Or is there a few?
I'm not going to say names. I'm not going to say names on it. I know that's what you want me to say names, but I'm not going to say names. But I had certain riders always had good tussles with. Always had good hard riding with Jimmy Nielsen. Some good hard races with Per Jonsson. Had some good close races also with very older experienced rider also from Reading, Jan Anderson. No, there was always, okay, I can say Swindon and Reading because we often raced against each other regular when I was at Oxford, you know. But there wouldn't be any rider that I dislike to that I wouldn't send a Christmas card to, that no one sends cards now anyway. But there's no that I've never not really gotten on with, you know.
Andy Phillips as well. It's just come on. Hi, Andy. He's put definitely. I remember him at Wolves and that as well. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
he's put definitely one of the most underrated riders ever.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, it's nice to hear. Nice to see that you're on there checking in on me, Andy. Hope you're well, mate.
Yeah,
He finished his career for whatever reason, I don't know, very quickly. I know he started up at Wolves, and he come down with us down at Poole in 1991. I think he went back to Wolves as well, because he come down at Poole with Wolves and beat me. He remembers that. He'd probably put a comment on there.
yeah.
Number one jacket on, and I think, if I'm right in saying, Andy was a reserve, and he come down there and beat me. Fair play. No, that's hope he's well.
Yes, thanks for coming on, Andy. Someone's put Dalton Barracks Cocker.
Doesn't ring a bell. I know it because Dalton Barracks is 15, 25 minutes away from Oxford Stadium, over that way.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
Shane said as well, Marvyn beat Eric for the golden helmet.
Yes, I did. That was a good one back in 1996. That was, yeah. I'd had it then, and Eric come down there for Cradley for the league fixture, and then we had a good battle. I actually passed him from behind on the 2.5 or 3 laps, so
Did
it
you?
was joy for me. Yeah, he was then the current world champion. It was a bit of a
Special,
ego,
wasn't it?
you know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, I had a golden helmet for 7 or 8 times, and Bobby Schwartz.
Nice. That was cool as well, wasn't it? That was a cool concept as well. People enjoyed that, didn't they, Marv?
Yeah. As I say, I had done Chris Morton from behind on the last corner at Hyde Road on the big one. I lost it to Carl Blackbird. He took it off me at
Did you?
a few weeks later. Yeah. But no, it was good. You know, when we used to have the main event and you had second halves, or if you had that, you know, I don't really know what we can actually do now to bring the sport back up again, to get it to the level like it was all them years ago, and bring the public back in again. It's, you know, when used to go to Poole and there was like 2,500 people per meeting plus. I know they only get like now 700 to 1,000 or something like that. I was told. You know, it's sad, you know, but I don't really know how you can bring everyone back again. Bringing the helmet or golden helmet match race is not going to bring another 1,000 people on the seats every week, you know. But things like that need to be brought back in again, and match races, and even there's not even the major open meetings what they used to have before. You used to have the golden blue ribbon at Poole. You had the Monmore Green. They used to have one at. Then you had
Olympic, wasn't it? Olympic, was it Olympic?
Yeah, you had one at Sheffield. I won that one time as well. The Northern Riders Championship, and then
golden hammer.
I've had a individual one, and
everywhere, wasn't it?
Now basically it's only league, and that's it. I don't really know what the answer can be to get it all back like it used to be. You know, I know Oxford have a good crowd following there, but when I was back there when we was peaked, should I say, 86, 88, the club, 85 to 88, something like that. There must have been 5,000-6,000 people in that stadium every week. You know, people, whoever's, you know, like Anne Booker. I see Anne come up there before. She was on the gate, and she's been going there for many years and still going there and stuff. You know, there must have been 5,000 or 7,000 there every week. You know, people used to actually come down from Reading's 45 minutes away, Swindon's 45 minutes, so they come down and watch a local derby with Coventry, because it was always going to be a needle with Coventry down there, or Cradley, or, you know.
Yeah. She has actually been on earlier as well, because I saw her saying, be good to see you if you come to Oxford, she said.
Yeah. My plan at the moment is to maybe get up there for the 1st of September. That's my plan. So
even Glenn Cunningham said he'd try and get there for that as well.
He will.
We've got Robbie here. He's put hi. Please tell us about your Roy House days. Who was the characters? Who was the villainous opposition?
Oh, right. Okay. Roy House Days, great. That was my start of my whole career. It all actually started from Saturday afternoon practice sessions at Hackney, and then back, play around cleaning the bike on a Sunday, and then back up to Highway, which is only 40 minutes up the road on a Sunday. That's where it all started with me, with the boys at Hackney helping me. And then at Highway, it was Barry Thomas and Ivor Thomas.
Yeah.
And that's how my career started from then. And then I was approached. I actually had a bit of help when I first started with Kevin Smith's father, Jimmy. He helped me from the junior grass track scenes, and then he helped me on the Speedway from the beginning, because we didn't know what you could buy a Speedway bike, but you didn't know how to take a clutch off or clean a carburetor. Didn't know what to do, you know. So being that Jimmy, Kevin's dad, had helped Kevin for 3 years, he then moved from Canterbury down to Poole in 84. So I was lucky that he could help me out for a few years and put me on the right tracks of knowing what to do, because when you don't know what to do when you start, unless you've got someone that's done it behind you. So I was lucky with Jimmy to be able to do that for me. As I said before, I was lucky with Peter Brown, that bought me the first ever bike from Bo Peterson. And then he also purchased another engine from Carl Fiala, which Carl always reminds me about.
Yeah.
He never had any, brand new it was.
Was it?
Know, because Carl finished his career from 1 year to the next. In 1980, at the end of the season, he was top average rider. He was
saw that.
Average rider in 1980 would have been up there with Joe, Tom Owen, and all them sort of boys.
Yeah,
and then he just called it a day, and that was it. And so the engine was brand new, so responsible for me as well. And that's all where the career started from there, you know.
Got the boys were just saying that Glenn said and Barry said that the grass track was at that Dalton Barracks in Abingdon that we were.
Oh right, okay, yeah.
That's what it was. That's what.
Come up there as well. Someone put up there about Cole Blackbird beating Hans Nielsen.
Yeah, that's it. 3 times in one night.
In one night, he come there with Ipswich, or was it Bellevue?
I'm sure they'll know.
I'm not sure if it was Ipswich or Bellevue, but he beat Hans 3 times in one night, and in one race he passed him from behind around the pits corner.
Jesus,
3 times
did he?
in one night. Yes.
What was can you remember what Hans was like?
Oh, it was good then. Hans was never not good, and he come then there on a GM when they first more or less come out. They wasn't out long. Okay, it might have been a year or not a year or a year and a half after that, but no, he blitzed. I think he got 18 point max. Done in 3 times.
Yeah, what I meant was, can you remember what was Hans's reaction to get beat 3 times at home? Then he must have been.
I was a little bit further down the pits, and we weren't 1 and 2 then, so I didn't really.
Oh right, okay, so you didn't see the reactions, yeah. Yeah. Probably better off that one. Oh, apparently it was Bellevue. Rich just said.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, so I was right, Bellevue or Ipswich. There you go. Richard knows it. Probably Richard's a Bellevue supporter then, obviously, does he?
Let us know, Rich, if you're what you support. A few of the guys were saying I said about the they used to do the Golden Hammer, didn't they? At Cradley. Someone's just mentioned here. Always Smiley, the 16 lapper at Ipswich.
Yeah, the other one at Arena. Was it 20 or 21 lapper they done at one time?
I think there's still some on YouTube now of the Ipswich one and stuff like that.
Yeah, 16 lapper.
I didn't know about the Arena one.
Yeah, the famous Phil Crump, he was the specialist at that. Hans won it once or twice as well. Yeah.
I think the one I seen on YouTube, there was about 3 or 4 reruns.
Yeah. I finished it. I done 5 heats and 2 reruns in the 5 heats. Then I finished the 16 laps and got 4th. But it's hard. Yeah, strenuous that one.
Quite a long one, that one. It got Kevin Smith as well.
Oh, yeah, Kevin himself. There you go. Look.
Yes. Hi,
Yeah.
Martin. He goes at Paul versus Oxford a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, he was at Paul v Oxford a couple of weeks ago. I think Roscoe was there as well.
2-100 at Paul versus Oxford a couple of weeks.
Does he mean that's the gate? Does he mean that's how many people were there, maybe?
Excuse me, mate. Yeah, 2,100. That's how many people. That's a good crowd then. Obviously,
that was good, yeah. Yeah, that was good.
You got Paul, and then you got Oxford, which is only, what, hour and a half, 2 hours max, hour and a half probably, down the road, and they're top of the league at Oxford. So, yeah, good
yes,
to go.
so that would have brought the crowd in, yeah.
As I say, years ago, you used to have a lot more than that, but I know the crowds have gone down everywhere.
Because Glenn was just sort of surmising, saying about Speedway just needs the characters back, like back in the day. All riders are just like robots these days, and they don't mix with the fans in the bar after the meetings, etc. Because that used to be quite a thing as well, didn't it? That used to be quite a thing.
That was the first priority after the meeting. Load up and Booker, bless her. That's what her job, or not her job was. That's what she kindly done for us. We'd go in the changing room. There would be a dozen, 15 rolls there with ham and cheese for the riders. This is how it was. There was some water or cans of fizzy drink or whatever there was. You'd have your shower, you'd have a roll, and then that's where you go. You used to go up to the bar, have a beer or two, mingle with everyone, talk with everyone, communicate with people, and if you were lucky also, get a good connection with someone that was willing to sponsor you or help you out in any way. Now it's not like that. They don't do that anymore.
No, they're gone, aren't they?
Yeah, like he said, they're robots. They just do the meeting, get back in the van and go home, get up in the morning, fly off to another country or vice versa and go back again. No, it doesn't happen like that anymore. It's not.
It's definitely a thing if like you said, that mixing in with the fans thing, like you said, you get potential sponsors sometimes, and obviously like the fans just love to be near their heroes, don't they? So it's a big thing.
Even then, years ago, you didn't have cameras and stuff then much. People got a phone. Now, what's the first thing? Bang! It's a selfie.
Yeah.
And it was to mingle with the riders and have a chat and meet the family and talk, and that's how it was. That's just how it was. But it's not like that anymore. It's not.
No. And by the way, when we meet, we'll be doing both. We'll be chatting and selfieing.
Yep.
Can't miss that opportunity. Got to have evidence, Marv.
Yeah, I didn't finish off what was on there before about whatever his name was before. Talking about Rye House when he said about my memories and likable people, characters, and villains.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, go on.
For the 3 years. Well, the likable person, of course, and also a villain was who I rode with, Kelvin Malarkey. So Barney's listening now.
Yeah.
And Barney was also a character, but not a villain. He was a hard, tough rider. He was, Hang on. Yeah, Penny just said, yeah, we were lucky when we had all the good years in the sport. Yeah.
100%, mate. 100%.
Yeah. But no, they're not really villains, but they was characters. With Barney Kennett not being at Canterbury and grabbing someone by the neck and putting them up against the pit wall and putting them back down again and said, get back on the other side. That was all part of it. When it happened, a little bit of a scuffle on the track, everyone used to swarm to the pits to check out because you could look in the pits at Canterbury.
Yeah.
And see what the pour-up was going to be,
Yeah.
That's what it was all about. Of course, when you had the Barney, Big Barney, and then Kelvin was always that one that was getting ready to clip someone to take them off, or they was in the way, or he'd fall down and try and get reinstated into the heat or whatever. That was all what it was all about, like gamemanship sport at the time,
Yeah, Robbie's just put that Calvin was hilarious, made us all laugh so often.
Yeah.
I remember him as how he was. Yeah, I remember Rob Grant.
He was a hard one.
Yeah. I've seen the videos of that.
I didn't have race with him too much, but I know he was a hard one. He was from Berwick. Yeah.
I got someone was saying that the pits are on the back straight now, Cockers at Oxford, so you can't get so many people in there now.
Yeah, because we was actually before under the tunnel. So if any scuffle happened in the pits there at Oxford,
Yeah, you
you
missed
can never
it. Damn.
because you have the home team here and the away team the other side. So
Yeah. I remember that. But it was quite cool though. That sort of had some sort of weird mystique, didn't it, about going in that tunnel and in and out. And
underneath the tunnel, yeah.
yeah,
But
gladiators coming out.
yeah.
Mm. But like you said, I think there's a few things. Someone mentioned this the other day, which was a really, really good point. I think Oxford are doing really good. They brought the track back. Obviously, everything's new. Even the pits over the back straight, Marv, I didn't know if you knew this, but they like let all the fans go in there pre-meeting for an hour or whatever. And,
yeah. And
great
I don't know
stuff.
if they're allowed in there from 4:30, 5 o'clock for only 1 hour and 1 hour. That's it. They can have
That's
a
it.
picture with a rider on the bike, or if the rider allows them to sit on the bike, have a little communication with them, and then disappear. Yeah, first come, first serve.
Definitely the way forward. So that was very good when I went there. I thought that was really good.
Yeah.
Someone was saying, Marv, this is an interesting one. Someone was saying, like, it's not like you needed a punch up every week to get the crowd in, but things like that, like a little bit here and there doesn't. Then some people used to say that they would like tell the riders, encourage them to get on the phone and argue with the ref and do all this for the crowd and things like that. And someone was saying that ever since you're not allowed to move at the start at all, they'll touch the tapes. There used to be quite a lot of pizzazz around that and a bit of, all stuff going on. So that used to entertain everyone as well.
Many years ago, I don't think it was that expensive. Many people smash phones up, 20 or 30 pounds to get fined. It's just one of them used to get smashed up. That was it. Yeah. And it wasn't on TV. It was just the riders were upset about the decision from a referee. But it's much better now that you've got, when you watch a TV event, you've got cameras on all different angles. So, of course, everyone's got their own decision if it's right or wrong when an incident happens. But normally the ref is 9.9% right out of 10, most times. It's very difficult. If he's got to push that button and he's got to look and make that decision, everyone's going to have their own opinion about it. But normally, you can come to your own decision. He's normally pretty much right. The same with this. You say the World Team Cup with Nicky. Nicky's got to defend his rider and everything. But at that time with that Rasmus Jensen, to me, he had overlocked and spun it round and got a clip from the dirt deflector.
Yeah.
And I think the referee thought exactly the same. And I think everybody else that's listening now thought the same as well. Of course, Nicky's got to defend his rider and speak up for him. That's his job.
Yeah, of course it is, yeah.
Rider team manager on the play.
Yeah. Paul's just put, did Cocker ever ride Long Eaton much? Great racing, looked quite bumpy.
Enjoyed it there as well, actually, Paul. Only went there on a couple of occasions. I think it was only maybe 3 times. Maybe I went there with Ryehouse, would have been, all them years ago, when it was the Long Eaton Invaders. Always a bit hard. And yes, it was always bumpy, but I always remember on the outside, you always had the cars lined up with, they could sit on the bank and stuff and watch the meeting. And I also went there back in 1996 when it was an amalgamation of leagues. So I was there with Oxford when I come back and rode in Oxford in 1996. So that was against Long Eaton. Then I don't remember the riders there, but I know Steak Knife was there, Jan Steckman. He was riding then for Long Eaton. And I also done Dave Perks. I done his testimonial there. And won that for him as well. That was, I don't know, whatever year that was. So, I didn't go there much, but I think would have rode there for sure, would have rode there for Ryehouse. And then 2 other occasions, 96, and then I won Perks's testimonial there, whatever year that was.
Got another man on as well. Mr. Lawrence Hare's just come on. Hi, Lowell. Hope you're good, buddy. He's put... I
had a little quick chat with him, was down in Cardiff GP some years ago.
Yeah, that's where I met him.
Yeah, top lad.
Last year. When was you there then?
No, I went back 5 years ago.
Oh, right, okay. I met him there last year, so that was nice. And his brother, Stewie, He's just put evening Lee, evening Cocker. Had the pleasure of being at Oxford together in 1996. Remember the Fours? They didn't see that coming.
No, we had that more trophy where Lawrence. No, that was a good day at Peterborough. No one expected us to win that. I think Cradley was pretty much the favourites, and Ipswich was strong. There's a picture. Yes,
There we go.
So we had
Lower
glory that.
back.
There's our John Trembling on the left, always smiling. He was always smiling.
Remember him?
Yeah, John Trembling. He's from Swindon.
Yeah, I was going to say he was always at Swindon as well, quite a bit, I think, especially.
You had Bernard Crapper, John Payne,
Yep, that's it. Yeah.
Trembling. John Trembling always used to travel around and was always at Swindon on a Saturday with Glyn Shales.
Yes, Glyn. He was a Speedway. Yeah. Bless him. He was legendary with the old. He loved everything to do with Swindon, all the stats and all the.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, stats man. He was everywhere. You went to Toronto, he was there. You went to Cradley on the Saturday, be up there, be everywhere. Yeah, good day anyway, Lawrence.
Yeah,
I bet Stu was listening in as well somewhere.
Yeah.
Cross boys, isn't he?
Yeah. What's his name? Mr. Norris has put Malarkey was my idol. Was lucky enough to race him at Eastbourne and knock him off.
Oh,
Steady.
I bet he come back in effing and blinding back in at the pits.
Yeah, what happened there then, Fluffy? Did he come after you in the pits? Oh, brilliant. He's also said as well, blown away chopper started at the Hackney Training School. British Speedway owes a lot to them two venues. Was Ginger Terry running Hackney?
Yes. Yeah. And Ginger Terry, he actually, I wasn't able to attend some weeks ago, or last year it was, what Scully said as well. There was like a reunion of all the Hackney.
I did see that. Yeah, I saw that at the Speedway place. Yeah.
And there was Trevor Banks there, and Scully's, and all the other people, and
Barney and all that. I think.
Yeah. And I see a picture of Terry, and Terry was there week in, week out. There was another bloke called Bush, or was it Terry Bush? Maybe he's Terry Bush. There was another bloke, an old boy there, because years ago as well, when you had the first team at Hackney, everybody then had one bike or two bikes, but every club had one or two bikes in the workshop as a track spare bike. So on the practice days at Hackney, they used to have 4 or 5 bikes come out just for people to rent for the day. Yeah, so you don't get any of that now. People don't have an but there's no tracks really to go, even to have a practice. If you wanted to practice on a speed bike, you can't go and rent a bike. They was doing that up at Highway, but I know when I spoke with Graham Arnold from Highway, they don't do that up there anymore. It's too expensive to run a practice day. You want £300 for an ambulance. You got to pay for this. You got to pay for that, and it costs £500-600. You need minimum 10 people to practice midweek. It don't happen.
No.
There's nothing. Whereas in Poland, they practice 6-7 days a week.
They can do it. Yeah. They're not dictated to by, like you said, dogs or grounds or whoever's owning the stadiums. They own the stadiums, don't they? It's a big thing, isn't it?
Speedway's the second number one sport. You've got handball over there being number one, and Speedway's number 2. And what a following, when you go to a league fixture, there people are on if they watch the Polish leagues on a Sunday, and sell out stadiums.
It's like football, isn't it? It's like football.
Yeah, they're not allowed in Wrocław to build along the back straight because it's an ancient stadium. Well, it's full up every meeting. It's a sellout the whole season. 12,500. Chester Hover's the same. 11, 12. Every stadium's more or less the top division clubs sold out. Imagine going to that every week, an atmosphere. They travel all over. That's their love,
Proper, isn't it? When the old COVID was in and no fans were allowed in, can you remember all those? Don't know if you saw it online, but they had all them those genie things that used to go up in the air with them and all that.
Yeah.
And they were all outside the stadium up in these genie bins. They must have all hired them, and they were literally up there watching it in COVID.
to hire it's like a skylift, you'd call it.
That's it. Yeah.
That cost, you'd only get 4 or 6 people maximum in a box.
Yeah.
Right up by the what do you call them? The floodlights.
Yeah, sketchy as well. They were scary. I used to go in them. They were like, I didn't like it at all.
No, I
No,
don't like heights.
I don't like
Yeah.
heights the most. But yeah, they loved it, didn't they? They love it. They're proper, aren't they? Proper hardcore.
Days up at Hackney, and I wait on a Sunday. That's what all the boys used to do, you know. At Bellevue at Hyde Road, I remember they used to have practice sessions up there. I don't know what other clubs around the country that. Then you had at one time you had a junior track everywhere in the UK. You had one in the middle at Swindon. You had one at Sheffield. There was one at Kings Lynn. There was one at Reading. There was one, I don't know, elsewhere, Buxton, and one at somewhere else. And what's now? Nothing's used. Nothing's used at all now. This in Scandinavia, if you run in Sweden, if you run a main track, you've got to have a junior track, and it's got to run. That's the law. That's a Swedish rule. Probably in Denmark the same. That's the way to bring on the future.
Yeah, they are cool, them junior bikes they got and stuff like that, aren't they? I don't know what CC they got. Are they 125s or what?
85.
85s, are they?
But
Good way for them to come in, isn't it?
Now to come on to the which I was present in Moorlilla some weeks ago when the Moorlilla Grand Prix was on. They're trying to bring in now the 190cc 4-stroke SGP4.
Yeah.
Did you watch the meeting?
I saw that. Yeah, I saw. Didn't Tony McCartan talk over the bike or something? Yeah. Tony
was involved with that. That's his project, and Hans has been testing stuff in Denmark with the lads and stuff, and it's a way forward. You know, 4-stroke. Every 5-6 meetings need to service, and they blow up. But the idea is to have every bike standardised, so you can't touch nothing, and they'll just
that'd be good.
Run on petrol and just keep going. You know.
Yeah, that'd be good, wouldn't it?
And then they're talking now. Of course, you've got the 250. Then they're talking maybe of a restrictor in the 500s as well, another class. Yeah, to try and bring it forward before the expense comes in of running the main 500s.
Got to do something.
Those to run.
So that Rich just said that he's a Swindon fan, but he did Swindon, Oxford, and Reading home every week in the 80s. So he went to all three. Fair play to him. Ian Slater's just put, good to see you, Cocker. Had some good fun times, 99, early 2000s around the GP circuit. Stavros.
Yep. Evening, Ian. All the best, son.
What was that like as well? Because I know you worked with, we had a quick chat about that, didn't we, before, that you worked with Mr. Todd Wiltshire, wasn't it?
Yeah, I helped Todd for a few years till he retired. That
was
back in 2000. Yeah, from 2000 onwards, I finished my partnership with my girlfriend then in Germany, and had a phone call out of the blue. Mikey was helping Todd, and of course, when you start doing the Grand Prix in the Polish League on the Sunday, you need a team behind you. There we go. Look, you need a team behind you, you know. And he asked me if I wanted to help out. I said, okay, let's see how we go. And I done the first Grand Prix with him, and that was back in, I think 2000 or 2001 in Prague. We ended up winning the first one, and next day we travelled over to Big Gosh, and you can see there the Team Monarch logo and Ken Soames. He's now still involved with Oxford. He was Todd's main sponsor. He also used to help out Steve Johnson, and also
I remember that, yeah.
Privately when Lee come there, and no, I don't think Jason. I think someone else used to help out as well. But Jono was his first, and then Todd, and then he helped Lee out for 1 or 2 years, only when Lee rode at Oxford. But no, I'm not sure how many years I have with Todd. About 6, maybe 7.
Because they won the league around that time, didn't they? Didn't Todd and Lee Adams, they won the league at Oxford around that time as well?
Yeah, and Jono.
Jono, yeah. I remember him having that name down as one of his legs, didn't he? He had the name of it.
It was Todd, Jono, Brian Anderson, Drimmels. Both the Drimmels were there.
Yes, they had a good team, didn't they?
I can't remember who else. Yeah, good team. Yeah.
Just looking at some nice pictures here.
Christ. Yeah, that's the full stadium. That's back in. That's my first ever Speedway World Final. That was in.
Was it?
in, I don't know how you pronounce it, Chorzów, Chorzow, Katowice. That's where that was. Katowice in Poland.
Proper crowd.
Yeah, there's me and Kelvin there in one of the old Mercedes car, that is.
Posh, eh?
Mercedes. And that was a bit of a mission. Then it was still then the Iron Curtain.
Yeah. But that was a bit eye-opener.
Take that down for me, and I flew in, and it was just it was a communist country then, it was different, very, very much different. I know the boys when they drove the van, I don't know, it was two boys or three of them drove it down for me from England. One was Godfrey Thoreau and Barry from up in Cambridge, and somebody else, can't remember who, went as well. They drove the van down. I think it's like 25 or 35 hours drive. Then you sometimes you'd sit between 2 and 7 hours just on the border trying to come into Poland, and it was more than of a bribe that, there was a Speedway bike, you had to hand over stickers and maybe swing a couple of quid here and there just to get through. And if you got caught for a speeding offence, you just open the passport up with a few dollars inside and off again, Yeah.
I love that.
Extra t-shirts and stickers and a few extra dollars in the vehicle.
That's it. Yeah. That's brilliant. I just had someone write on there, did the riders pay for a phone smash?
No, normally the promoters wouldn't worry about that.
No, like they encouraged it, if anything, didn't they? I think it got the crowd going. So that was Barry Hudspeth.
I said I was going to say, I think Len Silver used to pay Kelvin Malarkey extra money every Sunday at Roy House to wind everybody up.
Yeah, I bet they did.
That's what the public used to want,
Yeah, of course, yeah. It does get there, like you said. It does keep. It just, what it's like. If there's any controversy in anything, it brings the whatever you want to call it, doesn't it? It gets everyone into it.
Controversy and fun about it.
Like I remember, didn't it? Remember it? Can you remember in the GPs it went totally off when Boise give Gollop a good clout and all that? Like that went massive. And
yeah,
I remember, didn't Dugard? I think it was Stefan Anderson at Eastbourne that was on the Sky TV. Yeah. It all went like mental online and stuff, and people were like going down to the Speedway because they thought, bloody hell, it's like.
But if you don't nowadays, you get banned.
Yeah, you would, proper and all, wouldn't you?
It doesn't happen like that. Things like that don't happen like that anymore. But if it did, you'd probably get banned. Yeah,
didn't do any harm every now and then to get the crowd. But yeah, anyway, this is Barry Hudspeth, and he just said, good to catch up with you when you're over, Cocker. Remember Freshie as he lived up the road from me. It's Barry Hudspeth. Catch up for a beer, mate. He's mentioned about the Oxford thing as well.
Barry, I remember Barry well. He was a good follower of mine. He's only a kid. He's a good 10 years younger than me. And he used to live over at Abingdon, that sort of area. Abingdon, I think it's Abingdon that way. Yeah. So he knew Freshie. And hopefully when I come up on the first, mate, I'll people know that I'll be coming up because I think they're going to advertise it in Oxford Mail so I can come up and maybe help the club out a little way and talk with everybody and do something to help out in one way. I spoke about doing it last year. It was going to be a surprise, but I wasn't able to do it last year. But now I've actually openly said it now on tonight. I could be up there on the 1st or any other time, but
that'd be good if you do.
Help the club,
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Especially a lot of the fans that loved all them special days at Oxford as well. Should get a few more in, shouldn't it? Shane just put, I can remember going around the Oxford track on Marvin's bike. I remember them days.
Another thing that used to happen.
Another thing, yeah.
Don't happen no more. No. That used to be another excitement. If it was someone's birthday, they'd go and ask, or no, you didn't have emails then, but you could go and put a request in that it was my daughter's birthday and she's 9 years of age. Is it possible she could go out on Hans Nielsen's bike at the interval before the second half started? Yes, it is. Okay, then you need to come down to the pits gate at heat 11, heat 12, get ready. And as soon as the the last heat is finished, jump on the bike, do your 1-2 laps, and everyone used to clap and applaud. And another little thing. But I remember taking you around, mate. So,
that's brilliant. I got a classic picture somewhere of me and Lee Kilby on Phil Crump's bike that we went round on as well at the same time. That was cool.
Yeah. How old
yeah,
was
they were good
as well.
Yeah, got to be like
7.
We were really young, about sort of 7 or 8, something like that. We looked really young. Yeah, we're both on the front, like holding onto the bars like that.
The ability of it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. You remember him as well? I remember him well, obviously. Of course you'll remember him. Paul's just mentioned Roman Matusek. Yeah.
He was hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was talking about scrapping and having a core up. That was when he had a right go on YouTube with Sean Wilson.
Yeah, Sean Wilson. Yeah. Sean was chasing after him.
An evening, Sean.
Sean the Prawn.
He had a few goes here and there.
Yeah, he was feisty, wasn't he, old Sean? He used to love it.
He come one night at Oxford back in '96 when it was amalgamation of leagues, and he's come. I don't know what he was doing or what he was thinking, or his brain switched off. He's come out the pitch corner and lifted a little bit, and I don't really know what he done. He just clouted the fence, and he went down and over and over and over and over. And he sort of got up, flipped his neck, brushed himself down, pulled his goggles off and walked back to the pits, because he was built like iron. He was a real strong, muscly, hard, trained, winter trained. Was he Russian? Czech.
Wasn't it? Czech, yeah, Czech Republic,
yeah. I think he spent all week winter in the gym pumping iron. He was proper muscle.
Yeah, I remember him.
A couple of world finals as well. He was down in
he was stylish as well, really, wasn't he, when he was going?
In the world final in Munich. If you remember, it was the one everybody knows that's listening on it, because everyone is interested in the Speedway sport. But he actually started riding over his whole bike, more or less, over the whole of the white line in just the back wheel, and he was passing people around the inside on pitch corner, turn 3 and 4. Sneaky little
goal. He was a good bloody rider as well, like you said, wasn't he? He was. I remember him when he was in his prime. He was bloody good.
I don't know where he actually started, but he done quite a few years at Sheffield.
Remember that, yeah.
And am I right in saying, Paul, when he had the core up with Sean Wilson, they were probably team partners then, were they? I would have thought so.
Not sure, but I don't know. I see that on YouTube once.
Sean might have been then riding for Bradford.
Maybe, yeah, might have been then. Yeah, maybe he was riding for Sheffield at home, and Sean might have been Bradford.
Hard. Moved him out a bit, and
I remember.
Fence.
So I think Sean was. Well, didn't Sean take his steel shoe off?
Yeah, he took the steel shoe off, and the helmet come off, and he was like raging like a roaring bull to get ready to have a go at little. He's only 5'6" or something.
That's it. They're both quite small, like height-wise.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Because you probably saw as well. Someone just said here. I'm not sure who wrote that, but Barney always gets up Oxford quite a bit as well.
With he's got his
that's where I met him.
Pictures and everything, so I always know where Barney is.
I think you come on the video, because I did a live on my phone and I met Gordon Kennett and all that, and I think you come on. Yeah, so that'd be good. There's always loads of the riders up there and stuff, so it would be really cool if he was up there as well. Sure.
Yeah, the Mick Fletcher gets up there sometimes. I don't really know him, but I know him, but it's been many years ago when he was just finishing off at Rios when I was up there, and a few of the other riders. There's another one, Mick Handley. I think he goes down there sometimes. He's up Cradley that way. Yeah, I think
quite a few of them go up there. Quite a lot of them go up.
The other rider always used to be there when I was riding regular Oxford. I don't know if he's still around. Pit Lamb, he was always up there.
Don't know. I don't know if anyone knows that. They can write that in if they know.
Yeah.
Kevin Johnson here has just said, what's your thoughts on Oxford returning after all these years away? Great of Jamie Courtney to take the reins on there, doing well this year. I also bumped into Vanessa Purchase yesterday, and she said she spoke to you and Jono recently.
Yes, I spoke with Vanessa. Well, we'll go back to the first one first. I think it's great that Oxford's up and running. It's not often you get a club that's gone and come back again. Of course, I can't name them all, but I know that Scunthorpe on another venue that come back again, and then to get Oxford after, was it 12?
It was a long time, wasn't it? It was quite a
12 to 17 years of not running.
Wouldn't expected it, no. Wouldn't expect it.
And then they spent a good whole winter of voluntary boys and ladies and
amazing, wasn't it?
Cleaning it all up and digging it and grind. What do you call them? Trimming everything and painting everything.
It's amazing.
Getting permission. And within 4 months, it's ready for the start of the season. Hands come over and opened it up.
Yeah, I was there.
And now they're at top of the league in the second season. Fantastic.
Amazing, isn't it? Really good. Yeah.
Great.
Deserve
really
it.
Good. Would it be so nice if they can win the league for them, you know?
Would be, yeah.
That would just about round it off for everyone, you know?
It would be, yeah. It is a very good story, like I said. And the stadium, when I went there for that opening night, it was absolutely, everything was like new. It was amazing.
Yeah.
Like I saw all that stuff online, and it was absolute being horrible. It was a shithole, wasn't it?
but it's the same with Vanessa. Vanessa and her husband Steve, they spent quite a few years there and a lot of money invested to try and make the best of everything, you know, not only just for a winning team, but for the supporters and help and encouragement with the juniors. And I was also involved up there doing the second halves with the kids and everything to try and promote. And I think personally that the BSPA doesn't do enough themselves to try and promote the sport, which now is sadly too far down the ladder to try and bring it up again now. I don't know which way it's going to have to be turned around to bring this back up again. I don't know. I can't give an answer to it, as I said before.
Maybe the days, look.
Not a glory day. That's when we was on the a tour around Oxford for winning. Oh, we won the three there, the League Cup maybe, and the Knockout Cup. I'm not quite sure. You got
awesome.
Mark, Gary Chesler on the left is Ali.
Oh yeah, Ali. Diaf.
Me at the back, John O'Sermon, and then Andy G on the right. And then when we arrived there, we had Hans Nilsson and Simon and the mayor of Oxford were up in like a big bayed window with, I don't know, there must have been 2,000 supporters on the outside. They blocked the road off for the night. Incredible.
Bloody hell.
Yeah. So hopefully, if Oxford win the league this year, they might want to do the same.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be good, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
What a comeback that would be. What a story that would be. Like you said, this is only their second year already.
Yeah.
Right, still got loads down here. Let's have a look. Rod Saunders. Holy shit, Cocker. Looking well. It's been a while. Had the best time hanging with you in England. I'll never forget it. Thanks for all the fun. Your buddy Sledge. Well,
I know who it's going to be. It can only be Sledgehammer. So I don't really know. His name is Rod Saunders.
So it's one of those. I just had the nickname.
Yes, Sledge. Well, anyone knows about the sport from Cradley. Sledge came over and helped Billy Hamill.
Right, okay.
He was involved with. I can't see. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Yeah, we froze.
Oh yeah, your screen's froze. Oh no, it's gone again.
It's all right. Yeah.
Yep.
Am I back again?
It's just freezing every now and then, but I can hear you.
Okay. Do you want to turn it off and back on again, or just keep going? Can you?
No, it's like yours is freed up again.
Okay.
Yeah, it's working
now
again.
Still.
Yeah. All good.
Okay. So Sledge. Well, I think can only be sledge because he's put buddy as well, which is an American word as well. He was a good friend with Billy Hamill, Greg Hancock, um, Donny Odom, that rode at Middlesbrough, Uncle Doug, which is Brock Nichols' father.
Oh yeah, yeah, no, yeah.
And yeah, one winter I said because I got to know the boys, and I said to Donny, when you come over, they were struggling for accommodation. They wanted to live up in Craigley, but they were struggling for accommodation. So I said, it's no problem. You can have the keys to my house. I'll be away down in Germany fixing my bikes up and stuff for 6 to 8 weeks. That'll give you time to use my workshop, build your kit up, and then get your accommodation sorted out as well. So I met all the boys, got to know them well, and then Greg used to come down, and I used to have once a year a barbecue. So all the boys used to come down, whether it was, we'd have it on around the period of time, which was the 11th of July for my birthday. So I just used to say, just turn up, the food I'd supply, bring your beer and bring your sleeping blanket. And that was it. I used to give an invite to all the neighbours around where I lived. Come round willingly and have a drink, but the music will be going on till the early hours of the morning. So some of the neighbours I didn't even know, they used to come over and introduce themselves, have a beer, something to eat, the barbecue, and have a nice weekend and carry on, So
I tell you what, Marv. If you're going to come down for this Oxford on the 1st, do we bring our sleeping bags for that? Where are we going?
No, then you get the boys turn up maybe 1 o'clock in the morning. Maybe the Craigley boys was Crossy would turn up, or Billy Hamill and Greg Hancock on the way back from King's Lynn, and then Crossy used to live over at Redditch, and most of the Americans used to live up Craigley Way, Wolverhampton or Tamworth, and that sort of area, So no, we had some good nights there.
Sounds good.
Great. Yeah,
I bet.
I don't think them sort of things happen anymore now,
No, I don't think it does. No, I think maybe I know it's like sort of some of the mod cons, like we've got all this Facebook, social medias, and all that, which is great. So we can do what we're doing now. We all reminisce, and we can all old race mates and friends, and we all meet up, and all that's amazing. But then obviously the bad thing about the phones these days is like literally anything, any second, you just bang straight up filming what someone's doing. It's like, if you're doing things, having a bit of something that you might not want it to be out there, it's not great for that sort of thing, is it?
No, but I ain't touched my phone for 2 hours.
Oh, I know. Oh, by the way, I showed everyone before you come on. I had the thing on my phone about when we did the testing, and I said, when you come on, because you had no top on, I had no top on. I said, it looks like we're doing a naked interview here.
Yeah, that's what I said to you. But I'm not going to comment if I am naked or not.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I wasn't. I had my shorts on. I'll put the t-shirt on for.
I did as well. I promise. I promise.
I tell you what, I'm going to love and leave everybody now for 2 minutes. I'm just going to go and have a quick pee, and I'll be back.
Yeah. I'm actually might need to go to the toilet actually.
Do it then.
Yeah, I will. Well, I'll just entertain him a minute while you go off for a second. Thanks for everyone that's been on tonight. Been loads of people coming on. I've just updated all the comments. Jesus, I'm trying to keep up with them. I'm doing not too bad. I think I've got most of yours in, so we're doing all right. I was just putting up on there that he just said there, tell Cocker you can hire a bike at Scunny and have a spin. Jeff, thanks for that, Jeff. Ooh. Maybe have a little go down if I can get the old back brace on, hold myself together. Won't mind a little spin. I only had one when I was 16 at Swindon, and I won't get into that because reminiscing the bad times of my mum stopping me signing for Swindon Robins. Awkward. I don't hold it against her, honestly. No comment. Right, so I'm just going to have a quick look down here. So see what I'm catching up with. Best pairs at Oxford on Friday before the GP. I'll be there. Keith Johnson. I'll mention that to Cocker when he comes back. Is this? Don't believe anyone started on Cocker. I may be wrong, but just told Ellie I was scared of him. Shh, don't tell anyone. Right, we'll take that off then before he comes back, shall we? Oh, you think he was Coventry then? So I mention that when he comes back. Yeah, he did ride for Coventry, so you mentioned that on YouTube as well. I think Sean was a Coventry rider there, and Roman. was Sheffield or Sheffield, yeah. You're all saying about that. Used to be in the bar at Sheffield arm wrestling people for money. Did he? I heard he was built like a little piece of iron, wasn't he? I just remember seeing that on YouTube, that one with him and Sean. Just letting know Cocker Oxford beat Edinburgh 52-37. It's Barry. We'll bring that up then. Yo, Glenn, did you see Matusek at the 14 tournament at Peterborough? Massive crash with Parker, Wiltshire, and Hancock. He literally brushed the shit off his arms and walked away.
I've just done what was needed. Now I'm going to have to do something that's needed elsewhere now.
Oh, hello. What's that?
Oh.
I've just been going through. Hello.
Yeah.
One's enough for me, and I've already had that.
Yeah, we better get one of the old Herbs on. Look at that long track glass out.
Oh, hello. I'm having my second can. This is unheard of.
Yeah.
This is me having a good drink. This is a proper one tonight. This is hardcore. This is a proper one to do. Right, so now I've been talking to him. I'm going to give you a question, and then I'll put a thing up so that you can talk to him a second while I go for a toilet. Right, what was the question? They got, by the way, there's about 50 odd questions here that I've just looked at while you went.
And there we are. There's all the boys back there in Germany.
That's nice, that is.
Long track, Christy Himmelfahrt.
Beautiful. Someone said as well here, Cocker, that he said, tell Cocker you can hire a bike at Scunny and have a spin, apparently, said Jeff.
All right. Okay, Jeff. That's good news that you can do that, because I didn't know that.
No, I didn't know
there was anywhere around that you could do it. That's good.
Wasn't that the place they were doing? I think I seen it somewhere online. They were doing them, them e-bike things or something. Was at Scunthorpe potentially? I think.
I did see a couple of weeks ago they were testing them around Bellevue.
Oh, were they?
Maybe in Scunny. Yeah,
yes. I did see. That's what I saw. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I did see that.
It's
right, let me just.
I think the power they've got to be able to run around a speedway track and stuff, but without the smell of the noise, it's not going to be nothing. But for the environment and not have any problems to be able to practice on a bike before you jump on a 500, maybe it's going to have to be that way.
Yeah, maybe.
That way forward.
Yeah, maybe. So I did show everyone online this when you went off the toilet, because I was just going through some of the questions to catch up of it. So I'll put this on the screen. You can read this and talk to the guys about this a minute while I just go to the toilet, let the dog out of here for a minute. Come on, Doris, here we go. Right, I'm going to put it on the screen. I'll put that in the background as well, so you've got that. So look, you just put that, look, so have a look at that.
I'm never trying to think it though. Don't believe anyone started on Cocker. I may be wrong, but just told Ellie I was scared of him. Shh, don't tell anyone. I don't know what you really mean there, Dave. Don't believe anyone started on Cocker. No, okay. No, I never had any trouble with anyone. No, I on track. Yes, of course. Everyone's hard if you want to win. You have to be sometimes hard and a bit dirty, but if you want to win, that's what happens, But no, I never had any core ups or anything in the pits or anything. I did have one little doing one time with Mr. B Barney Kennett. He remembers it. We spoke about it after, and he reminded me a few years later, but it never happened again after that. It was on a Saturday night down there for Ryehouse. I was in front for 2 laps, and he'd come under me in turn 3 and 4. I'd moved off the white line 2 inches, and he'd made a gap and given me a clout, literally a clout like that, and moved me over and come through. And he come up to me in the pits. I weren't very happy about it, but I didn't say nothing. I was only a nipper, and he was the size that he is, or was then. And he said, just a little tip for you. You're getting faster and faster every year. Don't move off the line when you've got someone like me behind you. Okay, fair enough. So yeah, that happened that time, and I made sure I got in front. Not only did I not have to worry about moving off the line, but go faster to keep in front of him and everybody else at the time. So that was probably what you said there, Dave. I didn't have any problem with anybody or any arguments in the pitch. Yeah, you know, people of course get upset with each other sometimes and curse themselves, or
Hopefully Marvin's not left us.
or
Hopefully Marvin's not left me.
or your other teammates about it and stuff, but not actually any physical action or violence with anybody ever in my whole career. No, not at all. So yeah, done.
Thanks for that, mate. I just got my brother's dog here as well, so just let her out as well. Because the missus is out on the town, so hopefully she'll be back soon. Yeah. Right. So no one messed with you then, Cocker, is that right?
No, I never had any core up with anybody.
Didn't you?
Of course, I had some hard riding, maybe a few dirty ones here and there. Took a few, gave a few, went back to the pits, spoke with my mechanic or my helpers or people around in this or whatever it be, but never actually started throwing hammers around or actually physically abused or wanted to fight with anybody. No, never.
No, that's good. That's
Upset,
good.
But not aggressively. No.
No. That's all good then. All good. Kevin just said the best pairs is at Oxford on Friday before the GP. I'll be there.
Okay. Yeah. Good.
Interesting. Shane said some brilliant punch-ups at Eastbourne. What's that?
Best pairs Oxford on the Friday, Cardiff Saturday.
Looks like it.
Yeah, of course. Oh yeah, yeah. I realised that because I actually planned maybe the person that come on before Mark and Hayley Butler. I actually messaged him tonight and sent him the link, everything. So he's watching this now because he sent a message. So I planned maybe he's on the 2nd.
Yeah, because of Cardiff.
I won't be to Cardiff because I've got this project on that I'm doing at the moment, so I won't be going to Cardiff, but I can be going to Oxford on the Friday. I can have a couple of days off work. Oxford on the Friday, stay overnight, back to Maidstone. Sorry, not Maidstone, Chatham and Rochester, ready for Marks on the Saturday night for the GP. How's that then?
That'd be cool, wouldn't it? Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, I have to do a few nights overtime and a few weekends.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Look what my mum just sent me.
I know she's always on there. Oh my God, she looks lovely. I'm on about the other prick on the left, Roscoe.
She's with bloody Roscoe, look. So I don't know if she's at my mum's bar or what. I don't know.
Oh, right. Oh, your mum goes in the same pub, maybe, or she might be in Roscoe's.
No, I think she might probably be at the club in Swindon up and I don't know if Roscoe's still on here. But he's looks like my mum's been with Roscoe anyway.
Fair enough.
She'll be telling him now how she used to bounce him on her lap and all that stuff as well. So what have we got on here? Yeah, everyone was basically saying, Cocker, on all these comments when you went that Matusek used to ride for Coventry as well, and I think Sean Roman was at Sheffield. Sorry, Sean was at Coventry at the time and stuff like that.
Of course, yeah. The Sean rode at Coventry as well. Yes, he did. Yeah, Sheffield, Bradford, and Coventry. That's probably the only 3 tracks. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's good actually to have all this conversation. It jogs your memory about people being everywhere. And when you read about some, you like with what Carl Fiala does about their past and everything, about some people where they've ridden, you know. I remember, you know, you've got locally here in Kent area, should I say? Kent, it's easier to say. People like Jamie Luckhurst, I started off with on the grass track. He used to ride for Edinburgh. Then his brother rode up there as well. And Jamie also rode for Middlesbrough. And now local Steve Boxer here, he's now riding for Berwick. So he stays up there with Benji Compton up at Sheffield.
Oh, Benji,
Halifax, Bradford area, around that Leeds sort of area. and then commutes up and down and whatever he's doing, But there's been a lot of Kent lads. You had Simo, Jessup, Kevin that was on before, Rob Tilbury. Everyone knows Rob Tilbury.
Yeah, he was just had a moustache, didn't he? He had the moustache, didn't he? In Essex.
Lots of blonde hair lights and everything. Then you had Richard Pett. They were two buddies. Then you had Gary Whitaker. He's from Whitstable, Dover, Dill area. Christ, now I've got to go through. But there's been a lot of Kent lads. A lot of it. Yeah.
He's just letting you know, he said as well, just letting you know, Cocker, that Oxford beat Edinburgh 52-37.
Cheers, Baz.
So that must have been away then today.
Yeah. Tonight, yeah. That's a good result from home.
I think Masters used to ride for Edinburgh as well, didn't he? So I expect that went down well.
Yeah. Great signing he was for the year. Straight in at number one.
Oh, 100%.
With the likes of Scott, great. That's what he needed. Back up.
100%. Kevin Johnson. Actually, I did see him. So sorry, I didn't mention his name about that as well. But Len Silver gets to Oxford a lot, and Bert Harkins. I did see Bert Harkins there last time.
Yeah. I had a chat with Len last year when I went to the Rye House Wildlife Park, they call it. And I, of course, when I was back in UK, when Sittingbourne was running, I always made a visit once or twice down there and see Len and everything, and always reminisce from the past and everything. And yeah, great. What's he now? 93, 94? No, not 90 yet, is he? Yes.
Not sure. Someone will know.
Yeah, someone will come up.
Someone
if he's close to it. He's very close to it. Yeah. I think he's over 90. I think he's 91, 92. Yeah, someone will come up in a minute. But no,
they will.
I'm 60 next year. He's got to be 30. He's 90s.
Okay. Bert Harkins would make a great guest on an Inside View on the Wembley days. I have asked Bert, so hopefully we get him on.
He might be. But you're doing 4 this week, Lee, aren't you? 4 interviews this week.
I did one yesterday with American motocross guy Mike LaRocca. I'm doing yours obviously tonight. Yours tonight. Then I'm doing another American motocrosser on Monday night. Then I got Neil Middleditch on Tuesday night, and then Rick Miller on Thursday night.
Yeah. I spent
a lot going on.
Yeah, I spent a winter with Rick one time.
Did you?
Yeah, with all the boys down in South Africa. That was back in one in South Africa. Done it for a couple of years in a week with the Champion Spark Plugs meeting in Johannesburg and Durban. There was Kelly Moran, Rick Miller, Kelvin Tatum, Robbie Fuller, me, Tilbury, Charlie McKenna, Denzel Kemp was down there racing then, Dion Prinsley, which is Peter's nephew. Or was. Yeah, I think he passed away as well, didn't he, Dion? Christ, who else? Before that was also going down there for many years was Jessup. Dave Jessup used to go down. Richard Knight, he was another one.
Yeah, I've spoke to him as well. Yeah. Trying to get him on. Richard Knight, yeah.
Well with Richard as well, yeah. Robbie.
Good rider, wasn't
He's now over in Perth. Get on well with Robbie. Don't get to see everybody now. It's nice to be on here this evening, and the odd messages coming in from everybody here and there.
Yeah, really nice, isn't it?
And they're still listening,
Yeah, it's really nice. He's just come back on as well. Sledge, you just put Cocker. Yes, it's Rod Sanders. He said, "You all know me as Sledge. I came over with Bruce and Bobby for Ricky's testimonial, and I stayed living with Billy Hamill. That was his mechanic. And you hit the nail on the head, Cocker. Do you know who it is?"
There we go. Yes.
There we go. You got it right.
I was right. Yeah. When he put the sledge, it had to be the sledgehammer. Yeah. Sledge,
perfect.
Yeah. Good. Yeah. Well, that time when they all come over was then you, as I say, all the boys that I said before, and a few other lads come over, and one of the sponsors, Sonny, come over, and Yeah, basically, I just said, I got the house. You're more than welcome. I got a couple of beds and a couple of couches and a couple of sleeping blankets and sleep wherever you want, boys. Help yourself, not a problem, you know. But that's what it used to be like as well, Lee. You know, with the Speedway. And now everybody's very van, airport, hotel, professionals. Before we was all professionals, but in a different way. We'd go to the bar. We'd go down Cowley Road after and have two or three of us and have a Chinese or a curry or whatever. Just different things. It don't happen like that anymore. Don't happen like that anymore.
Yeah. Well,
the boys at Speedway done the same all them years ago. Straight up in the bar, have a couple of beers and then go out and have a curry or whatever. And it was just our, there you go, Donny Two Talk. Donny Two Talk Open. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
He
brilliant.
wrote Middlesbrough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
And then he had his uncle. Yep, cheers, Marky boy. This one that come on there before. Plenty of cold ones at the Baldy Heights. He's got his own. What he's actually got, he's got a shed down the bottom of his garden. It's a little bit like a lockup, but it's a shed, and he's converted it into a bar. So he's got all the optics hanging up. He's got a big flat screen, surround sound system, big leather couches, heaters, air cons. It's the full Monty. Yeah. So if it's Friday night, oh no, he said to me he can't drink now because he's got to have an operation. So he's had 25 odd days now. He said he's not been able to drink, and he's still can't till the op. But yeah, we'll have a couple of cold ones. I think I'll be with you, Mark. I think on the 2nd. It'll have to be an overnight stop on the Friday. Catch up with all them old faces.
Yeah.
A couple of cold ones, and then drive down to market. Chatham Rochester on the Saturday, ready for the GP.
Beautiful.
Starts at probably 5, is it? 5.
Yeah, 5 o'clock maybe. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I might still go. Yeah, I don't know. I went last year for only the second time, and that was good because we met up with Lawrence Hare and his brother Stuart Dewey. Yeah, and then we saw Calvin up in the bar and stuff, and we was with Scott Nichols most of the night. And of course, I'd done that week leading up to Cardiff. I'd done Chris Morton, Calvin Tatum, and Gary Havelock all leading up to it, so that was quite cool. So it's good to see Calvin.
The cycle down there as well.
Yes, actually, he just mentioned that the other day. Yeah,
was that a year ago or something?
Yeah. So yeah, it looks like Mort is he's been doing loads of training because I keep seeing him on his social media and stuff doing that, loads of cycling. So fair play to him.
His name, sorry, I apologise if he's listening as well, but he walked last year from Ipswich to Cardiff.
How did he use that then?
He
someone there.
He's an Ipswich lad. He helped Chris Louis, he helped Lorem, he helps all the boys and stuff out.
Okay.
Here from Ipswich to Cardiff. Took him a week, I think, and then he done it. Oxford, watched the meeting, slept overnight somewhere, and then Bristol and then Somerset and down. I think it took him a week. Yeah.
Jesus, I didn't know that one.
He had problems because if he'd done it next time, he'd know he'd have to have an extra pair of shoes because of the walking so much. His feet started swelling. He needed an extra size bigger of shoes. If he was a size 8, after 3 days, he needed a size 9. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
He literally had just a rucksack and a couple of bottles of water and just wring out his undies at night, let them dry out. And you don't want to be carrying 3 or 5 kilos of weight on the back, you know. So he took.
Sounds haywire.
Yeah, just to make it lighter for him. Evening, Gary. Top man, Gary.
Evening, Gary.
Yeah, my mum's.
He has all the.
Well, he remembers that very well. Back in 1984, British final at Canterbury, the poor lad, he broke his femur, and Gary is from Cheshire, and I don't know if he's always been from Cheshire or he was from Manchester. It's the same sort of area, you know. And of course, then it was a long drive down to here, and my mum and dad and that, they put his parents up because he was in the Canterbury Hospital. So your parents put his mum and dad up for I don't know how long this took. Too many years ago, back in '84. So yeah, long time ago. Again, help everybody out. That's the least you can do. know?
Yeah. I wasn't sure if you're aware of this, but I knew this. Obviously, I've been there twice since it's reopened. But the car park at the back where the old pits used to be is gone now. They can't use that at all. So now everyone parks at the old business building, like over the main other side of the main road, Unipart. Yeah.
Well,
That's
I've
where I
not been
park.
up for. Oh Christ! Oh, I even come to visit you. There you go, Gary.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
I might have bought you the trophy as well. But no, I remember when we used to come off down to the roundabout, do a left. There was a fuel station. Of course, you used to fill up with fuel there. Then the first turning right, which was Sandy Lane, and the stadium down on the right. But then the Unipart building was, I think, just after the fuel station on the left-hand side. It's probably still in the same place, because when you come down to the roundabout on the left, coming from the M40, which I'd have been coming up from London on, was MG Mini.
Mm.
Was it then Austin Rovers?
Oh yeah.
Something
got one
like
in
that.
Swindon as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it all changed, didn't it? Yeah, I remember that. Got Attilio Stefani. Yes, I spoke to him a few times. He sent me, he's put, "Hi Lee, I watch you the end of this, Marvyn. I was in the team in '96 at Oxford. Marvyn, do you remember Bradford? Do you remember my UK name?"
Evening, Stefan. Attilio Stefani. No, too long ago, mate. Sorry, I don't remember. But of course, I remember you riding in the team, '96. Just a no-name person come out of the blue. Dave Pavitt got him in, and he come in to ride for us in reserve. And he was the sort of riders that would 0-0, 3-3-0, but you never knew when he was going to go out and beat someone that was good, you know. Mark, I think it was Mark. Didn't he have his?
There you
Mark,
go. Is Paul's at Mark Frost?
Mark
No way.
Yeah, Mark Frost. Yeah, Paul, you must know a lot about Speedway, mate. You're on it with everything.
Yeah, he's on it. Yeah, he's on it. And also now it's BMW, Cocker. They were saying about that as well.
Okay, fair. Yeah,
it's BMW. Oh, hello. Is this Mr. Paul Dugard on YouTube? Hello.
Another Sussex marker.
Yeah, I remember him at Swindon as well. He was at Swindon for a while as well. I remember that. Remember a great night in the curry house with Cocker and Cowley. He took me in when I was 17, cooked for me and really took care of me. Forever grateful. Top man. Thanks, Bab.
Welcome, old Baba. Because I then had the house up at Toaster, which was close to Northampton, just off the A5. It was convenient that's why I moved up there from Canterbury, because it was convenient for travelling everywhere. 45 minutes to Coventry, hour to Oxford, 2.5 to Poole, 2.5 up the road to Bradford, Manchester, 2.5, maybe 3, Wolverhampton, hour and a quarter, Kings Lynn, 2 hours. It was central to everywhere. So Paul was a regular overnight stopper in the front room, a little bed. He had his own little bed. It's all right, Cocker, if I stay a week. No worries, mate. So he come. I was actually riding for Bradford, but he was regular staying with me when he was riding for Oxford. So he come from Oxford. And I just used to say, right, after a certain hour of time, mate, you got to keep it quiet. You can watch TV all night. Keep the noise down. You know what I'm like. I'm up early. I'd go out for a jog in the morning first, 6 o'clock. And then I'd come back. I'd like to have a shower. Then I'd relax for a little bit, get my brain in gear. Do some gardening, work in the workshop with the mechanics. I used to be involved with everything a little bit all the time, but I always used to, I got into a habit of wanting to have a sleep when I moved up that way, was to have a sleep in the afternoon between 1 and 2 hours as well, before race time. Between 2 and 4 o'clock, I used to go to bed and have a sleep, try and relax the brain, get up, have a shower, and then go to the meeting, because then I felt that I was sharper. Instead of trying to get out of the bed in the morning at 6 o'clock, keep going until 7 o'clock at night, and then try and be active, ready for up past 7 at night, ready for heat 1. You're worn out. So I try to go to bed in the afternoon and relax myself a little bit for a couple of hours, shower up, and then go to the meeting.
I see. Yeah, I remember Paul as well. I don't know if Paul knew that I did Martin Dugard's last week. That was good.
You would have known. Yeah.
Dave just said we looked after Paul Ebab.
You know, Dave did. He used to help him out, mechanic for him a lot.
Love it. And Stefan, I tell you, Stefani, like, he goes, you got it. So it was Mark Frost. That's mental. Didn't know that one. That's a new one I've heard. I spoke
you can
to Tilia.
check up a little bit about him.
Yeah, that's
But
brilliant. I'm going to investigate now.
Yeah, some weeks ago when I was watching you was interviewing with someone, he come up there and put a little message on there.
Yes, he did. Yeah, I spoke to him a few times. Yeah.
Yeah.
As well, someone just said that Kevin Johnson just said that Len Silver is 91.
Yeah.
So you're right
So
there as well.
Away 60 iron next year, so he's got to be over 30 years more than me. So he's 40. Christ, 91. And it was only up until about 4 or 5 years ago, if he's still not doing it, probably is, Len, he was still snow skiing.
Really? Yeah, I know he had the old Silver ski, didn't he? When I remember when Andrew Silver was at Swindon and all that. Yeah.
France and
Silver ski, yeah.
Yeah.
I used to love Andrew Silver.
As well. Andrew, he was a legend down at your neck of the woods. That turned his career around as well, you know, when he went from, did he go
Reno,
from Arena?
Reno,
He
yeah.
went from Arena. He left the Goddens, went on the GMs. Then he had a good mechanic, which was Danny Gallagher, which was, he went after to Sam Malenko. He helped Andrew for many years.
Interesting. I didn't know that. Didn't know that.
Him out. He changed Andrew's career around as well because a very, very good mechanic. And then Andrew went to Swindon. He had Otto Lantenhammer GMs, and he was fast. That turned his career around. Andrew went to GM off Godden on the Lantenhammer stuff, and he had Danny behind him doing the stuff. And then Danny, as I said, after that, Sam grabbed him.
Yeah, he was bloody exciting at Swindon. Andrew Silver was one of my favourites growing up. Yeah, definitely.
Not a top man, mate of mine there. There's me and Andrew, yes, a British final.
Mm-hmm. He's got the old JT Motocross body armour there.
Yeah. This is...
Yeah, you said about Donkey as well.
Yeah, me old mate Donkey. We had some good battles to get the grass and the long track in Speedway. This is a bit strange what I read on Sunday and Monday coming up, leading up to the British final, you know.
Yeah.
It's always at Bellevue, and it's going to be a favourable track for Dan Bewley, etc. and everything. But it was no different than years ago. It was always held at Coventry.
Yeah.
So then you can say, oh, it's a favourable home track advantage for, at the time, say, Kelvin, or could have been a home track advantage for Andy Smith or Sean Wilson, or I can't think of all the names. Then it went over to Wolverhampton. How long was it? How many years?
It was there for a while as well. Yeah,
something like that, 8-10 years. And
I
now it's
remember.
up there. Yeah, what other tracks are you going to race it on? Bellevue's the best track. That's the end of that conversation. The best racing track. But then I think was a great thing I read the other day that it could be run over 3 or 4 legs, which they do in Denmark. I'm not sure if it's 3 or 4 legs. That would be great. And I think
that'd be interesting. Yeah.
Yes. If you run it over 4 legs at 4 different tracks, then they couldn't say, oh, that's favourable for him or there. Or, okay, if you just said 1 at Poole, that's at Kings Lynn, 1 at Kings Lynn, 1 at Bellevue, 1 at Ipswich. 3 different size tracks.
Yeah, that'd be good, wouldn't it?
Or it could be run at Oxford, couldn't it? That's a lovely stadium.
Yeah, it'd be lovely there. And another thing as well, with the Dan Bewley thing, at the end of the day, he would win anyway, pretty much, because look at he's winning GPs for Christ's sake. You know what I mean?
He's
stand out at the moment, isn't he? Yeah, he's stand out.
Yeah, he's special. Definitely. That kid. There was always the special ones that stand out. There was another one like Joe Scream when he started off, you know. Extreme.
Yeah.
Laura, other one.
Yeah, he was class. What did it mean to you to represent Team GB then? Did you like all the test matches and miss all them as well with Sweden and America and Denmark?
I don't have that anymore.
No, loved that. Loved it.
That's I don't know where that is. That looks like Oxford. That even looks like the commentator there is. It looks like Jeff Barber looking up in the sky there. What's he looking for? Stars?
Yeah, I see that.
It looks like, and what's the announcer? Peter York.
Peter York, yeah, I love Peter York. He was good.
York on the microphone. Then looks like Jeff Barber looking up in the sky. And I think that is Oxford, actually.
He was good, wasn't he?
Good ride. Yeah, I enjoyed running for England. Of course, putting the body colour on and everything. It was proud to be picked.
Yeah, good old times. Want to go out? Because I can think Laney might be in there. Go on. Just letting the dog out. Go on.
Where that picture's from. It's an action picture there, and a bit of mud flying in the air.
Yes. Got some cool pictures I'm just going to go through with you quickly as well. I've got, you know who that is?
Magic one, of course. Sean Moran, Magic Rider.
Yeah. Yes.
Magical he was.
Yeah.
Both of them were. Because you put them together, you had them up in what how did it used to work? Heat 11 and Heat 13, was it? You had 12 heats, then you had the nominated race. You put them up in 11 and 13. Of course, they was hard to beat round Alderton. PC, Phil Collins.
Phil Collins, yeah. Here's another good one.
Yeah, he's out in the States now.
Yeah, I'm trying to get him on as well. I've been speaking to him a little bit, so hopefully.
That's the flickered mud guards there.
Oh yeah, I can see him. Hey, purple one.
Max, he done all them for me.
And then gloves you talked about as well. Didn't Donkey have all that stuff?
They had the same. Yes, he had the same. The company was called Arcadia. And then the next, I designed them actual gloves there. I designed them ones. The year before with my leathers, and then they made them, and then they made the shorter name ARME. And if you see on them gloves there, I designed them as well that year. And
so like checkedy flag looking.
Yeah, checks. I wanted black and white checks, and then they said no problem because I had the daughter always as the translator. And then what they actually done was they made all for the people they helped and to sell as well. For John Davis, they made pink and white. For Donkey, I think it was blue and white and red and white. And Amanda had probably pink, black, yellow, green and white or whatever. And so all I wanted was black and white. But I took every colour in the end because they could always match him with all the race suits that we had, like, leathers.
Yeah, they look cool as well. Yeah, they look cool.
Yeah.
Funny enough, I actually spoke to Amanda Castagna today. Actually, he's not very well at the moment. He just said he's laid up with a fever, but he's going to come on as well. So that'll be a good one.
Cool, because I actually see him in Sweden a couple of weeks ago, and I've not met up with him for, I don't know, 15, 18 years or something. Oh, there's all the boys there, look.
That's good.
Greeny, myself, the old Wiggy, Kelvin and Loransky. Yeah.
That's a good one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where was that?
That's the Lonigo.
Oh yeah, Italy, yeah.
Grand Prix Challenge, PK, Lee Adams and myself there. Look.
I think I told you privately as well, didn't I? That I said to her, I remember remember being obviously at Swindon. I was at Swindon every week, obviously, when I lived there, and I remember some bloody great battles with you and Lee Adams in the early 90s. I remember flipping out, past each other like every corner and everything. It's mental.
One particular race is still on YouTube. Yeah, we had a good tussle, but yeah, pretty battling it out. See, I've got the purple and black checkered gloves on there as well.
Oh yeah.
With the.
Do you like the purple then? Because I see you had the purple helmet.
Yeah, I moved the purple that year. That's when I went to Paul. 1991. That's 1991. From the year before, I had greys. And then after that, purple from that's 92, 93. They're the flicks on there as well, you see.
I think that's the year I remember your battles with Lee Adams and stuff in 92, I think it was.
Yeah. That's good. That's in Poland, yeah. There you go. That's South Africa.
Beautiful.
Yeah, the J.D. Loramsky, Kelly, Chris Louis. That's another. I've missed Chris Louis out before. Chris, yeah, and Richard Knight. And then another tour was Rick Miller was there, Kelvin Tatum, Kenny McKenna, Charlie, Tilbury. Yeah, and then you had the home favourites as well there.
Bloody bless Kelly. I would have loved to have interviewed Kelly. He would have been fun, wouldn't he?
Oh yeah, top lad he was. Top lad.
I was just looking at that thing then, thinking if I just get Richard Knight, I'd have had all them boys there. So that's really cool.
That's 1996. That's in Australia. There's David Tapp there to the left with the
the Tap series. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Waving tie. Tap series, yeah. Series
that
500.
was bloody good, wasn't it? That was stacked as well, wasn't it?
That was a hard one as well. Well organised, shitty organised, that one. Good. Really good.
Yeah.
Really good.
Is that GP or World Final GP?
It's a GP somewhere, that one. Don't know where.
Look at the lineup on that. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
What's that? Ricardson, Nielsen, Samarenko, Hancock,
somewhere.
Crump, Yu, Adams, Henrik Gustafsson, Boyce, Golub, Screen, Colson, Havelock, Louis, Laram, Hamorn, Smith. Jesus Christ. Is that Tommy Knudsen as well, isn't it? At the back.
He's there,
Next to Golub.
Henker as
What
well.
a lineup that is, eh?
Crumpy, young Crumpy there. Christ, he was young there, look.
He was, wasn't he? I remember that.
Yeah, I see Jason's now in England involved up at Bellevue, and I see him sometimes helping out with Lambert.
I always
the UK.
Yeah. Yeah. King's Lynn, wasn't it, Marv? Yeah.
Nice, a bit range.
Late in the day, innit? Then you got Woofy's come back. Woofy's come for Sheffield, innit? To stand in for Holder, and then obviously, they're all coming back. They all seem to be sort of coming back now to the idea of the British Speedway again. I don't know what's going on in Sweden and that at the moment, but
it's a bummer when you're involved with promotion and stuff and everything, and then you all of a sudden have a problem with injury. God, that can do some damage. That can. All your hopes of having everything, and then everything goes wrong. You know. Cool. That's an 87. All right, yeah. Sudden Sam there. Look.
It's amazing. That's cool. But I was just looking at that. Don't get me wrong. We respect obviously the Speedway still now, but there ain't no lineup like that now in a GP. I'm telling you now.
That's a good one there.
That is off the head.
There's a lineup.
Cool. You do well to come third in a race with all that lot. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
What's going on there then? That looks fun.
Tell what that was. That was one of the end of season arranged Simon Wig fancy dresses.
Yeah. I think
charity of maybe people that were sat in a wheelchair or something else or to certain people or whatever. You know, Wiggy done it only for a cause, not to make money from it.
Yeah.
You've got Andy Galvin in the middle and Trevor Banks on the right.
I was just about to say that looks like Gavin. I was trying to work out what that was on the end. Now you said that. Now I recognise him.
There's another local Canterbury rider. He come from Canterbury, Andy Galvin.
Yes.
Yeah, he was just a Hackney Saturday afternoon and Highway Sunday.
Lauren
was the same, Hackney Saturday, Highway Sunday.
He had a good style as well.
He was fast. But never moved up the ladder. Only in the National League. He would have had a couple of run outs somewhere in the British League, but he never went up permanent.
I was just looking to see what everyone just said then, because everyone was writing. Try to get John Sermon up there, Cocker, when you come to Oxford. I spoke to him not long ago as well on here. He come on here and said that he goes to Oxford now and then as well. John Sermon, so that'd be cool.
A message yesterday, actually, or today.
Did he?
Yeah.
Right, yes. Apparently he said that he goes to Oxford now and then as well, so it'd be good if he goes up there that night, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Babalooey. That's what
Ooh.
we call each other, Babalooey.
Babalooey,
Oh,
was it? Poor dude,
yeah, no, what he
Babalooey.
was- David knows what he was like when he was only, if I said 6, 8, 9 years of age, going around the little junior track. Another junior track was closed
Mm,
as well. Or the whole place
mm.
is closed at Arlington now, where Dave bought up.
Oh, I know.
Um,
Oh, yeah.
that little pool was good round there, you know. He was good at
Yeah.
14, 15 years of age going around the Arlington
Yeah.
track on a 500. But yeah, he didn't want to go any further for some reason. He didn't knuckle down. That was it. If you want to be something in the sport, you have to sacrifice everything to want it. That's it.
Mr. Norris said, Cocker, in your day, the British final at Coventry, the atmosphere touched all the riders. It was so competitive and possibly why Speedway isn't the same. What's your most memorable crowd atmosphere? Good question.
Polish
Mr.
League.
Norris? Polish League.
Yeah. Used to go to Poland on a Sunday. David would know that. He could dance with 10 to 12,000 people. You go around on parade and they'd get toilet rolls and the rolls that you'd have at a till checkout, and they'd throw them from the top, and it just smothered the whole track. And they would be from the middle of the first corner to the end of the back straight. Thousands and thousands of rolls of paper. It'd taken 10 minutes before heat one to clear it all up again.
Bloody
Yeah,
nuts, isn't
Polish
they?
League is the best atmosphere for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Proper football crowds, like you said, it's like totally different, isn't it?
Christ, Dave, I don't know if Dave's ever seen that before there. That is on an underground. You come
No
out
way.
from Gdansk Stadium.
Yeah.
You go down past Lidl. You go down about 20 steps, and from one end of the underpass, not underground, from the underpass
Yep.
to the other end is all the riders that rode in Gdansk of a period of about 2 years. So you've got Zenon as team manager and Jankowski, Kalinowski, Ozleski, Marek Dera, Olzty or something like that. I can't remember his name, how you pronounce it. So they was all hand painted all the way down the underpass.
That's mint, isn't it?
Yeah.
There is a picture of you. I've got a picture of you somewhere as well, of you stood next to it as well. It's cool. But that is pretty epic, isn't it? I bet that's still got to be cool for you when you went there and like check that out. That is mental.
I don't know if they was hand painted or airbrush. I think they're probably hand painted, I suppose. If you look at the reds there, they're not that sharp. They may be done with a brush and stuff. I'm not quite sure, but they've been out there since early 90s.
Mad, isn't it? That's pretty cool.
When I went there this year, they're still on there.
Is it?
Of course, they've run down a little bit now, but no, they're still up there. Yeah.
Oh, that's really cool, isn't it? That is really cool. Love that. I was just looking on here now. Who was that? You just said Gary O'Hare said you and Sean on the Westlake there. I think that was that Oxford picture. Got Ian Little here. He's just put, hi Coxie. Ian and Irene from the old days, say hi and hope you're well. Remember those Saturday nights out with Pete, Anne and your mum and dad?
Evening, Ian. Evening, Irene. Yes, I remember very well. Remember everything, mate. And I did spot you on TV a couple of times this year, and I thought, that is him. Is it him? It isn't him. It is him. Of course, you're like me now, mate. You've got the glasses on and everything. Otherwise, we can't see each other. And if you didn't know, Lee, he is mechanicking for Emil Safedinov.
Ah, right.
Yes, I don't know how he's got the connection there. He might come up in a minute and tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, you have to tell us about that, Ian. Yeah, but
Emil.
He's right on it at the minute as well, isn't he?
They're from the Royals, Stevenage or Ware area or wherever it was. If they're not still in the area or moved out, I'm not quite sure. But he might come up in a minute and tell us.
Yeah, you have to tell us, Ian.
A little bit about it. But I see he's helping Emil, the rocket himself. Oh, and he is fast. That little.
He is fast. Yeah. Did you see he got a maximum weight at Peterborough the other night? I think Kelly wrote off 4 cars in one season in '81 at Eastbourne. The old man was not happy.
That was probably that stuff.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
That's what it would have been.
And Ian just said, spot on, mate.
You see, yeah. Mm.
Nothing gets past the man.
No, I don't miss much. I can normally see what's going on.
Sharp as how, that man.
No, I still I like to watch it on TV and still study, see what people are using and got. That's why I was a bit nosy when I'm around the pitch checking everything, and I can spot what sort of ignition they're using. And of course, then some of the boys now are using the belt drive. See, Wolfie had that on at the World Team Cup, and then Lindgren's got them on from the start of the season, and a few of the other boys. It's going to be compulsory in the next couple of years, anyway.
Oh, right, that'd be interesting. Yeah.
For sure, because everything is Greenpeace and health and safety and everything. So
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen with the rear chain because it's still going to be oil involved. But yeah, let's wait and see what they bring out. Might be on electric bikes in 5 years' time.
Yeah, could well be, could it? Could be. Duncan's just brought out that Ian's connection is actually in the Speedway Star this week, apparently.
Oh, there you go. There you go. So we don't need any more reports, Ian. We'll read about it, mate.
That's it. Get your Speedway Star.
And good to see you on TV. And thanks for tuning in tonight, mate.
Yeah, he's supposed to put, working for Emil. Been out of it for 10 years and had a call out of the blue asking if I wanted to come out of retirement.
Yeah, because he used to help before, and the rider used to live with him, and his name was Linus Sundström.
Oh, yeah,
he helped. Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Wow.
To help him then.
Sounds like Ian's having a big help in Mr. Futonov.
Going around, so knowing anything, I know he was helping him.
That was good.
What's going on everywhere with everyone,
Yeah, you do, don't you?
About the business.
You've been spot on with the details all night tonight.
But you're pretty much the same as well, Lee, with your stuff, with your motocross and everything. Even I watched a little bit from the beginning last night when you was talking about was it the Suzuki, the yellow one?
Yeah.
Yes. You was talking about all the detail. To me, of course, you can talk that the chain guide was 2 inches longer than the old original, and the exhaust pipe's got 30 joins instead of 25, and you can check all that detail, And I can see the same on a Speedway bike, exactly the same, because your scene was motocross.
Yeah. Yep. And so that's why it's been perfect to do. Like, obviously, I grew up watching Dad, and like I said, I think I told you a little story about that. I was supposed to Simon Swindon, but we won't bring that up because it still winds me up now about my mum. I'm not holding it against her or anything, Marv. But yeah, I think I was supposed to be a spear rider anyway, but I carried on with motocross, and like I said, and then obviously, so that's why it was cool to do the memories of both. And grew up.
And you finished at what age?
Quite young 20s on motocross as well, so that was not good. So it was a shame. Young 20s. I only started at 12 and was finished by 23. What's that?
Expense or a change of life?
A bit of all that. Obviously, my dad supported everything I did with the racing, and we did have a sponsored bike, but everything else that comes with it, and the traveling and the fuel, and it's just continuous in it. And it was part of that as well. Like I said, I had the talent and the ability to do it all, but it was always generally the money, to be honest, But we did well together. We won some British finals in motocross and stuff, and schoolboys and stuff like that with my dad, and it was really cool. We didn't have any of these big campers or big caravans. We had a small van and stuff like that. But he was a genius with engines and stuff like that, so it was always good. Him and Martin were always like, getting together on the engine stuff and all that. So no matter if I had a 3 or 4 year old bike, it was still as quick as anything out there. So it was all good. I could just ride fast. I wasn't great with the technical side, but he was brilliant. So
I better bring it up as well. You too, Ian. All the best. I must bring it up as well, otherwise she's going to curse me when I see her at Oxford if I come up there.
Go on.
Joe Ellaway. Nice to see the girls back in action as well on the Isle of Wight doing the flags and stuff, because they was doing it years ago when I was down there at Oxford, That's something they don't have at I remember, I think Wolverhampton they used to do it, and then they started bringing out this Super 7 or something, Super 7 series or meetings and stuff. And they used to have the seven girls doing stuff and all that. Don't have all that stuff anymore.
No, they don't. No,
I don't know. Well, I don't know what we can do to bring the sport back up again. Maybe
So
people are here listening. Maybe they can comment maybe now, or if not, the next time, and have a little think about what can be done to bring the sport, what the supporters want.
be interesting, wouldn't it? Like sort of big questionnaire things or what?
Yeah, it's not always what the promoters and the BSPA want. It's what supporters want that pay to come and watch it. What
Yeah,
do they want to keep coming to pay to watch? Yeah.
Good point.
Here we go. I done this for I
Pontus
organised that
Aspergen. Yeah.
years ago. Yes.
Cocker, you must have helped out thousands of Speedway young guns.
Plenty of them. Plenty of people that I could have, and still help out that I can when I can.
Proper legend. Someone just said Marvin dressed up as a fairy. I might have a picture of that.
Yeah, that was a Christmas thing with me and Hans, wasn't it? Yeah.
That's brilliant.
Yeah. Fair
play. No messing around. Go all out. Go all out.
Yeah, I don't know. That phone call come out the blue from. I'm not sure if it was from Bernard Krapp or someone at Oxford and said, "Can you come up beforehand?" And we organised something, and then Mike Patrick come up, and I think it took a dozen or 20 pictures, and he said, "That's fine, perfect." That was it. That was on the front cover for Christmas. Speedway Star front cover.
Yes, I've got the picture of that as well somewhere. What's going on here then, Marv?
Oh, there's my old mate JD himself. That was.
I bet that one on the front of the Speedway Star.
No, that Christ, we're all slim there, aren't we? Christ, back in 63.5, 64 kilos then.
Yeah, they were the days, eh?
That was actually, look at the tiles and everything. Look at the shower we got there on the side. That was on a JMS tour in Poland. We done Gorzów and Ostrów. There was John Kelly Moran, Tommy Knudsen, Malcolm Simmons, Kelvin Tatum. Yeah, I can't remember all of them, but that's where that was. That's a typical old style hotel that we stayed in there. Look.
Yeah, like old school retro there, isn't it?
I haven't spoke with him for a few years. The last time I see JD was at Paul Stadium when it was the Darcy Ward. Some money for him. That was a few years ago now.
Yeah. I think I was there actually. Someone's just said, Gary Clegg's just said, what your thoughts on not letting riders ride back into the pits and also not allowed to do practice starts without helmets on?
I didn't know they weren't allowed to ride them back into the pits, but I'm totally against, not riding without helmet on, health and safety. And yes, I think it's okay to do a practice start if you have a helmet on, but obviously they don't do that now. I didn't know that because years before we didn't have a helmet on. If you go to the centre green, you have your introduction, you get on your bike, you do a practice start and go back to the pits. But if you think about it, you could easily flip it over.
Yeah, when you think about it now, like you said, it was quite sketchy, really, isn't it?
Over on the start with a helmet on, so you could easily flip it over on a practice start. Exactly the same. Yeah. Oh yes, Stuart and Adele. Yeah, they were the great days back at Cowley Road. Yeah.
Definitely.
They was there to witness all them great days. Years of great days, evenings.
Colin Richardson just said, yes, Lee's first year at Reading, he struggled, and Cocker and Floppy were great with him.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. Lee was only 16. I remember him having an upright. I don't know what. I think he had an upright GM, and he also was way ahead of everything. He had a lay down jar as well.
Did he?
Yes. Yeah.
I remember him. Then he really got going, and I remember him was winning a lot of stuff then at the time, and he was number one at Reading then. When they were in the lower league.
He come out and won his big title in Voyant, which was would have been the World Under 21. I'm sure that was when he was on Lantern Hammer GMs as well. and that turned his career around. From then, he got better and better and better.
He was a great rider. Loved him at Swindon as well.
Clean, smart, professional, everything. Yeah.
Class rider.
You know, even when you look at the appearance of the Polish World Cup squad, the way they approach themselves.
Yeah.
Exactly the same. Proper pro.
Definitely. Got to try and get Colin on as well.
Got to work his time difference. What's he's only about 4 or 5 hours in front.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't actually know the time in Dubai. No.
6 hours. So he's only 4 or 5 hours.
You're on the spot here now, Marv. Kevin Johnson wants to know your all-time 1 to 7 at Oxford.
Oh, well, Oxford, okay.
We'll do Paul after though, so you ain't getting away with it. You're having a think now, aren't you? Thinking, don't want to miss anyone. So 1 to 7 for Oxford. We're going to go there then. So are we? Is he not in the? Is he not in the team, or you the manager of the team? What's going on?
I'm going to be team manager, me.
Yeah, team manager.
It's easier. Then I can't pick myself. That's better as well. I'm not going to upset too many people. I've still got 7.
Yeah, I got the big sausages. I got the big sausage fingers here, so I'll do the counting.
I'm gonna I've got to think a little bit before my time, if I can, of a couple of riders. Can't really remember too many before. Okay, then we're going to say straight away, you've got to put hands at number 1 at captain. Done. Right.
Yeah.
We're going to put Martin Dugard at number 2. We're going to put the main man himself, Mr. W. Wig, at 3, like he always used to ride out in Heat 4.
Yeah.
Another good rider at Oxford for many years was himself, Mick Paul.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mick Paul. So we've got 3 left. Should have got the Oxford pictures that I didn't delete off.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of mixed teams as well. Dave Perks. We'll stick Perks at number 7. He was a legend there, wasn't he? Put him at reserve.
Yeah. That's 5.
We're still 5.
We've got 2 left.
Oh, we'll have the other Dugard then, the talented little Dugard that should have been something. We'll have him. Yeah, he's a trump card.
Someone's Colin might be putting.
We'll have someone who was exceptionally good at Oxford all them years ago as well. In fact, I could have said a few from the era of Vanessa and Steve, actually, including Wiltshire, Nicky Pedersen, Greg. There's lots. You can go on forever.
Right, here we go. There's a few things that Collins wrote down. So Collins wrote.
Oh Christ, yeah.
And now Paul Dugard's also wrote Hans Wiggy, Martin Marvyn, Gordon Kennett, Andy Graham, Trevor Gear.
Yeah, shout. Yeah.
Love it. It's 1:30 in the morning, apparently.
There you go.
Planet Orange, Purple Ring.
4 hours, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30. 3 hours in front. Yeah.
3 hours in front. So we should, yeah. Oh, yes. So if I did a 7 o'clock start, Colin, you could be 10 p.m. your end, and just to make sure you ain't got work next day or something.
Yeah, that's it. You can do that one.
Yeah. That'd be good. Crossy, someone's put in Crossy. Did he do right back Oxford? Did he? Did he ride
there for a couple of years? Yes.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Didn't know that one.
Yeah, he was there.
What about the Paul one then?
Scully also rode for Oxford, didn't he? Because he was talking.
He did actually. Yeah. Yes, he did.
Yeah.
He had them sketchy, silky suits on and all that, didn't it?
He said he had a special. Did he say he had a special arse or a special seat, mate? So he didn't.
That's it. Special ass or something. Yeah, that's it.
That's right. to
keep the grip on. Yeah, deadly, weren't they? So what's the 1 to 7 then? What's the 1 to 7 for Paul then?
Straight away, I think you've got to put straight in Michael Lee, haven't you, at number 1?
Cool, yeah, Michael Lee, yeah.
Top legend down there, wasn't he?
Mm.
Then you've got to get the other one as a top legend also down at Paul, Scott Autry.
Mm. I remember him doing a year at Swindon, didn't he, in the early 80s?
Another Paul legend himself, Craig Boyce.
Mm. Trying to get him on as well.
Yeah, I see him a couple of weeks ago in Sweden, actually. Ain't seen him for about 20 years.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, was that?
Him, yeah.
Talk of the devil.
There he is, yeah. Lemo. Christ, he's bring back memories. There's Savalas Cloughton in the back there next to me.
Ah,
Lyle.
Marvin. He was the one I saw. He was at Cardiff in the bar as well.
Yeah, Savalas Cloughton.
Yeah, I had seen him.
His son rides for is it Oxford or is he right at Kent? Because I see him at the weekend down there.
I actually don't know that one.
Yeah, there's my other old mates and him since for too many years as well. Lars Gunnarstad.
Yeah.
Christ, that you know what that picture's from, do you?
Is that one where they had the GP?
No, that is the last ever meeting run at Wimbledon Stadium.
Oh, was it?
Yes, and that on the outside in yellow and black is Paul Dugard, and the one behind
there he is.
Is
that
David
Mullet?
Mullet,
yeah.
That's another local lad from here. He's only 20 minutes away from here at Barham. He rode for years at Reading, as you know, and the one on the outside is Nathan Stevens. Is it Nathan Simpson?
Oh, Simpson. Yeah. I remember him. Yeah. There you go. Found you one on there, that Paul.
I think it was rained off after. I'm not sure if it was 3 heats or 5 heats or 6 heats. You see, standing over there by the gate there as well, ready to go out with his white and pink. There was JD as well.
Oh yeah. Flipping out, you're right. So it's good.
Oh yeah. I bet he weren't looking too forward to that, JD. He wouldn't have liked all that mud and shit.
No, I was going to say that looks wet.
No way.
It's not good on the pink levers, is it?
On the phone as well to the ref now already. Yeah. Part of pizza with Avi and Donkey and Kelvin and Bowie, yeah. Top lad are Eric. Christ. That's another grass track out in Osnabrück, that one is, yeah.
Oh, that's what I want to ask you. Who was your... That's what I want to ask you. That is... Hang on. Is he Czech?
He is Czech. That's Papa Dremel.
Oh, is it?
Yes, Papa Dremel.
Bloody hell. Yeah. One thing I was going to ask you, I just cropped up in my mind, was who was your favourite to get on with team manager?
I think Alan Ham, top team manager.
Oh yeah, is that Bradford, wasn't he?
Top
team GP. Yeah.
That's a GP somewhere. Top team manager, Alan Ham was.
Yeah.
Respectful. Neil Street, top man as well. Never had a problem with Neil. And also with Streety, I remember when I wrote, I don't remember, it was 1996. 96 when I was at riding at Oxford. Who was the team manager then? Christ, it would have been Dave Pavitt was involved with Buster Chapman as promoters, and the team manager would have been Buster Chapman and Christ, I'm not sure who the manager was. Can't remember. And I remember having 3, or did I have 4 on the trot? Not quite sure. Can you do another one? Not a problem. Another one. I had 6 heats up there. I don't know if I'd done 3 or 4 on the trot. I've never ever used to refuse a heat or a race. Don't matter if there's 2 on the trot or 3 on the trot. Take it. That's it. That's what I was there to do. I was there employed to be told what to do, not asked, not say, can you do the next race? You are in the next race. Okay. That's what I'm here to do. Not say, oh, I want gate 4. You're out there to do that. That's it. That's what you're employed to do.
They're still firing names about Oxford, Lee Adams, Troy Butler.
Yeah, yeah.
And then they're doing the Paul thing because we started the team, didn't we? I don't think we finished. Simo
Yes, only
Paul.
got, yeah.
So I think we got. I'm sure you said Michael Lee, and then you said Scott Autry. Scott Autry.
Mm.
Would you put Simmons in that team? Because I suppose he was a legend down there.
Yeah, he would have been in the top. Like Christ, he was top of the averages for quite a few years down there, wasn't he? In the top league.
That's free.
Long time. He was super Simo everywhere.
Oh, you said Boyce. You said Boyce as well. So that's 4.
Yes.
3 left. Bloody strong side.
Real proper crowd pleaser and a favourite that someone commented on there before. Kevin Smith.
Oh yeah, he was on here as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was a legend down there on the fence, right on the fence. Well, I've got
Love
a stick at the top that's coming on next week as well. See if he peed off with me. Put Midlow in there.
Yeah, oh yeah, Midlow, yeah. Jesus.
Another top man that was down there, very good round there as well. Straight in, Gary Averlock. Done.
There you go, sorted.
Sorted.
That's a good.
How's that?
That's a good team. That's not bad team, is it?
Then everyone's going to now comment, why didn't you pick Tony Ricardson? Why didn't you pick Mark Loran? Why didn't you pick out Lee Adams?
Here you go. Ricardson. Yeah, there's always opinions.
After.
Here he is. Dewey's on now. Look, he's put Coco, you legend. Great year at Oxford in '96.
Top man, Stu.
Hope you're good, buddy. Recovering from his ops and stuff when he fell off that bloody ladder. Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah. He's hopefully he's getting there now, I think.
Not good. No.
Yeah, he did his leg and all that, and I think he's pretty much nearly there now, but he's been in recovery for quite a while, and I've been catching up with him and that.
Oh Jesus.
But hopefully, how are you doing now, Dewey? Give us the latest update.
Yeah.
Barra's just put, you rode to entertain Cocker and was great at it.
Well, I rode not only to entertain, Baz, I rode to win, but I did used to try. Never used to give up till the black and white flag come out. That was it.
Did you enjoy the GP?
Up and down. I at first I thought it was great to be in it, but
it
wasn't properly organised, and I must say no, I didn't really enjoy it so much. No. I struggled, and when you're struggling, you don't have self-confidence, and you're not happy with things. And no, I didn't really that much, but I think what it's done for the sport is absolutely fantastic, and all credit to Ollie for doing it, and all of his boys behind him that got him into doing what he done with the name Ollie Olsen. Fantastic. It's Oxford days. That's an England squad as well there.
Yeah, that's a good team, and I was just looking at that.
That's a lineup.
Yeah.
And then when you used to have the test matches with Denmark, or not so much with Sweden, it was more Scandinavians do their own stuff with like Sweden and Denmark, but we used to have them with Australia.
With the tools and that. Did you? Yeah, the tools.
There's Neil Evitts in front there.
Yeah.
And Andy behind me.
Andy Smith, yeah, because Neil Everts won the British final, didn't he? Once or twice.
I don't know if it looks like coming. I don't know if it's a British final or overseas. I'm not sure. That's at Kelvin and Crossy and me at Bellevue. It's Commonwealth. Cool. That's an old one. That's 1984. That's British final at Canterbury. That is.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Julian Parr in front.
Yep.
And behind me in white is the Kent lad as well, Jamie Luckhurst.
Check out them flames on the front of them levers.
Yeah. And he's got the tassels on the arms.
Oh, yeah. I remember a few of them. Did a few of them.
I don't know who the first ever one to have them, but he's a Sheffield lad up that part of the world. Sheffield or Scunthorpe or whatever. But if you remember, Doug Wire, he used to have tassels, didn't he?
That's it, Doug Wire, yeah.
I wonder if someone knows that.
There was a few, wasn't there? I think even later on, I think Joe Screen had it later on in his career as well, didn't he? I think.
Don't forget last year at Cardiff, Adam Ellis had a set, didn't he?
I did see that actually. Yeah, I remember that now. Now you said that.
Yano.
Yeah. It's like
Crossy
Crossy. Yeah. Stead. Is that Stead?
Yeah.
Steady.
No, it's Simon Cross in yellow and Neil Evans in blue.
Neil Evans. Yeah.
Sonny Bradford.
Yeah, it looks sun's right in the eyes.
Looks like a muddy, wet Sonny Bradford, but that's all right when it's like that. If it's muddy, because it'll always produce dirt and a better racetrack after some heat. You know, like I said about
yeah, exactly. After a couple of heats, after a couple.
We spoke about that picture the other day. My mechanic sent me that from Germany. I'm thinking that was in Neustadt Donau, down on the Donau, the famous river. Yeah, that's Kings Lynn. That's the under 21 championship at Kings Lynn. There you go. Christ, you've got pictures of me in there, Lee. You have.
There you go. Beautiful.
Yeah. That's the one in the middle. That's the best one to have.
That must have been awesome at that time, obviously, in your career at that age.
Yeah, it was a good year that year to start my British League campaign, 1984 that was. And then he's on it. That Norris is on it, and he's got a memory too.
Good man.
Yeah. And then I had a very good year in 86 was a good year. And after doing my world final in 86, 87 wasn't such a good year. I invested in new engines and this, and just wasn't a good year. And then, Christ, that's an early one. Whatever year that was. 80, maybe 82.
I had to double take that. I thought, is that Cole Ferrara then?
82 or 83, yeah. Everybody had the same hairstyle.
Yeah. And then before that, in my dad's time, everyone had the long hair and all looked like flipping rock stars. Did you like? Was that always cool to be on the front of the magazines and stuff like that? It was always good, wasn't it? The sponsors and things like that.
I heard you when I was at the SCOE the other day. You said that, and he said, "What was his wordings like?" Oh yeah, I felt quite privileged. He said, "Yeah, it's nice when you get the Speedway Star delivered, or you go into Boots to buy, not Boots, Smith's to buy it, and you're sitting on there. Yeah, good."
Did you do any? What did you do in the winter times, Marv? Did you ride motocross bikes like some of the Speedway riders did? Fitness? What did you do?
No, I done all different things, all different winters. One winter I done when I was young. I done a lot of boxing for a couple of winters.
Oh, did you?
Sharp training just for speed.
Yep.
1 year I went and worked for a builder on carrying and labouring. That was our graft, getting up early morning and digging and carrying an odd up a ladder and stuff I'd never done before. So that was hard work one winter. And then, as I say, from 1984, I went over to Australia a few times, which was good because that got me to ride on the big tracks, learn riding style and technique, and be sharp when I come back to the UK, you know. That helped me. And to get bigger on the big tracks, because riding around Rye House every week, when I started going to like Peterborough, struggled. And then, of course,
big time change.
It was easier to ride around Oxford and Ipswiches and places like that. Then you go to Bellevue Hyde Road and struggle. So when I went to Australia, it was good. That improved my big track stuff. Julian Parr, yeah. It is Julian Parr with the tassels, yeah.
Dave Champion just put Julian Parr and Rob Woofy were in the Rye House team with Ali and Andrew Silver rode for Rye House with Calvin Malarkey, Len Silver, Ronnie Russell. With the team managers, we had a team coach for the Northern Tours, and Ronnie used to drive the team coach.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I remember Julian Parr with the tassels there. But yeah, now you say it, Woofy as well. He did, yeah. And what Floppy said before, the Mildnor team had him, because they had matching leathers all them years ago, didn't they? Black and yellow, like
before the time scene with the old team leathers.
Yeah.
think we had, I think even Swindon did that at one point in the 60s. I think Barry Briggs was there when they did some sort of team Robins on them. It was something that had happened before as well. People thought it was just later on, but it wasn't, was it? Paul Dugard just put, if British Speedway had you as a director of development and worked closer with Grass Track, we might still find some real talent.
Well, I did when I worked at Oxford with Vanessa and Steve. That was my my job and role there, was to look for younger talent for the club, and also to work with the juniors for second half and bringing on the future. I had a van for Steve and Vanessa. I used to have bikes. I used to travel all around and try and help the sport. And it wasn't, as I say, it cost £250 then just to have the ambulance. And then you try and get people to come, and it basically cost me money and Vanessa and Steve money to do it all, to try and promote it and everything. Then I stopped it all. And then at one GP I was speaking, they said, why did you give all that? It was good what you was doing. I said, that was, I'm not going to say a name, but it was then someone that was involved with the BSPA said, well, why didn't you call me and we could have done something about it? I said, you should be calling me and telling me what a great job I've done.
Exactly.
Is there anything we can do to help? Have you any suggestions? What's the bikes costing? What can we do? Have you nothing? That's your thanks. So I sold it all. I said to Vanessa, this is just a losing battle after 3 years. It's all going. Sold it all. That was it.
It's the trouble, isn't it? Ah, man. What about the indoor stuff? Did you like any of that?
That was that was down at was it the O2 Arena?
What was that, like Wembley, called Wembley Arena or something like that now at the time?
Maybe Wembley Arena. Yeah, maybe it was called Wembley Arena.
That was on the like the hard floor, wasn't it?
Yeah, like it was like on a concrete.
Yeah.
Not easy to ride.
No.
I think we had a little practice, if I remember right. We had a little practice before. I just remember I put in £30 in the rear tyre. Normally on a speedway bike, you run between 8 or 6.5 and 10, depending on how deep the track is. But I remember putting 30 in the back of that one there. I remember using a soft tyre Dunlop because I thought the hotter the tyre gets, the more grip I'm going to get.
Yeah.
Kelvin was the only one on the day. I had a softer compound tyre actually as well. I remember Kelvin was the only one on the day that had a bar on. And he won.
Interesting.
And I just remember you had to ride it hard to keep the back wheel spinning.
Yeah, to make it turn. Shut
it off, the thing would just go straight. You couldn't get the thing to go sideways.
It did look sketchy though, didn't it? There was a lot of few of them had big problems.
Down. And if you look on my left shoe there,
I see that. I was just checking it.
Shoe, I had what I'd practiced with before years ago in Australia, which was a sheepskin shoe. That's what I had made for that indoor meeting there.
Oh yeah. I was going to say it looks like a chamois leather type of.
Yep, sheepskin it was. So it would slide across the surface easier.
Bloody good.
Because if you're walking with a still shoe, it's very super slippery.
Yeah.
So I thought that's going to be too slippery. So I had that made, and I also raced on wood one time in Brisbane in Australia.
Did you?
Yeah.
Did anyone follow suit when they saw you use that, or?
I can't remember after that day. They wouldn't be able to make one day, but was it the only one it was ever? They run one time up in Birmingham, didn't they, on an indoor? That was nothing but slide off on crashes when it was Bruce Pennell and Eric Gunderson and Kenny Carter, and I think Ivan Major and Ian Thomas promoted that.
Yeah. Did you do all the ice stuff and all that as well?
Only one time at Telford. That wasn't for me. No, I couldn't get on with that at all. I didn't like that.
No.
I done it once, and no, it wasn't for me.
It was sketchy, wasn't it?
That was an invitation from Ivan there on the right. That was in America. That was a last minute phone call. He said, "Can you come over to America?" In about 4 days' time, I said, "Okay." So I went over. flew over for that meeting. After the meeting, I stayed in America that night. I flew back the next morning, arrived back in England, would have been the day before, I think I'm right in saying, or Sunday, the Sunday of, and I got picked up at Gatwick. I had to drive down the road to a grass track, down the grass track and come back again, back to Kent. All in the matter of 2 days. Into America, raced, flew back with a time difference, raced the next day and back to Kent again.
Bloody hell.
Do you remember? You can recognise all them riders there, can you?
Yeah, I'm just looking at some now. Is that Larry Ross at the bottom, is it?
Top left is Larry Ross, and you got Jan
Larry
Anderson next
Ross.
to him.
Yeah,
You got the Dremel, then you got John Titman and Phil Collins
John
down
Titman,
the bottom.
yeah, and Hans.
Ivan himself.
I remember having one of them front plates on my BMX bike.
Yeah.
And didn't like, there's a few riders that had them when it was like Sean Moran.
I had one year.
You had one for a bit, yeah. I just see that on your pictures.
Yeah, a few of them. I think it probably come in after Ivan having the idea because it's good for advertising. Yeah.
Yeah, good shout. Yeah. Who we got here? It's got Barry's just put Jamie and Peter have done great to bring young talent through Oxford and are still bringing young talent into this club. Can only be good for the sport. Got to get my grandson out on a bike because this with like the that's what you're going to watch in it, is the Oxford Chargers, isn't it? Their team they've got.
Yeah.
You're going to see one, you said, wasn't it?
Yeah, Sunday. I plan to go Sunday to Ireland. It's only about 40 minutes drive. They've got Mildenhall on at 12 o'clock, the first meeting. At 2 o'clock, Oxford Chargers.
Well, that'd be good then. Fingers crossed the weather's all good then.
Yeah.
Well, that's another thing as well. You mentioned it earlier about like second halves and stuff like that as well, wouldn't there? And they always used to be second halves and some sort of individual thing. And
yeah, well, the second halves used to qualify. Then you'd have the top four in the final. And then I can't remember what year they bought another something out as well. That's when I finished everything. I think they had like the top four in the final, top 2 point scorers from each team or something. I can't remember exactly. But yeah, the supporters want to see that, you know. That's in Gdansk. That's from what I went over to 2 years ago. Was the Golden Boy Trophy in respect for Zenon Plek.
That's cool. Is that a T-shirt of it is on as well? I was just trying to look at your T-shirt.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Someone commented on this online doing that. They're both not looking where they're going.
You know,
trying to get the grip. Is that Mitch?
Yeah, it's Mitch Area.
Mitch Area.
Yeah.
He was another feisty one, wasn't he, Mitch? I even remember him at Swindon when he left Reading to come to Swindon for a couple of years. He was always feisty for a...
Yeah. And if you look as well, if you look at the top of my engine cover, on the rocker cover, mine's gold.
Oh, yeah. His is red.
And the top of it, his was red.
Oh, yeah. Huh. Trick. Was that factory? Love the word factory. Top of the table clash, Mildenhall and Oxford.
Oh, is it? Okay, Kevin. Yeah, I didn't realise that. I just know that they're the two teams up there.
Oh, yeah, that one as well. Look, Rich Thomas said the Golden Sash, top two scorers from each team. Yeah. Did you have any? I haven't asked you that one, have I? Did you have any?
Just said I'll get a beer now. I'm going to need another quick toilet, and I'll be back again with you.
No worries. I think this is going to be my record one. I think I was on with I did a long one with Hans for about 3.5 hours, which was funny. And then I remember talking to Eric Gunderson, and he was going to do one after Hans, and he was like, "I'll tell you one thing, Lee, I'm not going to be able to do 3 hours." And I was like, "Yeah, no worries. Even if you could do an hour, anything, it's all cool." And 3 hours later, I said, "Eric," I even got to the 3-hour mark, and I went, "Eric," I went, "Yes." He said, "You stayed on for 3 hours." Oh, mental. The time flies, though, doesn't it, when you're reminiscing and all that? Right? Can you believe we started this at 7? 11 o'clock. Oh, classic. I think this is my new record. Well, it says on my timer here, 3 hours and 54 minutes. Even I had to have a toilet break. That's the first ever toilet break I think I've had. Especially when I've was having drink, and I don't really drink, so I thought I would for this. And yeah, normally I only need one, but I've nearly had two. Check me out. But I don't act crazy or anything when I'm drunk. I just act a little bit more sociable than ever. Maybe it's because I'm mixing with the water. And I've even got hydration tablets in there that I've got online as well, after my mate dropped some off for me when I was ill. So I've got some myself now. I don't think I've even hardly even looked at my question. How can you be 4 hours into an interview, look, and not really asked any of your questions? Look, and even gone from the top of it. One, because I was asking all the fans online questions, even whether I had them or not. I was just saying that I said, this is a record one, this one. I said, we're nearly at 4 hours. I said, so this is a new record. And I just said that I'm looking at the top of my thing. And I said, I hadn't even moved off the top of my questions from the top of the page. And I was just showing everyone all my questions going like that.
And there's still more.
Look all them like that. And I didn't even really like, I said, because I always go with the fans, obviously, because it's cool for the fans to be on and reminiscing. And,
obviously it's good that it's a record, because I that's something I always used to like doing as well, if possible, breaking track records. I had a few, and I always used to study race times. I knew that if heat 1, 2, and 3 was that, and I was out in heat 4, and I was 0.5 faster than heat 3, I was good. I was more than on the pace. So I always used to work on times, because if he's beating him and I'm 0.4, 0.5 quicker, I'm up for it. Yeah. Makes
That's
a lot of
so
difference.
true. I said your knowledge is immense. 100%. Mark said your knowledge is immense. It has been. You've literally, a lot of the riders tend to do that. Oh, I can't remember this and can't remember that. But you've been like absolutely razor sharp.
Good for that. And
Brilliant.
even particular heats and qualification rounds in the world and everything else and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, you've been amazing on it as well. What was the actual? I didn't even said that. I didn't even mention half of these questions I had. But what was the first bike you ever had, and how old were you then?
First bike I ever had was an NSU, and I was 12.
Same age as what I went on a bike, 12. So it's quite late then.
Yeah, it was an old shitbox of a bike. And that, my old sponsor said if I fancied doing grass track. So he actually bought a bike off via Kevin Smith's dad. Jimmy organised it, and it was from oh Christ, what was his name? I'll forget that name. It was a 125 Suzuki 125cc 2-stroke. Was a Hagen frame, and then the following year after that was an ex-Kevin Smith 250 Bultaco. It took off the barrel and the piston, put on a 200 piston and a barrel, and put the same cylinder head back on again. So I had a 200cc. Then the following year, I had a brand new LTR from Hagen with a Honda 185S road bike, engine taken out and tuned up by my local man that made it up to a 200cc. And then the following year, I had another brand new bike, which was another Hagen LTR with Honda XL 250. It was about 10 or 8 or 12 years old. And it was all built up inside with different pistons and valves and camshaft and everything, and rocket. Yeah, that was the first bike. But the first bike was an NSU.
Bloody yeah.
Yeah.
So what sort of age were you when, obviously, so you did the grass track and everything. Did that come easy to you, or?
Well, at first the NSU was just a bike just for playing up the forest on, like everyone starts off on mopeds and stuff. And then that was just playing up there for about 6 months or something. And then halfway through that season, got the bike, and then got ready for the following season. And that was, as I say, in the 125 class, just here in Kent. Then when I got into the 200s, that was also in. I had two years in the 200s. Was the 200 on the Baltaco. Then I went to the 200s. I had the 4-stroke. You know the Honda XL 185S, the road bike.
Oh yeah.
Then they took the engine
Yeah,
out of that and had it all tuned up and stuff. And then I started traveling away from here for a Saturday, and then back to Kent on a Sunday. We used to go to Cotswolds and to Salisbury, and also to up by Milton Keynes, Northampton, that area, Livingston, Lovell, up that part of the country. So then I used to compete with people like Nigel Diaz and the Price, somebody Price up there. And then down the south, the other way, used to be like Nigel Diaz, Simon Cross, Kevin Price. That was all there. The Cotswolds area. Cotswolds.
Yeah.
Their areas, you know.
So what was the, how old were you when you actually got onto a speedway track then with a speedway bike? How old were you, do you remember?
Just on 16, just under.
16.
Yeah.
Where was that?
Hackney.
Hackney
was the first practice, yeah. That was on a Westlake from Reg Luckhurst. Jamie's father.
Yep.
It was a second-hand bike, and went up there and just practice. Hackney on a Saturday, Highway on a Sunday. And then when I got snapped up by Len Silver, I was lucky with Peter. He went up to Ivan Henry's workshop, where Bo Peterson was by then back in Denmark, with 5 bikes lined up, and said they're all the same, take your pick. So that was it. One of them bikes come back, different mud guards. That's how the career started, yeah.
Bloody hell.
That was it.
You would have, so it all started. Sounds.
So it was
Who
one
was?
of Super Bow bikes. That was a Hackney legend, he was as well, Super Bow.
I was just about to say, did you have any when you were a youngster and obviously just getting into the speedway? Who were your idols and heroes of speedway and grass track and all that sort of thing? Did you have any?
No, there wasn't really anyone really, because I never used to go.
So you didn't really know too much about it.
No, I didn't really know much. Just used to go to the grass tracks, and then of course Saturday nights I used to go to Canterbury Speedway. But then when I started riding at Livingston Lovell on a Saturday, or the Cotswolds on a Saturday, and Salisbury on a Saturday, I would never used to go to Canterbury. But of course, if I went to Canterbury, I used to go and just watch. There was nobody in particular I used to have a favourite rider or anything like that. Just used to go and watch.
What about the technical side of the bikes? Was you always into that side of things, or
everything? Yeah.
So you did your own bikes quite a bit and stuff like that throughout your career, and
done everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
I never used to do the engines. They was always sent away to someone to be done.
Yeah.
I had Peter locally done the engines for a few years, and I worked with Peter Johns for a few years. Then I had Reg Randall up in Norwich near Kings Lynn. He done them for me for a year and a half. Then I went with Weiss down in Germany, and from him I went on with Klaus Lausch, and from Klaus Lausch I went with someone else. Can't remember who. Yeah, tried a few, you know. Always, if you think you can get better, try another. Yeah.
You always had good bikes generally?
Yes. Yeah. I think if you invest the money, you get the result.
I remember.
And if you don't invest in the best equipment, you're not going to win.
Yeah.
And if you don't want to invest, then you're not going to win. It's all just a mind game as such, you know. And if you haven't got the best, you won't win. And you've got to be prepared for it. You've got to be fit. You've got to have. It's not just having the best bike. It's the package. It's a bit of everything. You know, you see with these big boys now. It's not just the bike. It's how they work on the bike, how he rides the bike, how he thinks, how he plans his next lap to pass someone. It's not just always the bike.
Yeah.
And if it is only just the bike, if you want to say that, he knows how he wants the bike to be geared up for him, etc.
Do you think it helps a rider to know the technical sides of things as well, so he knows how things work and how he can relay that back to engine tuners, that type of thing? Is it all a good thing in general?
So totally. I think you need to know a little bit what's inside of it, that when you do ride it, how it reacts, of how you think. If you're told how it should react, so you're aware of it, and if you feel that that's what it does, then you know that's what it does. But sometimes, unless you know or not know too much about it, it can be for the better as well. If you have too many engines, too many different light flywheels and a heavier flywheel and a different camshaft and different compression. I got to the stage when I started climbing the ladder, I kept 3 bikes all the same, all exactly the same. So
otherwise, I suppose you could end up
or the next, all the same. It was all down to changing the rear sprocket, playing around with the jet, moving the body weight, moving the brain, controlling the throttle, and working with the bike. If you got power, you got speed. You got speed, you go fast. If you lose all the power in the engine, you're not going to be fast. You might get out the start for the first 20 meters, and then you're not going to have speed. That's how it is. You've got to move your body and around to make the thing work.
Is that a thing now where there's like is there a finer margin to find a sweet spot on the bikes now? They always seem to be like megally chasing setups, and now where they just race them flat out and they're just spinning their nuts off. And what's your thoughts on it now?
With anyone too much on the speedway, too much, but I think it's always, if you're in front, everyone's happy. If you're behind and you're struggling, you want to change.
Yeah.
Sometimes if they're in front, they want to change. Then they go out and run a third. They go back to what they had on and win again.
Yeah.
The thing is, when you're winning, why change?
Yeah.
It can be a bit of a mind game sometimes, you know.
Yeah, I think so. That's a good shout. What Paul's just said there as well. Never heard the likes of Mark Laran blaming his setup every time he had a bad race.
Come in, clean your goggles, go out again. That's it. Yeah. No.
Yeah, I think that does happen quite a bit now, doesn't it?
I was the same. I never changed much. I only used to really change the rear sprocket. That was it. And sometimes I used to play a little bit with the jets and stuff, but not much. It was more down to come back in, brush myself down, similar to what you just said about Laramsky. Maybe take 1 tooth off or 2 teeth off. It was ridiculously too much power, and just go again. Put the clutch spring in another half a turn or something, then ride it again. That's it.
What about the clutches now? Robbie's just asked, do oil catchers make tracks less grippy?
Yes. This was discussed many years ago down at Eastbourne, with Bob being a good track man. He knew what he was doing, and he said for sure that the track down there got worse when the oil catchers weren't throwing the oil on the track or wasting the oil on the track, whereas he could turn it over and the material would bind together.
Interesting.
Now you've got these oil rotating oil system engine, nothing goes on the track.
Interesting.
If you got oil and you put it in material, some soil outside, it goes stodgy and sticks together. If you don't put oil, it's not as stodgy. It won't hold together. So no, that's what you said there, Robbie. It's a fact. If you ever play around in your garden with 1 or 2 liters of oil, you throw oil into it, mix it up, you got a stodginess. You get grip.
Interesting.
And help, as what you've said, the oil catchers, you got less grip.
Interesting.
Materials as well, and don't forget now everything is different now as well. You got the lay down engines. You got a different profile tire. They've got now problems with the tires blowing up. You've got the engine go up to 13.5, 14,000 revs. Before we only used to go up to 8.5, 9, and 10 max if you had a super strong one, you know.
Mm.
And now you've got different silencers. It's all completely different. It's all completely different.
I remember when they started changing the silencers. That was a big thing at the time, wasn't it? It changed the bikes quite a bit when they put their new silencers on. All the riders hated them.
I'm running them now, and you've got the engine now that revs up to 13,500 in the middle of the corner. As soon as it hits a bit of grip, it picks up.
Takes off. Yeah, it takes off.
Takes off.
So they almost, that's why they're all slick, isn't it? That's why they have to have it slick.
Nice to watch.
Mm.
You know, the bike
Yeah,
spinning.
I must admit,
to the dirt and then just take off.
Yeah, I have done a bit of forwarding on meetings, or let's say, and some of the GPs have some a bit like that.
And sometimes, you know, when you see people riding close to get other riders back, well, you think, oh my God, he's close. Just that quick lift, bang.
Yeah.
Happens.
We've seen a few of them. We've seen a few of them.
A lot closer.
Mm.
What rides, because they want to be riding on the same line all the time. They ride exceptionally close.
Mm. If they get any of them little ruts and stuff like that, any of the tracks break up a little bit or anything.
Because it's spinning so fast, and as soon as it hits it, the engine dies because they're short strokes and an offset and everything else. As soon as it hits it, the whole the engine dies and lifts.
Just takes off. Yeah.
Takes off. Yeah. Which is not going to change because it's a racing sport, and all it will do is get faster, and everyone that tunes an engine will produce more power, and more power.
Mr. Norris has just said, I spoke to Javi and no one shifts their ass on the push bar. Then you've got Smarslick on the push bar going into the corner. Say no more. Cocker's knowledge is priceless.
That's it. Move your body. And he done that last year when he passed Woofington down the back straight at the Prague GP into turn 3 into the last corner. Literally, his bum was on the push bar.
It was, yeah.
I don't think he could believe it himself. He could stretch his arms far enough to go back that far.
No, he's not exactly the biggest, yeah. Yeah, he sort of almost like tries to ride with like almost like a long track type of way, doesn't he? Right?
He's exceptionally good. He's ridiculously good, isn't he? What Paul Dugard said just now, you know, about complaining about setups and say he just said, we make a little change on the setup and this and that, and he's had a 0, a third, a win, second win. He's just about got himself in the semi, you know, win the final. He's exceptionally good. That's it. And it's not always just the bike. He knows how to work with the bike as well, and for the boys in the pits with his knowledge as well to change.
What about the clutches as well? They always seem to extra mess around with them a lot now.
Everyone has their own preferences. There's 3 to 7 different sets of springs you can get. Everyone has their variation of fiber clutch plates. There's probably about 6 or 7 different brands of aluminium plates. Everyone has their own preferences. Everyone changes everything. Everyone has a different idea of whether they want to run the rear wheel to the back or to the middle or the front. Everyone has sometimes their seats are more full. Hans Nielsen was an exception, always had the seat at the front. So that if you watched him yet, a lot of his body weight was over the front. Other people,
when he did his starts and that,
he
was proper right over, wasn't he? I remember. Robbie's just put, Marvin, would sealed engines like some road racing series work in Speedway, and how can we reduce the costs?
I don't think it would work. That question, because that means there'd only have to be one engine tuner that would do everyone's.
Exactly.
You know, because if you had 5 engine tuners in England, if it was sealed, it wouldn't make any difference if it was sealed or not sealed. It would have to be done. They'd have to be done. In every engine in England would have to be done by the same engine tuner.
Or it would be different.
And then sealed. Then they'd be all the same.
But if you had another engine tuner, it's going to be different.
200 engines, and all be exactly the same with all the flywheels, the conrods, the pistons, the stroke, everything the same, and then sealed. And that wouldn't, it couldn't happen because it's not like riding a road racing engine. You'd have to adapt to it, of course, and you'd have to. But someone that is light and someone is heavy and wants more power, you know.
Yes. Yeah.
The majority of the engines nowadays, I know that the engine tuners want from that engine, and the rider wants it as well, maximum power. As much power they can produce, they want. You can always lose power, but you can't get power if you haven't got it.
What was them bikes that I remember? I remember being at Swindon, the sort of the latter years before it packed up, and I remember Sam Malenko was doing some sort of bikes, and they come and rode them. Yeah, what was
650s? Yeah, I was with him in Poland when he done it one time. He bought them to Gdansk as well. Jawa 650s, 2-valve.
Good
idea. Less costs. Yes.
Don't know what happened with all that. I remember.
No, I don't know. He was working with the Jawa factory, but the idea of it was costs, of course.
Costs, yeah.
Yeah. Because when you've got the 4-valve cylinder head, it revs a lot harder and more supposedly more costs or overhead costs. And with a 650 engine, you had the same amount of power with a 650 engine, but only using 2 valves as having a 500 with 4 valves.
Okay.
But I see them go around Gdansk with Sam was riding them and Thomas Szynovsky and stuff like that, and you wouldn't have known the difference. The tone was not quite the same as a 500, but no problem with the power or anything riding on the track.
Yeah, I remember them going around Swindon as well. Like you said, I didn't really notice. So if it's something like that, like you said, that where the engines last longer, you're not having to get them serviced so much or whatever, would be a good thing.
How else can we reduce the cost? You can't really reduce the cost when an engine costs what they cost, £8,500 or something like that, you know. It's a race engine. The prices just go up and up and up. I know they can also use titanium inside as well, so more expense. But I know when the pandemic come in, there was problems then with the quality of the materials that were coming in from Russia, etc. weren't the same sort of good quality as before when the pandemic come in.
Yeah, it's a bit of an open-ended subject in it, loads of opinions, and where'd you go with all that? When I said you had your, I asked you your best, the best rider to team ride with, and you said Hans Nielsen with Oxford. What about Team GB wise riders that you? Who did you like riding with for them?
2 or 3 times I was partnered with Motocross.
Yep.
And a couple of times I was partnered up with Donkey. A couple of times I was partnered also with Kelvin.
Yep.
I think another time I was partnered with can't remember the other one. Might have been Wiggy at one time as well when we was at Oxford. Yeah, I think it was. They put us together.
Because was that difficult? Because obviously you guys were all going head to head weekly basis for your clubs. Plus there was it was all full of number ones.
Yeah, the day before you're against each other, and then the next night your team partners.
Yeah.
4 and 5. Yeah. But that's no different than riding in a league fixture on a Thursday. Then you go and practice Saturday, and then you ride against each other in a World Championship qualification round on a Sunday.
And then ride abroad as well, yeah. Like you said.
Well, that's what happens now on a GP. They ride lingering rides against Schmarslik on a Saturday at a GP, and their team buddies
Sunday and
Yeah. It's the same with Janowski and Woofenden, and who else is in Wroclaw? Look, no, Guta's not in it now. But they race against each other to the death on the Saturday, and then their team friends on the Sunday again.
In your era of teams in for Team GB, was it always a good atmosphere in there, or was there not always? Because everyone goes on about remembers the Americans being all this camaraderie and all this. And
yeah, the English boys all got on all okay. No,
yeah,
they all have got on okay. Yeah. The Americans had a different way of doing it. They was more loud and glamorous, and
yeah,
their back style. England didn't work like that, and I don't think any country doesn't say that we're just here for a bit of fun, and it's not like that. You're out there to win. Yeah. Even if they come across TV, it's only for a bit of fun, or we've got to chill this together. It's all a bit different when you're on the track.
Yeah, 100%. The teams back then, like
you're asking me all these questions, Lee. What are your thoughts then? Thinking about how to improve it out there. Do you go to Oxford every second, third, fourth week or something, or what you watch it on TV regular when you're not doing this? What how can it be improved?
I think with like obviously everything's on social media now, and you can sit in your bedroom and watch everything live on anything now, can't you? You don't have to move.
Yeah.
Which is a big thing, but I think you obviously need the big brands involved and things like that. Like obviously with the GP, you've got Monster, and I know quite a few of the riders, aren't they, are backed by Red Bull and stuff like that. And because you need to, it's trying to get the youngsters, because quite a lot of people keep talking about you've still got that older generation. If you go to a speedway, you'll probably see fans there that were there when you rode. Still that type of same era of supporters.
Next group's coming in.
Exactly, yeah. You almost need like this new era. I know everything's mad now with social media and all that, but that's the sort of stuff you've all got to tap into, and obviously getting brands into the sport.
You got all ages there. And they also show when it's on a Polish league on a Sunday, they always get the TV and that stuff on the kids and stuff.
Yeah, definitely need to bring kids into it. And like you said, it's got to be cool. So it's like brands, all these cool brands and stuff. So Monster, the GP and all that's all great.
Yeah.
But same thing, it's got to be appetizing for the kids to come and things like that. And like, as you know, don't get me wrong, there's a lot more to do now, and there's unlimited amount of things you can do.
It's great. I know when I went to the Morlilla Grand Prix, it's great for the what they do. It's fantastic. It's fan zone, and you walk around this area, and you can have all Monster Energy drinks for free, and you can have pictures taken with the girls. They'll actually print it off and give you the picture there and then, you know.
Yeah.
In the Monster stand, they probably do the same at every Grand Prix, but in Morlilla, I thought it was absolutely excellent how it was all run. You know, on that particular weekend, you had Vestovic on the midweek. You had two semi-finals on 2 different occasions. You had the SGP 4, you had the SGP 3, and then you had the SGP on the Saturday night. The whole week within a driving distance between Vestovic and Morlilla, you had all them events going on. Just a package of a week from Wednesday to the Saturday night. Great.
Really good, yeah.
Yeah.
Like even like say Motocross at the moment, a lot of people like to do the same thing. They like to reminisce, and they're all having these 2-stroke things again and stuff like that. Like next week here in Swindon, they got Fox Hill, and it's near me. They've got like a 4-day event there. It's Thursday, Friday. Everyone's bringing all their bikes from back in the day, and they do them up to high heaven, spend loads of money on them, and then they race all Saturday and Sunday, bring some old stars back over from back in the day that won GPs, and Italians and Americans and all that. And there's going to be about 30,000 people there next weekend.
Yeah.
And it's like old school, bringing old bikes back and things like that. It's like so many things. That's like even with my reunions I was doing with my Motocross, and see people coming.
Because they put a lot into it.
Yeah. And like the end of the day, the thing is now is the social medias and things like that. You've got to, that's how it all works now. You've got to tap into that, use that to promote and advertise. And
Yeah, that's how it is nowadays. The people they don't always want to travel. I read something on the Facebook the other day about
mm,
somebody saying they went up to, I think it might have been Kings Lynn or Ipswich. They went down to Kings Lynn or up to Ipswich, whatever. Him and his missus, the fuel, the entry, the car
mm,
park, the program, something to eat, £129.
it's a lot of money.
Maybe a
Isn't
couple of kids as well, you know.
it? Mhm.
£129 for one night.
Mm. A lot,
A
of
lot
it.
of coin.
It is,
A lot
mate.
of coin.
This is
Yeah.
a good shout as well. Barry's put here that about Oxford do kids for free up to 16 with a paying adult. So that's another good thing. Get all
That's a
the
good
kids
shout.
in. Yeah,
Good
do that
shout.
everywhere. Do that everywhere. Get all the kids in free because they're the people you want to tap into for the next generations.
And
Otherwise,
the
nothing will
watching
survive.
as well. Yes. Yeah. Good
Mm.
shout. Yeah.
And it's just said, look, I think Barry on the Isle of Wight does the same. Barry comes into my, I've got like a live chat thing inside my group that people can
Mm,
just talk anytime. And he comes in
mm,
there and speaks from the Isle of Wight, that Barry as well.
yeah.
And
Barry
yeah,
Bishop. He
mm,
does his own thing over there, doesn't he? Yeah. Good.
seems keen. Yeah, he's good. Seems a good man. But yeah, that's the way to go. You want to. Can you ever remember? I don't know if you remember that they had a before Lakeside. Well, they called it Lakeside then, didn't they? Before they shut up, I remember them on a Sky TV meeting or whatever the company was. I don't know. I think it was Sky at the time. They did a free entry for everyone to go that for one night on a live TV, and it was absolutely heaving.
Right.
So then you think, okay, yeah, because it's free. But then you think if you get those, like you said, a free under 16, we've done
Mm,
the same when I've run my events as well. You just do free kids. So that's a big thing in it. If you've got 4 or 5 kids, even if you're charging a 5 or 10 or whatever it is, that soon adds up. The adults would expect to pay anyway. So if you had adults, get all the kids come in, plus you get that younger age group coming as well. That makes sense because otherwise, if those kids don't get into it now, that's got to be the next generation, isn't it?
Most clubs in Sweden do it one time in the course of a season, but only one time
Oh, do they?
on their home. Yeah.
Mm,
Festivik done it about 6 weeks ago, and
mm,
Gislavik done it. I think it was last. I think it was last week or the week before they was going to do it. Some clubs,
mhm,
what they used to do was charge uh, a pound to go in, pound
mm,
only.
mm,
But being that it was a pound only, they had each heat sponsored by a major sponsor as well. So that brought more money back into the club as well.
mm. Good idea.
Also, every person that comes in, instead of having 2,000 people in, you'd have four. But the 4,000 that come in, maybe everybody had a hot dog. So the hot dog was maybe 20 pence more expensive that night.
Mm,
So the money comes
exactly. There's
back
always
into it.
ways. Exactly
Of
that.
course.
And you
Yeah.
see, like all the football fans, they go to football, and all the food's pretty extortionate prices. So it's not like people don't do it.
Mm.
Um, yeah, if you can make it reasonable, then great. But I
Yeah.
can go to Swindon Town and Swindon Town football, which is in the bottom league, League Two, so it's the old Division 4. And for
Mm.
an adult, it's like 25 quid
Yeah.
for 90 minutes.
Yeah.
But because they're like more modern stadiums and things like that, like you think of Swindon, they still had the back straight toilets that I had from when I was a kid. And that was me, like 45 years old, still in the same toilet on the back straight that I was in when I was 6.
Mm. Mm. I remember the changing rooms at Swindon.
Yeah,
Remember them dingy little things? You could
yeah,
you could
yeah,
just couldn't really get a full team in there.
yeah.
You had to double up. You had to put your bag on top of someone else's if you weren't in there first. That
Yeah.
small.
So
Yeah.
David remembers it as well. Like, that was definitely on Sky Arena Essex. They had a free entry there, and it's gridlock the tunnel. It proves
Mm-hmm.
people no speedways there. It's just the issue is money based.
Yes,
Like I said,
could be right. Yes.
definitely the way forward is with the kids. So if I thought to myself,
Mm, mm,
hmm, if I thought to
mm,
myself, I've got 3 girls,
mm.
and then they like all motocross and sports or whatever, and I took all 3 of them. Say they're under 16, so you took all them, but you're paying an adult, I don't know, 20 quid to go in or whatever. That's fine, knowing that you're not paying for the kids as well, because you know that damn well when you go there, it's the same as the cinema, isn't it? You pay for the cinema, you think, oh, that's not too bad, but then you go there and spend double on the food and the drink and the.
Yeah, but that's good that they do that at Oxford.
Yeah, it is very good. I think that's the way forward. Who just
Company,
wrote that? Who's wrote that? You're 46, not 45. I just was saying, just throwing a number out there at the time, because Swindon, don't forget, I was younger when Swindon stopped.
but I would think if you're under 16, you have to take an ID as well to Oxford as well, because then
Oh
it's
yeah,
fair.
of
Then
course,
it's
because
either. Yeah, just take your ID or a copy of your
exactly.
passport or whatever, and then you get
Oh, it's
in.
my wife.
Oh yeah, of course.
She's piping up. She's piping up in there. It's because I've let the dog out there with her.
Yeah,
Oh, classic. But yeah, you're right. I think you've got to, like you said, you've got to target the kids, get the under 16s in, and yeah, 100% make them bring ID of some sort. Everyone's got to have some sort of ID now, anyway, don't they? So make them bring some sort of ID of some sort. And like you said, if you've got the paying adults as well, which
the idea
we all know,
to bring them in for free, ideal. That's the way to go.
mm.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's working at Oxford by the looks of it, because they seem to be. Every time I've looked online or when I've ever went there, I went to the when they brought. I went to the reopening, and then this year I went to the. When you probably saw that when they had Swindon there, doing like just a one-off challenge thing where Swindon put
Yeah.
a team together for the night. I went to that one as well, and Jesus
Mm.
Christ, it was absolutely heaving.
Good.
So it just shows you
Yeah.
advertised right. It's all got to be continuous with that as well, not just do it for a little bit and then that's it. You need to be doing it 24/7. Social medias, boom, everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that done to Jamie and Peter. Tickets are all online at Oxford, yeah. Yeah, but like I said, they're doing well. Fair play to them. Looks like they might even have a successful year as well to go with it, which obviously always helps.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what other more questions you got there to ask me, but I'm just going to say, if there ain't anything too much, we've had a good long chat.
Yes, just a bit.
Personally, it's been a great pleasure. And from what I am going to say to you is, I'm appreciable being asked as a guest to come on your show tonight. And I am personally myself going to be paying you a £50 donation to your Speedway and Motocross Legends show, Lee Ashby. So if you could kindly, after the show, send me your bank details and I will forward you a nice £50 in your account for your extra time, electricity, internet,
Yeah,
and all what you do for everything, mate. That's not going to break my wallet for you, mate. How's that?
I appreciate that. Thanks, mate. You don't have to do that, mate. I really appreciate that.
Because I know
Thank
you
you
put
ever
a
so
lot
much.
of pictures and videos and time and extra. So everybody else that's out there listening or watching, next time you're up there and you can stick a fiver in for you, hopefully they're going to do it for you as well, mate. So next time when I'm watching all this message Lee Ashby the booking for the Battle of Britain MX Dirt, what you need to run there as well is another little one with your bank details.
Yeah. Thanks, Marv. I appreciate that. What a guy you are. It's always an honour to get you guys on.
Coin they can, mate. But no, you forward your bank details over, because I see last year you was advertising if anyone can help out in any way. But I'll stick a nifty in for you, mate. I've
Thank you, mate.
thoroughly.
Wow, that's amazing. Just to even get you legends on, mate, to do that as well. Flipping out.
Yeah.
You'll have me crying off screen, mate.
I just hope that if everybody's out there, if they're still listening, they've enjoyed the evening, and people that haven't even had the time or not been able to send a message, hope they've understood all what we've been talking about, what I've been through, what the career was, how it all started to where I am now, and a little bit about the bikes and everything, and it's not only just sitting on it when it's done for you or not done for you. You've got to know what you want when you ride the bike, and if you want to be something as a professional, you've got to put it into it. You've got to get up, you've got to train, you've got to starve yourself, you've got to be fit, and you've got to want to win, sorry, if you want to win. That's it. That's the sportsman, and you have to sacrifice things in life. That's it.
Wow. Bit speechless after that one.
There you
Looks
go.
like your sisters enjoyed it as well, which is awesome. Well, that is well and truly a proper record. I think we've done 4.5 hours.
There you go. Perfect.
There we go. Another record, Marv, in the book.
Yeah. Not another track record, 8 records.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's better than that. This is about stamina.
Yeah.
But we'll have to do a part 2 another time, Marv. 100%.
Have to do it next year when there's more stories to be told.
100%. Yes.
And
Sounds like we might have some from it.
I'll let you know.
Yeah.
But I can't guarantee it with the way things are going with this job at the moment. But
Yeah.
I've got the fixtures here from David, so if I come up on another time, I come up. If not, it may be on the first. Can't say, can't guarantee, but when I come up, you'll let me know. I'll let you know.
Yeah, we're always keep in touch anyway, mate. We'll keep in touch. I do enjoy our chats all the time.
Everybody
So
still online now, around the world. Thanks very much. Hope you all enjoyed it, and catch up trackside.
look at that you've got your mates. Oh, they're killing me. Killing me with kindness. Killing me with kindness.
In as well. Hey, look at that, mate.
Oh, proper legend you are. I really appreciate that. You're what a guy you are as well. I always like I said, I always put you guys up on this pedestal. But
Yeah.
it's a true honour to be able to speak to you guys. 100%. Oh, legend. Thanks, Marv.
Right. Well, I haven't met your mum.
No.
No,
well, you
I
might
keep
do.
hearing comments and stuff, so I might see her at Oxford.
Yeah, you might do. Yeah, I might have to bring her with me because she can.
Apologies to your wife if she's not home yet, or she's still out with Roscoe drinking ale.
No, yeah, my wife's in the other room now. She's home.
Oh. And then
she was the one that took my age.
Yeah. Then of course you just said yeah.
There's my mum. That was earlier saying she's with Roscoe.
Yeah. Then you can say that it's a longer one than expected, but
yeah,
good one.
She knows I love it. Yeah, much appreciated, buddy, and we'll keep in contact. We always do anyway. So
we'll do that. All right.
Much appreciated, my friend.
One around the
Thank you
world.
very much. Much love to you, mate. Much love to you, mate.
Cheers,
absolute legend. Speak to you soon. Cheers, Marv. What a guy. Oh, what a man. He's killing me, isn't he? It's enough to be able to speak to all your heroes and legends, and then he's like legend to help to come on. Oh, what a man he is. Forever grateful. Super cool, isn't he? I don't think we've been on there for 4 hours and 36 minutes, and it didn't feel like I was on here at all. Just feels like you're having a chat. Like this is what it could be like sat on the bank, Dave, at fishing. So I was speaking to Javi not long ago, and he was saying that he wants to go fishing with you or something. So I was like, oh, imagine being sat on the bank fishing with Javi and Floppy. Oh, I'll just be like a kid in a sweet shop. Well motivated. Beautiful. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Phil, and it got some background noise for you to listen to while you're doing your jobs. That's why you guys can go on any of my YouTube channel, Motocross and Speedway Memories, anytime you like. And there's loads on there now, hundreds on the live, 100 on the recorded ones I used to do with all the Skype. Now we do the lives. Have it playing in the background. Doing your housework, ladies, or your Speedway fans or Motocross fans. All the men, I do the housework here in this house. Hey, they playing in the background is always good, and you can do it all in your own time as well, because I know everyone's busy in life and stuff, but you can always go on my YouTube channel. It's always recorded there. It's free to subscribe, so that'd be cool if you subscribed as well. Like, there you go. Oh, let me just take that down. There you go. Motocross and Spear Memories. You can see I'm live. Look. So you can check all them out. There's literally hundreds on there. I've got loads coming up. Neil Middleditch, Rick Miller. Just to throw it out there quickly for you guys that I've done. yeah, I really appreciate what Marvyn done tonight. That's amazing. I do put my PayPal on there if anyone wants to help out in any way. I really appreciate it. Yeah, that means a lot to me. That'd be amazing. Anything at all would be really cool. Yeah, just going to quickly go down these. So on my lives that you could check out, even in the last few weeks as well, Steve Schofield with a cameo from Roscoe at the end at his camping trip. Martin Dugard, Roscoe, Bruce Pennell, I did 4 weeks ago. Graham Jones, that was really cool. Sean Tacey, Jeremy Doncaster, Peter Collins, Sam Masters, Nigel Crabtree, Doug Wire, Yano Pedersen, Gary Havelock, Chris Morton, Calvin Tatum, Lance King with an appearance of Bruce Pennell, John Davis, they were crazy, both of them, Brian Carger, Barney Kennett, Jan Anderson, Alan Graham, Sean McConnell, Alan Graham. Obviously, that was just so cool to be able to speak to him before he had that accident. And such a shame. And I'm close with the Graham family, so that's really nice. They can go back to them. They said it meant a lot to them. They can go back and see their dad on that video, and it's always going to be there. So that's really nice. Sean McConnell, Mikael Max, Samer Malenko, Ollie Olsen, Luke Becker, Bradley Wilson-Dean, Darcy Ward, Joe Screen, Chris Louis with Jeremy Doncaster, Greg Hancock, Cole Bowfield did Motocross and Speedway, Lawrence Hare, really good as well. Going to do another one with him as well. Live with Paco Castagna, that was really cool because I surprised him with his idol in Motocross, 10 times world champion Stefan Everts. So you definitely need to watch the reaction of that. It's absolutely super cool. Alf Busk, Chris Holder, Alan Carter, brother of Kenny Carter, did a live with Bruce Pennell and Eric Gunderson together. I think that was the most I had on live ever at one time with Bruce and Eric together. It was mad. I did a Christmas special with John Davis, Dennis Cigars, Neil Middleditch, and the Cobra Steve Luxton. Another one with Ollie Olsen, so I've done 2 with Ollie. Per Jonsson, that was really cool. That 3-hour live I said about Eric Gunderson. 3-hour odd I did with Hans Nielsen. Did another one with Chris Morton, Ollie Allen, Simon Cross, who I'm doing another one with because his internet wasn't great at the time in his chateau in France. Paul Hurry, John Davis, his first one was absolutely nuts. Mark Laram, Ronnie Corrie, and Andy Graham was my first live. And then on my videos that I did Skypes with when everyone was doing that in the COVID time, the Skype ones I did before I did the live ones, I did Todd Wilkshire, Martin Solinsky, that was cool because he went into his workshop and everything, showed us around. Martin Dugard, I did a Skype with him. Chris Harris, 2-part I did with Scott Nichols. We were wearing flowery shirts, so we had to go off and change. Gary Havelock, so I did one of him on the Skype and one on the live. It was brilliant. Hans Nielsen, I did 2 parts on the Skype. Lee Adams was really cool. He got it really early for me and he did an hour for me on Skype. Bruce Pennell, I did a Skype with him originally, and Roscoe, and Jason Crump, who I'm doing a live with soon. So hopefully I'll sort that out soon as well. So yeah, there's loads on there, and obviously all the same as well in Motocross as well. Mental amounts of legends I watched all over the years in Motocross as well. So exactly the same as what I've done in Speedway, I've done in Motocross as well. So any chance of thank you very much. Like I said, a couple of people have just messaged me asking me about the help thing. I do put the my PayPal thing in the comments after I get off it. So any chance of Henk Gustafsson? I have messaged him a few times, Paul. There's probably not many I haven't asked in some way. I've been chasing Nicky Pedersen for about 4 years and he said yes every winter. So we'll see how that goes, but we'll keep chasing. A few of the legends that have been on tonight, Mr. Richardson, I want to get him on. I did speak to Bruce Cribb recently, trying to get him on. Don't forget, I got Barry Briggs coming on very soon. I'll even show you the email he sent to me the other day. Please tell me I haven't lost that. There we go. So Barry sent that to me. Look, let's just take that off the screen. He just said, look, Barry Briggs, morning Lee, still in California, maybe in the UK in a few weeks. You can see that was on the 9th. And there was him yesterday. Look, still riding. Absolutely loves it. Fair play to him. How cool is that? So yeah, I'm getting Barry Briggs on, and we've done a tester. So I've done a test with him. Tony Briggs, I met at Cardiff GP last year. I did a test with him, so that was cool. Only caught at the end as my boy had a game tonight. We'll watch it back soon, mate. Thank you, Dewey. Hope you're good, buddy, and hope the game went all good tonight. Neil Collins. Obviously, I've spoke to Peter Collins. I've been chasing Phil Collins. I've actually got the number of Les Collins. I've asked a couple of times, and he wasn't too keen, but I will keep trying. So, one way or another, I'll try and get a contact. If anyone's got a contact for Neil, obviously I can try with Peter. He just deals with a home number. I have to build up to ring Peter Collins. Because I'm doing a part 2 with Peter Collins as well, so that'll be really cool. Trying to get Phil Collins. I know he's in America, chasing him up on Facebook. Who else have I spoke to this week? I have spoken to Amanda Castagna. I'm getting him on as well. Got his number. He's not feeling too well at the moment, but I'm going to get him on. I spoke to Jason Crump. I'm going to do a live with him soon. So I did a Skype way back, but a live one with the fans would be awesome. I'm going to do one with Chris Louis on his own because I did one with him and Jeremy Doncaster together. I've also spoken to Phil Morris, who's going to do one as well, a live one, probably more near the end of the season because he's very busy, obviously, doing the GP and the British League now as well. Like I said, I did message, I've spoke to Bruce Cribb, definitely doing Gary Stead. Going to do Peter Schrock as well. I spoke to him. I'm going to do one with him. I'm going to do a part 2 with Mr. Hare, who's been on tonight. Who else? Colin Richardson I want to get on. I spoke to. I want to get Glenn Cunningham that's been on tonight. I want to sort out one with him. I have spoke to Ben Barker the other day. I'd like to get him on as well. And I also spoke the other day to Lewis Bridger, who doesn't ride obviously anymore. Spoke to him and he said that he would have some cool things to talk about. So I'm definitely going to get Lewis Bridger on. Who else have I been talking to? Just looking at my Facebook. And now I'm going to get killed now by all these messages of like to get Darcy Ward on again as well. And I look, I've just got a nice message back from cheers, my friend, from Lance King. Lance King, Rick Miller. So I'm getting Americans mixed up now. I sent him about 300 million photos I found for him online, ready for his interview. So he's happy about that. Who else have I spoke to on Facebook? Let me just quickly look through who I spoke to. Chasing up Nicky Pedersen again. Still want to try and get Tony Ricardson on. Did speak to him the other day, so you never know. Like I said, I got Neil Middleditch this coming Tuesday, and then Rick Miller on the Thursday. I've also spoke to Mark Lemon. Want to get him on about his career, plus obviously his career off track. I've also spoke to recently to Davey Watt. Going to try and get him on. I've also spoken to Cole Stoneyer, and he's got a book coming out soon, towards the end of this year. And then once his books come out, a bit like I did with Peter Collins, once the book's out, then we'll like advertise the book and have a chat with him as well. I've also spoke to Niels Christian Everson the other day. He's going to do one. Also, cool news as well with Billy Hamill. He told me he will do one before the end of this year. Been chasing him for a while as well. So I did speak to him as well. Who else I spoke to? I was going to do a live with Chris Harris. So I'm going to sort that out as well. Who else have I been speaking to? I'm going to do a live with Dennis Sigalos as well. I've spoken to him. Who else have I spoken to? Mr. David Norris. Chasing up Dave Norris. I spoke to the other day as well to Dean Barker. I want to get him on. I think that would be good fun as well. There was even talk about Barker. I don't know if I could handle Barker and Norris at the same time. I like to do one-on-ones. It gets crazy, man. Putting pictures on and comments on. I really would like to zone in on the one person. So hopefully I'll get both of them on individually. But Dave Norris is right up there on my list, as he knows. So hopefully one day I can coax him into that. I did a written one with Ricky Ashworth. It's all on my Motocross and Spear Memories Facebook. If you just go into the top of the group, you can go on a search bar, put in Ricky Ashworth, and I did a written one with Ricky. So that was really nice to get in touch with him. Oh, I also spoke to Craig Boyce recently. So going to get Craig Boyce on. Just got to sort the times out. I did message Mitch Shearer as well, but that's the same thing. He's obviously over where he is as well, New Zealand. So got to try and sort out around the times. Who else have I spoken to? I've spoken to so many, but I'm trying to get them all in. Barry Thomas would be interesting. Yeah, I'm interested for anyone. Who else did I speak to? I spoke to Nigel Flatman as well. Going to do one with him. Yeah. Oh, another one I really want. If anyone's got a contact in any shape or form for Dave Jessup, don't know anyone with a contact with Dave Jessup. I definitely know he's not on social media, which is obviously for my first port of call, but I'm happy to chase anyone's nan, gran, cat, dog, horse, or anything. That's how I work. Sister, brother, anything. That's how I get them. And then you just get contact to contacts. But yeah, if anyone's got a contact for Dave Jessup, I would love to do that one. Also, I'd like to do Terry Betts. I know my mum was in love with him when she was a youngster, when my dad raced. I'd like to do one with Terry Betts. Like I said, I even tried to message Ovi Funden, and he looks at the messages, but no reply yet. So I will keep trying on that one as well. Like I said, I'm really looking forward to the Barry Briggs one, and he's still sharp as a razor blade, still riding. Like I said, I did do a little tester with him. Don't know if I've still got it handy to me now, but did that not that long ago. Was that there? Was that one? Here we go. So you're in Poland at the moment, then?
Yeah, I'm at Tony's place in Poland, business.
Okay.
I'm going to the Chico tomorrow at 5 o'clock in the morning, so
That'd be good.
so we're up to the Grand Prix there, and then we come back here.
Yeah, that'd be nice then.
So where are you in Swindon now?
Yeah, I'm in Swindon, yeah. Still in Swindon. So I've done a bit of a test of the Barry Briggs, so that was a bit of a woo moment. They're all woo moments, but yeah, another one. So yeah, I'm going to get hold of him. I'm still kept all my voicemails on my phone. I've had, like, Barry rings me from all weird parts of the world, all over the place, on different numbers, so you can never nail him down. Just keeps ringing me on random numbers. So I'm like looking at these numbers doing that. Who the hell is that? Don't answer. And then I'll get a voicemail and they go, "Hi Lee, Barry Briggs here." And I'm like, shit. Oh, but yeah, classic. Keep them for life. Thank you very much. But yeah, thank you very much for everyone that come on tonight. Yeah, like I said, I just had a few messages about Helby, and sorry I've been busy with everything as well. I've been in bed for a week of COVID, which was a nightmare, and then I went out for the first time Wednesday night, took pictures of Motocross. Now they're all chasing me for the pictures. So I had that right up to the time I started this. With doing one again last night as well. So much prep I have to put in to get, like, all the photos. I have to find all the photos, save them all, get them all on here. It's pretty endless. And then I'll share it all tomorrow, the recording, and then I'll be doing the prep again. And obviously I've got one American Motocross Legend Monday, Neil Middleditch Tuesday, and Rick Miller on the Thursday, all 7 p.m. UK time. Like I said, I've got to do so much thing. I've got to sort the video out for the intro, sort all this out, get it all out on social media, get it all in the groups. I did some private eye work after Martin Dugan show. I think Jessup is a member of the Rochester Cobham Park Golf Club. Oh, interesting. Do you reckon I find it weird if I ring them up, the golf club? Excuse me, do you know if Dave Jessup happens to come in? Yeah, I'm supposed to be teeing off with him this afternoon. Yeah, what was his number again? Barry Briggs, Tony McCarthy, and Dave Norris, not in the same league. Night. Brilliant, Nightly. Oh, listen to you. You're the most iconic Eagle. You think of the riders that are rode there: Kelly Moran, Gordon Kennett, Martin Dugard. Endless. Have some faith, my man. You are. People tell this man how cool he is. Now we're talking about a character. If you can ride the bike like you did and have a character like that, yes, please, I'm in. 100%. Get him on the commentary team. I'll do it with him. It'd be fun as hell. But we might have to build up to it, eh, Dave? Once we get going, though, we'll be fine. Absolute legend. Super cool. Do feel a bit pressured when I see all these names come on. Do that. Oh, shit. He's watching. God, last night, Dave King did it to me. He goes, "Oh, me and Doug DeBuck are watching this." And I'm like, oh, shit. Oh, then I forget that I'm not just in a spare room in Swindon, and then, like, all these legends are online. Freaks me out. But yeah, thank you very much for everyone. Massive night. It's just about to come up to 5 hours of my live. 4 hours and 53 minutes. My missus says I ain't got stamina. It's not true, is it? There you go. There's my dad. Bless him. Much love to him. I wish he can't believe he missed all our reunions and all this stuff has happened. But I will do it in your name, my man. And where's the t-shirt gone? Oh, quickly. Where's the t-shirt? Even how cool is this that I even got the Grahams, the legendary Grahams, Andy and Jill Graham got me this as well. Where's my comments? I can't get off. And, they had that printed on. I had this logo was made because I said about I make this comment at the end of every interview on behalf of my dad. It's nice to be important, but it's important to be nice. He always used to say that to me, especially near the end of his life. For some reason, he just kept saying it to me. So I just thought, wow, that'd be cool to always say at the end of every live interview, which I have, and I've kept that up for all these years, these few years I've been doing it. And yeah, I went to my first reunion meeting, and Andy Graham and Jill Graham come in presenting me with a t-shirt of it as well. So how cool is that? Yeah, I did cry. I went back to the where he was and had to hide for a bit. But anyway, much love to you all. Good night and God bless. Have a good weekend, everyone. I was going to say it's Friday night, 1 minute till Saturday morning, but it's Friday night. And to any of the motocross guys that are out there and was like, oh yeah, Lee, you said you was going to get me your pictures after the interview. I didn't realise I was going to go on for 5 hours, but I will get back to you all, my friends. I've been saving all your photos. I've been going for over 2,000 photos, so I've been sort of checking them all, and I will get back to you all. I appreciate that you guys having the photos, and I always do mega deals for you guys. You've been having like 50 photos for not even a penny a picture. So much love to you all. Good night and God bless, and I will see you, anyone around, on Monday, 7 p.m. UK time. Robbie Reynard, an American Supercross and American legend. Then Neil Middleditch, 7 p.m. Tuesday night UK time, and then Thursday, 7 p.m. UK time, Rick Miller. Be there or be square.